touch and he'll get it. Incredible! Securing the victory for DarkZero Esports. Beautifully done, and it gives TSM yet another round.
Welcome to the Rainbow Six Siege North American Major. 4 teams, double elimination. Who will win the August Major? I'm Jackie Jing. I am with our analysts Jesse and Veli. Gentlemen, it has been a while. I missed y'all. How you feeling today? Veli, I'm loving the tie. I know it's not the Gucci one that you tweeted out, but it's still looking fly. I'm loving it.
Hey, how's it going? Sorry, I couldn't hear you for a second, Jackie. Did you ask me a question? I have some boomer technical difficulties.
I said I like the tie. It's styling.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. So it's nothing like the Versace time when you and I first met, but I'm trying to keep it fresh, Jackie. But how are you feeling?
I'm feeling fantastic. I missed y'all. It's been a long couple weeks. I cannot wait for this matchup today. All the matchups that we're going to be seeing. Jesse, how you feeling? I didn't get the black memo. You guys are looking really sharp.
Yeah, I mean, it kind of looks a little grim, but you know what? We're here in the brand new white studio. I mean, we've got a beautiful virtual studio, beautiful backdrops as well. It's the same teams and friendly faces we know, so it should be a great weekend.
Yeah, and let's chat about today a little bit. SSG versus DarkZero right off the bat, then TSM versus Oxygen. The losers of both matches will meet up after that, and it's going to be a long day, everybody. 3 best of 3s. How are you all feeling? Which matchup are you the most excited for? I mean, oh my goodness. Both of these first matchups, I cannot wait. You're smiling, Veli. What are you thinking?
I'm going to be honest. So watching Space Station go against DarkZero, it sounds fun, but Jesse, I don't know if it's just me, man. I'm really looking forward to seeing Oxygen with Laxing, Foxy, and the rest of them go off against TSM. I love a heavy firepower type of matchup going on between those two teams.
Oh yeah, I think that one's going to be really good. I think that the losers match today is going to be really exciting as well, because there's a lot on the line for that. If you lose the last match of the game, you're done. So this is going to be a really action-packed day. I can't wait to see how it goes.
Yeah, we're all super excited for it, but really quickly, we do have a quick word from our sponsors.
What's up, folks? I'm Jess Brohard, and I wanted to give you a little recap of everything that went down during Stage 1. So first up, Phase 1, 8 teams entered, with Oxygen and DarkZero quickly establishing themselves as the top leaders of their groups, while Tempo Storm and E United quickly fell to the bottom of their groups. Now, Phase 2 saw some further distress for E United as they joined Disrupt Gaming in elimination from the North American League. Meanwhile, Phase 2 was also unkind to DarkZero. They headed to the qualifiers alongside Tempo Storm, the Sonics, and Canadian team Mirage. Now at the qualifier, DarkZero did find some success, and this scrappy underdog team that we love to see fought their way to the major. We do have a video prepared for you that's going to show you a little more of the highs and lows from Stage 1, so take a look.
Call out the Vigil in sight. Needing about 50% of his HP. It's gone. Got a whole minute to hold out, and it's just not gonna happen. A flawless round from Disrupt. Beautiful job from them. Here comes the push. The C4 perfectly placed, but Forrest gets the shot in return, and E United will take the round. And JR Nix on full HP. Here come the shotgun blasts, and there it is. E United falter. DG will take it in the end. The 2-1 series for Disrupt.
creators on the hop and gets a double for himself as he eliminates easily. That's his second on the round. Super gonna try and stop this, maybe win it on timer. Catches one trying to deploy utility, gets shot back by that very same utility and caught mid-reload. Crazy will take him out, and Tempo will take number 9.
3 seconds remaining. They need to be able to put this diffuser down, though. Somebody has to pick it up. Plenty of shotgun power, but it's J9 again, and the Sonics close it out in 2-0 fashion.
Oxygen is a lot different team than E United.
Definitely is a more different team than the United, and I think Spacestation Gaming, they're going to be well prepared for that.
Here comes another peek. Biologic continuing to peek away, and he'll get it! Incredible! What range from Biologic on the shotgun! SSG now don't have a lot of momentum as we hit the last 15 seconds. Bio's got the SMG out. He's not even pretending to try and delay anymore with that shield, and he's gone! Oxygen, second time's the charm. Get smoked, says Biologic, as we head to overtime. The Oxygen team is really putting up the kills. The last kill, Oxygen will take the map.
A humbling for Space Station. The world champions finally lose, and it comes at the hands of Oxygen. A 2-0.
10 seconds remain as Geo barrels into trophy, but nice shots from both remaining DZ members inside of the trophy area, and DarkZero claims round 12 to push us to overtime. DarkZero looking quite good on this offensive side once again.
Mint holds for the first one. Will the plant go onto the ground? Oh, yes! And Mint, not even needing the plant, goes right in for the final frag, taking out the last man alive from TSM and securing the 2-0 victory for DarkZero Esports.
Space Station Gaming, they're going to have to redeem themselves against the hot rising gunners on Disrupt Gaming, NJR, and Nyx, and the rest of the fellas over there. They will battle it out for top 2.
What do you think exactly about the fact that DarkZero is not auto-qualifying for the major, that they are slumming in the qualifiers?
I don't know who this team is right now. 2 seasons ago, DarkZero, they were on top of NA. We thought they were going to be up top next to Space Station Gaming. No, they are dead last.
Now we move into phase 2. TSM versus Oxygen.
The very first team to qualify for the major, Michael, none other than Oxygen.
One major spot has been clinched, gentlemen. Super exciting. OXG.
Close to the start of our second match here between the Sonics and E United. But before we talk anything about Siege, I'm going to settle this debate once and for all. Here you go, folks.
Apricot.
That's how you say it. That's the end of the day. We're moving on.
But a nice shot, a quick rotate here. Oh no, Super, what have you done? He kills Gumpy, and he can't put the plant down. Super, what are you doing? Oh my God. That's real tough. You're not getting away from that one, man. I'm sorry. Nobody can save you from that.
Now Mark and Dream having to push together. They'll use the gas to try and do it. It's going to do a little bit of damage to Mark. This could prove dangerous here, but not dangerous enough, as Dream is able to get that final kill. And off of that, Tempo's going to take control of the second map. 7-3 will be the score line, and a 2-0 on the overall series.
Congratulations on his proposal. Him and his fiance are beautiful.
Oh my gosh, like double win for you. You got the win and you got the lady. Aw.
A wide peek from Achieve will do a little bit of damage, and what a shot from Achieve, getting his third. He's really been holding on to this site well. Jala holds the hallway, and TSM take the map and the series. They secure a spot at the major. DZ will have to continue to fight for one.
Feeling good. Glad we were able to get our revenge on them too. Yeah, feeling really proud of the team.
It's a C4 from Canadian. 2 huge kills. Rampy is downed. A 4v2 for Space Station as they are on series point.
What a brilliant C4 there from Canadian. He knew exactly where the pressure point was, exactly where the push would come from.
Space Station definitely gets the last laugh on that one, and you can tell that they're quite excited. First place heading into the major.
It was kind of a revenge match, right? We kind of joke. You know when OXG is doing well if you look at their Twitters. You know, they tweet a lot more, so you can kind of tell. And we had to restore order.
There you have it. A lot of highs, a lot of lows already, and I'm sure there are many more to come this weekend alone. There are 4 teams here at the major, and 1 will actually be eliminated today. So let's take a look at the schedule so you can know which matches you're going to be able to expect to see today. So kicking things off today, Friday, August 14th, we're going to see the upper bracket semifinals. That is 2 matches, and the lower bracket semifinals. Tomorrow we'll see the upper bracket finals and the lower bracket finals, 2 best of 3s total. And on Sunday, 1 best of 5 for the grand finals. Let's talk money and see what these teams are playing for as far as cash money goes. There is a total cash prize of $125,000, with the lion's share going to the first place, $62,500. That is a lot of money, but all the teams that have entered here today will be getting a little bit of prize money. But more important than just that spending money is the points that they're playing for. So let's take a look at the points breakdown. Now, for someone like me who's maybe a little bit newer to Rainbow Six, or for some of our fans watching right now, I'm actually going to tag team in Jesse. Jesse, can you tell me a little bit more, kind of explain for me the points distribution?
Absolutely, Jess. So all around the world, teams are competing for these global SI points. Last week we saw LATAM and APAC get their points distributed. Next week Europe will distribute theirs, but this week it's time for NA to distribute the last of our points. Now, points will be distributed right now and then also in 3 months during the next major, and it's important to get as many points as you can, because at the end of the year, the top 16 teams globally with the most amount of points will be invited to the 6th Invitational, the biggest event of the year for Rainbow Six Siege. In North America, we've already given out the 5th through 8th amounts of points. So the Sonics got 5th, Mirage got 6th, Tempo Storm got 7th, and Disrupt Gaming have claimed 8th. But we still need to figure out who's getting 1st, 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. The teams at the major today have already secured 225 points. Those are in the bag, but there's more points to fight for. So if you want to make it to the biggest tournament of the year, it's super important that you do well this weekend.
On the point system, oh boy, gentlemen, I'm starting to get amped. I'm starting to get the chills a little bit. We are getting closer and closer. We have an extremely long day ahead, but just want to talk to y'all a little bit more about today. Double elimination. Jesse, you were just talking about the importance of today. How do you think these teams are feeling right now? They have been grinding for the last couple weeks here, and oh my gosh, I can't imagine the pressure. Twitter is like going nuts right now. It's so fun. We do have this bracket up on your screen right now, and just to kind of break things down again, SSG versus DarkZero, Oxygen versus TSM after that, and then the losers face off. And Jesse, you're actually saying you're kind of excited for that matchup.
Oh yeah, I mean, that should be a good one because there's so much on the line. Double elimination is a really nice format because it gives a little bit of leeway. You can mess up one time, just don't lose twice, you know? And so that's the big thing. This last game of the night is going to be an elimination game for one team.
All right, so Veli, what type of tie are you wearing again? Is it Gucci, Versace?
It's Burberry this time. I'm gonna keep switching it up until somebody mans up and sponsors this whole desk.
I know,
right?
come on, Gucci. I tweeted at Versace. Got met with crickets. I guess I was expecting that. But we all love Blue's Gucci scarf. I haven't seen him today,
yes.
So let's check in with Blue and Stokes. They're going to be our casters for this first matchup. Is he wearing the scarf? I'm voting yes.
He better be looking good. That's all I gotta say right now. I better see a
He's
Gucci
not
scarf.
wearing it?
I imagine.
Okay, Blue. What are you wearing then? Let's see.
Not a Gucci scarf. But I've got some sweet new merch, which we'll be talking about a little bit. I've got that going at least. Stokes, how you doing?
All right, man. I'm doing all right. I'm excited to get into the major. You know, granted, we're not actually on land, but I mean, we'll give it our best shot. It's going to be exciting. There's a lot of good matchups and plenty of fun siege.
Okay.
Yeah, we ended up with some really good matchups overall, especially this first one. It's going to be a great test for DarkZero, if anything, and a great check for SSG as well. And then even moving on from that, all the games today, I expect, are going to be very exciting, so I'm very much looking forward to getting into casting.
Okay, boys, I'm a little bit upset with y'all. Like, was there a memo to wear black today and just nobody wanted to let me know? Every single one of you.
You're the... We all wore black except you because you're the bright spot in our lives, all right?
There you go.
So that's the reason, okay?
Y'all did it on purpose. I'm wearing red, white, and blue. You know, North American major, kind of.
America.
Yeah, there we go.
That makes sense.
All right, well, we're going to let Blue and Stokes prepare for the matchup. We're super excited about it, but y'all ready to talk about these teams? Y'all ready for some analysis? Okay, gentlemen.
I'm ready, baby.
All right, well, let's start off with SSG. These are our world champs. They are defending SI champions, #1 in the U.S. division for Stage 1. This is an absolutely fearsome lineup. I said this yesterday when I was talking to y'all. They got the 3 S's, right? Smart, strategy, and skill. Real talk, the beginning of the season was definitely a little bit shaky for them, but they did finish out Stage 1 very strong, in my opinion. They did beat DarkZero in 2 during their last matchup. Veli, I feel like they're going to be going in today really confident.
You know what, Jackie? I went and took a trip down memory lane, and I looked up their last placements in major events. Dating back till December, they have not placed outside of top 2 ever. And speaking of what's been happening this season, you said a slow start. It was just a little bump in the road. Yes, they took an L to Oxygen. They bounced back better than ever. They haven't lost since. Spacestation Gaming, I'm gonna say that they're going in this with all the confidence in the world, a chip on their shoulder. Like Canadian said, NA is his, and I don't see him letting go anytime soon.
Right. I think that, 1 game lost in the last, 6 months. This team has a lot to be confident about. They're going to come into this looking really strong.
Yeah, I mean, they should have all the confidence. Canadian right now, he leads the division in plants. Bosco leads the division in clutches. Rampy is top 5 in 3 different categories. Jesse, this is just a scary good team, especially on paper.
No doubt. I mean, this is really a team that works well together, and they've got some great pieces to fit into the puzzle. Canadian's one that I really like to focus and I really like to highlight because he's a player that, I'm a stats guy, I love the stats, but if you only look at the stats, Canadian's probably not going to jump out at you too much. He does lead the league in plants, you're correct on that. 18 across the whole season is a really impressive stat line for him to have. But when you look at his rating, you look at his kills, they're really not up there, they're really not too high, but that doesn't mean he's not a high impact player. Canadian has a lot of rounds where he maybe doesn't get, an ace, he doesn't get a bunch of kills, but he makes the impact play that allows the rest of his team to jump up and get those kills. I'm thinking about their last game against Oxygen, the winning round on Coastline. Canadian jumps up the hatches, Oryx just gets a 1 kill. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but he kills the sledge. It's the most important pick because it throws off the whole strategy of Oxygen. And then Rampy gets a 2k, Faults gets a bunch of kills, and the whole team falls apart. And it's all because of what Canadian can do to enable his team to shine.
And we do have this player camera. Faults is yawning. Wake up, Faults. Come on, boy. Y'all, we're in the NA Major right now. But you can see that they are prepping and definitely getting in the mindset to win today. Canadian rubbing his hands together. He is ready. But really quickly, let's take a quick look at their opponent, DarkZero.
I think Rainbow Six almost has a breath of fresh air in it now with the new format. Differently than last season would be mental, probably in more roles as well. Just being where I'm more comfortable.
The 2 teams that are probably the biggest competition is probably SSG and TSM. SSG because we like to call it a rivalry, but it's been pretty one-sided for them. And TSM because they're probably the most explosive in the last 15-20 seconds of a round. They can stall the whole round, but then the last 15-20 seconds, they can just all push together and just win all their fights.
Both those teams are stacked in their own ways. SSG plays super well as a team, and TSM just has some of the best fraggers.
But they are a structured team, so one of their weaknesses could be early picks, early aggression, breaking down their structure that they have.
So it's just going to be us being able to find a combination of good team play and good fragging ability to try to beat these teams.
I think SG Gamers are strong because they picked up a very solid IGL in Troy. They have 4 other players along with Troy that really want it and are very, very good at their role. They have a very distinct system, and you can pretty much guess each round who's basically going to be where, who's the entry, who's watching flank.
Just about how we exploit them and do it. If we play to our strengths or we play to their weaknesses, it's all come game day what our plan is.
What we need to do, we need to play aggressive, basically just play our game and just try to knock them off of theirs because they always seem to do that to us, and if we can control the tempo, I think we can beat them.
DarkZero. Okay, so they finished 4th in the U.S. division. They did win the NA qualifier. Man, that was a battle against Sonics. Whew. We were working overtime that day, right? But real talk, they didn't have an awful season, but I just felt sad and disappointed with them this year. And I love DarkZero. I love them. They are a strong team. This is a really good team, but I just feel like they didn't meet the expectations that they had for themselves and what we expected from them, Veli. And I kind of want to pick your brain about why you feel like they fell short of their expectations. You know, last time we spoke with Mint, you know, they won. They won the qualifier, but he was sitting there and he was downtrodden. He was like, we got a lot that we need to improve on. So what do you think they need to do today?
You know what, I'm pretty much happy that Mint was upset because there was no reason why. They should have been excited about that. And the main reason why, it has to do with the numbers. Men lie, women lie, but numbers don't. And DarkZero, before that qualifier, they had a 40% success rate on defense. That's terrible. And earlier you said, you know what, Veli, is kind of a disappointing season. No, it is a disappointing season. DarkZero used to be on top of the leaderboards in the NA, and now they're dead last from Group A in 4th place out of the top 4 teams. They have to do better, and they need to really set the tone right now against the road champs.
Yeah, and this team is incredibly talented. They have some exceptional teammates. Hyper is the top-rated player in the U.S. division right now. But Jesse, you actually wanted to talk to me about Skies. You thought that he did really well in the qualifier, and you're expecting some big things from him today.
Yeah, Jackie, I mean, I just finished watching my favorite hockey team losing the playoff qualifiers. I just watched Disrupt Gaming crash and burn at the end of the NAL regular season. If there's one thing I've learned is that 1 or 2 players cannot carry a team. It needs to be a team effort, and DarkZero haven't been exclusively hyper, but it's been a lot hyper. And I think the one bright spot I've seen, particularly for DarkZero, is that in the qualifiers, Skies really did step it up. And that's good to see, because the road to success for DarkZero in this major doesn't just rely on hyper. It's gonna need to be a team effort. And Skies performed really well. I looked into the operators that Skies was playing to see if there was some sort of a change, if there was some shift. And he wasn't on more Ashe. He wasn't playing any more Jaeger than he usually was. Skies was doing a lot more Mute and a lot more Smoke. A lot more of those like support operators that don't often get a lot of kills, that are important to a defense but aren't the flashiest. And so that's really impressive to me that he's moving over to these more passive operators and also stepping up his play at the same time. A lot of it comes down to the big clutches he can make. You can think back in the qualifier against the Sonics when they're defending on Villa and he's on the Smoke and he tosses the Toxic Babe and it gets the kill without even popping the canister. Then he goes on to get a 3K in that round. I mean, these are the clutch rounds that I'm talking about that Skies was bringing to the table during the qualifier. If we see more of that, then the path to success for DarkZero opens up a lot.
Yeah, I feel like when we were watching the qualifier, there was a part where Skies just popped off, and Veli, all 3 of us, we were just like, man, when you get that man mad, it's scary. Like, you don't want to be on the other end of it, you know? So Skies, definitely a talented player there. But, gentlemen, I know that we have selected players to watch, and you both selected Hyper and Rampy. So let's dive in. I mean, we were talking about talented players. Hyper, I mean, Rampy, I mean, those are 2 of the best players right now in the U.S. division, hands down.
Yeah, and starting off with Hyper, I mean, take a look at that. 98 kills, 68 deaths. Yes, he has played less maps than Rampy, but you divvy it down. We're talking about both of these players walking away with over 10 kills a map average. That's not normal. These are superstar players, and Hyper, you know what? There's a lot of responsibility on his shoulders for him to pop off in order for DarkZero to be at their best, and I believe that he's going to go all out today.
All right, let's talk about Rampy a little bit, Jesse.
Right, yeah, I think that Rampy is, he's not quite as loud or as flashy as maybe the other star players on other teams. You know, Hyper pops off and carries the team in the server. Laxing's always on Twitter posting ridiculous stuff. The Bolo stands on Reddit are never going to let you forget that man. But Rampy gets the job done, and he brings wins in for his team. When Spacestation Gaming need a guy, play here, play Jaeger, and get like 2 or 3 kills for us, Rampy's going to do that really consistently. So he's a player that has contributed a lot to this team. He's got the gun skill that Space Station needs, and that's why he's the player to watch for Space Station.
Okay, so we saw the players getting ready a little bit earlier, and Rampy was on there, Canadian and Fultz. I want to talk to y'all about what type of mindset do you think these players are in right now. I just, they've been grinding for 2 weeks, and there's just so much pressure, so much on the line right now. What do you think they're telling themselves? What do you think they're telling each other? And Jesse, I see you smiling. Why are you smiling?
I mean, they're probably saying, let's get more caffeine in us. You know, this is an early morning game for gamers. They're used to playing pretty late at night. I know a lot of players are talking about that. How it might be a struggle to wake up early.
Yawning as soon as he comes up on camera. I was like, I told y'all during the break, I was ready to be like, look at the intensity, look at the focus, the determination. Then Fultz is like, I was like, you're killing me, man.
Used to those gamer hours.
Exactly, gamer hours. But gentlemen, we are ready to move on to map veto. So our teams are choosing their maps, and they are talking about what they're picking, what they're banning, and let's see if that information is in right now. Again, this is for SSG versus DarkZero, and here we go. So we got DarkZero on the top, SSG on the bottom.
Okay. I like this, actually.
Okay.
I think this is not bad for DarkZero. This could have gone a lot worse for them. I think that Consulate is probably the best map for DarkZero in this pool. I think that's the best one they could have gotten. Clubhouse is, you know, obviously a super strong one for Space Station, but it's not a bad map for DarkZero, and DarkZero's attacks on Clubhouse are, like, uncharacteristically, like, good. Compared to the average they slam, that's kind of, like, how they've gotten their reputation as being an attacker team. And Cafe, you know, I'd say it leans Space Station, but it's not a bad one at all for DarkZero. So this is probably best case scenario for DZ.
Ooh.
This is best case scenario for everybody, just about. I think the map bans and picks were right down the middle. You have a good map for Space Station Gaming, you have a bad map for DarkZero, and the way it works out, we're going to Cafe as tiebreaker. Space Station Gaming, they played it once, they're great at it, they're good at it. DarkZero, they've lost there, okay? So I think it's all gonna come down to Cafe.
Right.
And unlike the last time these two teams met up, Jesse, this is actually going to a third map in my opinion.
Yeah, and Cafe was one of the maps they played before, and it was 7-5, so it was close. So just keep that in mind. Yeah, Space Station won it, but it was a close one for DarkZero, and like having that map to look back on and know this is what happened last time, this is how we can improve it, that's a big game changer for teams.
Yeah, Jesse, can you elaborate a little bit more on why you thought that this looked more favorable for DarkZero?
I mean, I think the map pool, like the 7 maps combined, just tilts Space Station quite a bit. You know, there's a lot of maps here that, you know, you're like, well, this one's probably, Space Station's a little better on that map, that map, that map, that map. And like the fact that Consulate got through, I thought this was, again, going into probably the best one statistically for DarkZero, where they had the edge. I don't think it's a map that Space Station have played very often at all. If I go back to my Consulate stats on SSG, they played it once in the NAL, they lost it. They didn't play it at all in North America Pro League Season 11. They played it a bunch at SI, but even back at the 6 Invitational, A, that was a long time ago and it doesn't really matter anymore, and B, they didn't win it very often. They went 1-3 on that map. So that's this is probably the best map that DarkZero could have gotten. Again, Clubhouse has just been a good one for DarkZero's attacks, but Space Station Gaming have long been known as the world's best team on Clubhouse, so it's going to be a challenge, even if we know it's a good one for DarkZero. And yeah, that last one will be interesting as well. Probably a little bit more even, but you know, we have to wait and see.
Okay, and again, if you look at the bottom of your screen, you can see who picked what. We have DarkZero on the top, SSG on the bottom. Gentlemen, I do think it's time for us to talk about predictions. So, Jesse, I'll put you in the hot seat first. Who are you picking?
Well, I think there's a lot of rivalry between these two teams that have been brewing on Twitter and stuff. You know, I think both these teams want the win quite a bit. One of these teams is a brand new gaming house that they're building in the desert. It's going to provide all the amenities the players need to succeed. The other team has actually won stuff already. So weighing, you know, the A's and the B's and everything that's up, I think Space Station have just been the more consistent squad, and I anticipate they're going to win this. I will say, talking with other analysts, talking with players, I think DarkZero is a little bit underrated. People are saying this is going to be like a slam for Space Station. Even at the top of the show, we talked about the other matches maybe a bit more than we were excited for this one. But if DarkZero are playing to their peak, I think they can win this. Regardless of how Space Station play, I think DarkZero can win this game. However, the problem is DarkZero, I've only seen them play at their peak maybe 20% of games so far this season. So it's going to be getting that consistency down all weekend long for DarkZero. I'm not going to gamble on it in their match against Space Station, but it's winnable for them. I'm going to pick Space Station, though.
Okay, Space Station Gaming for Jesse. Veli, you're smiling. What is Veli going to pick?
There's a saying that Stokes always says, there's 2 guaranteed things in life, death and taxes, but there's going to be one more. And that's going to be a Space Station Gaming win for this first matchup.
Okay.
Jackie, I'm going to be honest, Space Station Gaming, you look at this roster, they don't have apparent weaknesses. You look at DarkZero, they have a really big apparent weakness, right? Space Station, what they do best, they attack those weaknesses and they make teams suffer. So Space Station Gaming, I'm saying it's going to be a 2-1. They're going to close it out on Cafe.
2-1, okay.
2-1.
You know what? I mean, I usually don't throw my hat into this, but Jesse, I 100% agreed with your analysis. I believe that DarkZero could be the top team in the US division, but it's when they're on, when all cylinders are going, and we just haven't seen that consistently. But all that matters is today, right? So if they just get everything moving, everybody's on the same page, Hyper shows up like he usually does, I don't know, man. I'm gonna be risky. I'm gonna pick DarkZero today. I don't
Jackie's
know.
trying to get one of those merch.
I just think that this team has greatness in them. We just need to see if they bring it out today. It's just got to come out. So, all right, there are predictions, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
Y'all ready? Are you guys ready for this first matchup?
Oh yeah.
I waited my whole life for this, Jackie. Let's get the game going.
Okay, so you know, we like to tell everybody at home that if you don't already, please follow us on social. We got a Twitter account, we got an Instagram account. You can also follow these lovely gentlemen. Veli tweets about everything. I think he tweeted about the important usage of wipes yesterday.
Wipes.
Jesse
Real
has a
men
lot of
use wet
great
wipes.
analysis. So you know, follow these boys. Follow R6. And I think it's esports. Oh my God, my producer's gonna be like, Jackie, know our handle.
R6 Esports.
R6 Esports NA, I apologize. And then also coming up, we have our community poll result. We got Blue and Stokes, even though Blue decided to not wear his Gucci scarf, but we got a lot of fun ahead. And of course, SSG versus DarkZero. Do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Three reasons why we made the major is I feel like we're the best adapting team in North America.
I think we changed stuff that's not working. We're good at like staying on top of what's working and what's in the meta.
We have the best players in the world on our roster.
We have the best support staff. The players and the support staff work very well together.
I think we're a lot more consistent than other teams. I think other teams play really well at certain times, but like struggle to beat a good team overall.
We're playing really well. Some other teams just aren't playing as well right now, and order's restored. We're in first place. Everything's just going how it's supposed to be going.
We're nasty. That's it.
First of all, I don't fear any of these teams. Like, are you kidding me?
I don't really see any team in the major like being competition for us. I'm not really scared of any team, and I know my teammates aren't, so I think we're just playing it game by game.
It's just a matter of preparing one match at a time, but they're all good opponents.
You know, I don't think DarkZero has been in top form lately. I think that shows with the past few series that we've seen from them. I think they're a very good team. Like I said, just maybe not playing to their full potential.
They're very structured, and they really think their strategies through.
I think they're good at making new strategies and playing a structured siege.
They're having success because they're having a lot of success on attack, which is the harder side.
Their attacks are very coordinated.
They really can't adapt that well. That's really what they need to work on the most.
Like, I don't think they're a good scramble team at all.
We just gotta show up and do our thing. Hopefully we take it.
And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the Major. We are just a few moments away from getting started with our very first match here between DarkZero and SSG. The players are pretty much ready. We're just working on getting them into the server now. Casting with me today, as usual, is going to be Stokes. So let's start talking about it, Stokes. What do you make of this matchup? I think the analyst desk did a pretty good job of propping it up for us, but I think it's very much that storyline of DZ needing to step up looking at the start of this match, yeah?
I would completely agree with that sentiment. I'm super excited for the entire day, but this matchup stands out to me just because of how strategically sound both of these teams are. I do agree that DarkZero needs to find themselves. Maybe some inner reflecting over these last couple of weeks could have assisted them.
absolutely the case, ladies and gentlemen. As usual, just like the regular season, we have a community poll question for you guys as well. We would like to know which team is going to end up with more clutches overall in this series. Be sure to go head over to the Twitter account at R6esportsNA. Be sure to submit your vote. We'll have the results a little bit later on during an analyst desk segment. And we saw the maps coming up there as well. Stokes, I want to throw it to you once again here to examine the map pool a little bit. Do you think that this sways towards one team or the other necessarily?
I would have to agree with Jesse on this one. I don't think it really leans towards either side. I would say that it's got to be SSG if you really had to pick one, mainly because, I mean, it's SSG. They don't have a bad map exactly. So, and especially when it comes to things like this LAN event right here, or this major event, excuse me, I don't see them laying down on any map that they allow into the pool at all.
Yeah, obviously, like Clubhouse is an interesting one. You know, just leaving that one in the poll, seeing the recent falter of SSG on it to disrupt, but obviously that was just a one-time thing. So I'm imagining that DarkZero is probably not taking too much into account regarding that one, and are still looking at SSG being a very strong team on that one. So still let them go to that one. Also ending up on Consulate, which statistically ends up being a bit more of a mixed bag for DZ. I believe they ended up picking, that was one of the maps that took a loss to the Sonics on as of late, but they also, I believe, beat the Sonics at some point later on in the season as well. So another situation where, like, it's kind of hard to read here, and a lot of what we get out of this matchup, in my opinion, is really going to be up to DarkZero. It's really going to be both on the individual and team-based improvements that we may or may not have seen develop over the past couple of weeks while I've had a break.
Yeah, I think the main thing for DarkZero is we've seen the heroics, you know, people step up by themselves and win rounds and, you know, win big, you know, clutch events and that kind of thing. But we need the whole team to be firing on all cylinders, just like the analyst desk was saying. Without that, I don't think that DarkZero has a leg to stand on in this matchup. I really hope that we do get the DarkZero that we're all hoping for, because otherwise I don't see this going the full distance.
And again, looking at the other side of the coin, the analyst desks have talked this to death as well. But when we look at SSG, you look towards the beginning of the season, and obviously you had a bit of a bumpy start there, taking the loss to Oxygen and nearly taking the loss to Disrupt, obviously, which would have been a massive upset had that one had gone through. However, I think they very quickly learned the message after that and have rebound. And again, just to hark back to the analysis desk segment here, there's not really a whole lot of negatives to talk about with regards to referencing SSG right now. I think, again, you would agree with this one too, right?
I would completely agree with you, but I gotta let you know real quick, man, you're looking pretty spicy today. What's that t-shirt you're wearing right there?
Thank you, man. Yeah, well, that's part of the new collection, which you guys are able to pick up for yourself. It's an exclusive collection just to celebrate the major itself. Make sure to go head over, and we can show it off a little bit here as well. You know, I'm looking like a little bit of a Rainbow Six themed superhero, but I'm down with it. But yeah, this collection is only available for this weekend, guys. So make sure to go ahead over to the Ubisoft store. We just had some info on the screen there regarding such. Make sure you grab this. We've got this. There's a great hoodie that I'm sure someone's going to try to show off, if not today, at some point over the next 2 days as well. And a hat as well. So make sure you're heading over to the Ubisoft store. And make sure you get that, because it goes away forever on August 18th. So you can only buy this merch this weekend. Jump on that opportunity while it's there, folks. It's some great stuff. It's very comfy, too. I'm digging it. Very comfortable for casting.
Yeah, if you're going to throw your money at something, definitely throw it at that. You're looking like the Tony Stark of Siege right now. If you had the glasses, it would look perfect.
We might be able to do something about that a little later. I'll keep that one in mind. But yeah, as we get closer and closer to match time, we can get predictions for ourselves out of the way real quick. I'll be really quick with this one. I think that this is probably going to be a pretty dominant series for SSG. I would go so far as to say that there's a pretty good likelihood that this one ends in 2-0. It very much depends on SSG's performance on Consulates, as we don't necessarily have a lot of tape coming out of that one. But Stokes, what are your thoughts?
I have to agree with you. I think that this is SSG's game to lose. Even with DarkZero playing at their best, I still think it's going to be very difficult for them to get past this powerhouse, especially when it comes to a major event. This is not something that SSG ever lets slip through their fingers. So today has to be something special for them, unless I don't really know. I think that this is an SSG victory through and through.
Yeah, and I think the other thing that's going to make sure that SSG wants to make sure they bring a good performance right at the start of the day here in the tournament. This is like a very cutthroat bracket. You know, it's only 4 teams. It is double elimination, yes, but it's still a relatively low number of games overall throughout the weekend. So there's very little room for mistakes when you consider that. And I think that SSG is going to play very much their best at all times here. Wouldn't expect any slacking moments from them when you consider that factor, when you consider how much is on the line in each and every single individual moment in these matchups here.
Yeah, I think that the main thing to focus on, especially for DarkZero, is that I feel as though SSG could bring the best out of them. Even if they end up losing this matchup, it might might set them up for success in that lower bracket. And that's the beauty of the mini major. You have 2 lives here. Granted, you don't want to lean on them, just like anyone knows in any game with lives. You don't want to get down to that last one, because if you mess up, it's all over.
So another thing we could talk about with regards to DarkZero here as we get a little bit closer to match time. We do have all 10 players in the server, by the way, folks. I think we're just waiting on a few of them to come back from a quick break before they start the game. So hopefully we're just a few more minutes away from getting things started here at Consulate. But to go back to my point about DarkZero, something that's often been criticized as of late with them has been with regards to their play style. There was like a clip, I believe, from Belly's podcast where Iconic was talking about this, about how the team often plays, too much to their strategy. Doesn't leave enough room for interpretation or variations in mid-round, calling it audible, if you will, in the mid-round and being able to make things up in that respect. And that can oftentimes lead to lost rounds for them. Do you agree with that?
It's a very hard thing to at least put my nose on. Obviously, Iconic's a professional player. I haven't played comp for a very long time, but I can definitely tell you that an IGL can have a big effect over a round and those mid-round adjustments. That's what Canadian is known for, if you guys didn't know, as his biggest claim to fame besides, lifting hammers and such. So if it does come down to DarkZero in those adjustments, I would have to agree with that. We don't really see them adjusting that often. So I think Iconic is definitely right in his choice right there.
Yeah, that's something as well that I've overall agreed with over the past couple of weeks. It's something that in the past worked in DarkZero's favor, especially in these online matches, which is why I was so surprised to see the relative lack of overall performance. Still managing to make it to the major, of course, but lack of what I expected from them over the course of the regular season for the NAL. It's something that I think they've struggled with here over the past couple weeks, and I'm very curious to see if they're going to be able to overcome this in the major. As I would have imagined, if they believe it is an issue, it would have been a pretty heavy focus over the last 2 to 3 weeks of prep that they've had since the end of the normal regulation, or since the end of the normal stage of the NAL, which finished, like I said, just a few weeks back.
Yeah, I think especially walking into Consulate between these 2 teams, Consulate's a very straightforward map. It's been in the map pool for a very long time. No map updates or anything of the sort. So everyone's really used to how people handle this map on offense. I think the variations that we're going to see are often going to be seen on defense, whether it's the aggressive picks that we see from the LATAM playstyle or, more of a turtle setup. We'll have to see exactly what they bring to the table. But I will say both of these teams, once again, just to remind you, very strat-heavy teams. So we could be seeing some interesting things come out.
Talk a little bit more about the individual side of things. That's another area where DZ unfortunately is potentially going to be at a disadvantage. We've been seeing quite a few of their players struggle as of late, and in the last 2 to 3 matches that we've seen DarkZero play, a lot of the fragging power was coming down almost entirely to players like Skies and Hyper. Hyper even having himself a couple lackluster games, and he's been pointed to as the player that needs to step up. That's where Skies has come in, thankfully, to help out, but that has left a massive gap for other players which just haven't really been performing. Mint, of course, had the most recent run where he had a very lackluster performance in their most recent game, but as Valley mentioned during the analysis test segment, he's very much aware of that, so we would have hoped that he can improve on that going into the matchup against SSG, where DC are going to try and get past them here and maybe steal that place in the upper bracket. All that we'll have to see on, though, once we get started with this matchup. Like I said, I think we're just waiting on a few more players to come back from a break, and then we should be good to jump into the matchup itself here. Get started with Consulate as our first map, and we'll move over to Clubhouse as our second. Cafe will be the third and final map if we need to go to it to decide this series, assuming there is not a 2-0 in either team's favor.
It should be in a very exciting series, but as you said, jumping into more player-based things, talking about SSG in this regard, we have a lot of things that were also discussed on the analyst desk. The biggest 2 notable things being Canadian as well as Bosco stepping up in their individual categories, specifically plants and clutches for both of them respectively. And I think out of both of these players, it's got to be Bosco that I want to see step up and show us his skill once again today inside of this major. But let me cut the chatter, folks. Let's jump right into it. It's the first match of the major, ladies and gentlemen. DarkZero versus SSG on Consulate.
Well, let's get right into it, folks. We've got the bans coming out real quick here. Thatcher is going to get knocked off the board. Not too much in terms of a surprise there. We've been seeing both Thatcher and Maverick be an incredibly common ban here to start things out. So maybe not going to see Maverick specifically because it's Consulate. There's a lot of different playstyles that come into play specifically on certain sites on Consulate. So instead, we're going to have a Nomad ban coming in as the second one here.
Not bad at all, especially because it allows you to get more aggressive to the outside of the building. Mute coming in as well. Mute's a very nice pick on Consulate, especially because his mute jammers can mute parts of the building that his mute jammers aren't even on if you're allowed to put it on raised surfaces. Echo going to come in for the last ban. Just a good ban overall. Echo's a very annoying operator, especially with someone that is very good with that kit.
All right, guys, and that'll take us through the ban phase. Get us started here with the very first round between these teams. Let's take a look and see how things are going to go, and more importantly, which site we're going to start off on. This has been a map where we started to see teams, move away from the normal meta choices for sites necessarily when it comes to where they're starting out on. But it looks like we're not going to stray from that too much here for the first round. DZ is going to go right to the basement site to start things off.
See if any 6 picks come in here. We're actually going to be switching off of the Maestro from Skies, keeping the mirror locked in, but that's something that we've seen rudimentarily brought downstairs. Throw that in the kitchen as well as security office and have a good time holding down garage. Going to shift things though. As the mute's been taken away, they want to pick up the Mozzie. More than likely to support the Vigil game, but we might not even see a roam. We'll have to see exactly where Eclipse is going to set up shop.
Right, so reinforcements, more than likely expect those to be pretty straightforward for DZ here. Not much reason that we would see, at least with regard to this operator lineup, where that would be varied. So that means you're going to have this middle reinforcement along with the mirror window going up into security. That's what Hot and Cold just set up on the right side of your screen over there. Also be having the garage set up. Now you'll note that there's not a bandit or a Kaid here to try and deny entries onto the garage. And that's just due to the fact that oftentimes it's way too difficult to try and go for any sort of tricking, with using those wall denial ops. That's usually why you want to bring them. You're normally not going to want to necessarily bring those into the fold if you're just using the default utility, because it can very easily be dealt with by attackers. And since it's very easy to deal with that generally as an attacker on this one, just with, a sledge or a buck, even a Zofia, of course, getting access to piano, it's generally not always worth it to bring that wall denial when it comes to this site.
Well, DarkZero set up with 2 men downstairs, Mitten, Hot, and Cold, assigned to hold down the garage. Have a roam game upstairs as well, but for right now, SSG just going for the garage panels. This might be a quick execute here. We'll have to see exactly what they find on these drones and see how they want to handle this situation.
And of course, noting this breach, note the drone getting pushed in as well, so that's going to put some additional pressure onto the players in the back, but Skies will still have a forward position just to the back of White Van, and more than likely that'll be able to deny any huge pushes to the inside. SSG, of course, are still looking for an option to be able to do that regardless, with Canadian at the helm of this push, obviously, since he has the diffuser. A little bit more drone work possibly to be done, and, more importantly, they've already gotten both these walls open within the first minute of the round. Pretty much no pressure against them right now to try and force this early, but if they want to do that, that's perfectly within their line of play right now. There's no reason why they wouldn't be able to do it. They would just have to watch out for the setup, since they don't have a 3-dimensional way to approach this. This would basically just be a singular angle that they'd be working from.
Yeah, as well as with the Nomad ban being in play, somebody's more than likely going to have to hold down Yellow, or these rotations could possibly be caught off guard by Eclipse on that Vigil. Did recently see him upstairs inside of piano, but he is shifted away from there. We'll have to see how SSG is going to continue this, but for right now, still poised outside of the garage. No entry into the building by a single soul of the offense so far.
Foltz going to be holding out once again, still looking for any sort of picks they may be able to get to start this execute off with a bit of a bang, quite literally, if they can get a kill from it, but so far, nothing being found, so we're going to continue to stand by here. Rampy does have utility getting prepped, and a nade is also getting wound up here. So here we go. Block off the mirror windows. That's where they're expecting most of the resistance to come from, and that's a pretty astute assessment there from SSG, as now they're going to be able to move in. Canadian trying to force the issue on the plant. Nitro still goes out, but it's way off base, as we're going to see Canadian go for the plant, and middle goes off without a hitch, and he's going to run right out, even keeps himself alive as well. Perfect plant from SSG, and now they have an incredibly powerful post plant.
Very strong setup here from SSG. This is going to be almost impossible for DarkZero to handle. Sees the mirror on Yellow stairs, but Foltz not able to capitalize on that situation. Bosco and the rest of SSG now bearing down onto the garage panels that they've blown open, and every single one of the DarkZero members loses their life off of the back of a great offensive round from SSG. It took a while to warm up, but after they got the intel that they needed, Rampy had some great usage with those arrows, used his entire kit right there to lock down all of the rotations and break line of sight.
Great stuff, and a very one-sided affair to start things off. Not a great sign for DZ, but a perfect sign for SSG. Not even necessarily doing anything that crazy either. A very straightforward approach to the attack on a basement site, and it works out flawlessly. Definitely leaving us a little bit waiting for about a minute or so there as they tried to get ready for the execute. Now, I was starting to get a bit worried considering there wasn't a whole lot of map control being gained by SSG besides the opening there, but they made it work regardless. So great stuff from them.
Well, the follow-up to the round is going to be going back downstairs, but this time, excuse me, the 6th pick is not going to be off of the Maestro. It's going to be getting rid of the Vigil. Eclipse onto the Bandit now, more than likely to deny the walls. Don't want SSG to get that too quickly this time, especially since Thatcher's off the board. He can at least finagle with the walls for a short while before somebody more than likely peeks him from yellow.
Yeah, this is the better part of bringing the wall denials, that at least it's going to force SSG to take some interior map control now compared to the previous round where they just didn't really seem to need that whatsoever, even in the post plan, due to the fact that DarkZero didn't have any roam set up upstairs or on the first floor. There's not much resistance to the hold outside of Garage, so SSG was able to approach it in that very straightforward way. I would imagine that that's going to be different this time, though, so you can expect a much more traditional approach to the round from SSG.
I would completely agree with you. I think that the big thing from that first round, again, was just the breaking of the line of sights on the Mira from Rampy with those smoke bolts from the Capitao.
Yeah.
That really allowed them to plant wherever they wanted to because no one was allowed to rotate out there to get any extra information. And since they 6-picked away from the Maestro, they had nothing in sight that had visual on where that plant was going down. They just assumed that it was going to be default at the front of White Van. But as we know with SSG, they really like to bring that mixed bag into play. They want to plant in, areas people aren't exactly used to, so the utility lands in proper areas.
Let's see Hyper going hunting a little bit here, trying to see if anyone from SSG was looking to get access to Visa this early on, but not going to happen. So he's going to end up hunting out a couple drones for himself here too, as he's also trying to deny that intel. Since, as we mentioned previously, SSG is now going for a bit more map control and, more importantly, a bit more map clearance. You can already see 1 to 2 of their members on the 2nd floor. Bosco most notably, and I think he's got one other player with him. Rampy's also on the upside down rappel just out by the balcony by projector.
Oh, Skies waiting for the sledge above inside of short. Going to be Bosco, waits for the flick, but not able to capitalize on that. Unlucky for him, but Bosco still upstairs breaking up this flooring. Good roam clear here for him, or just establishment of dominance over these staircases that are so important on Consulate. Still have a extended roam here from DarkZero, or at least one member off of site. That's going to be Eclipse inside of the B1 stalls area. Still playing that Bandit, but nowhere near the wall, but that's expected, especially with how those batteries work. It'll be a little bit too close to those walls for comfort when putting those down, and that's a pretty easy kill for the offense if they're able to find the angle.
Bolts with a little bit of an opportunity there to try to get a shot off onto Skies, but not going to take it. Wants to remain anonymous in this situation, holding just outside of those yellow stair doors. Away from that, got a nice little breach here too from Houghton to try and see if he can spot anyone on the other side. That was created by Thinking Nate just a few seconds ago, so he can also use it for his advantages here. So SSG with pretty much full map control outside of the basement. And now this is a very similar situation to what we had last round, but obviously the timing is much different. We only have 40 seconds left on the clock this time compared to 2 minutes. And SSG is still working on opening up that 2nd panel. In a moment, though, they'll have it open and they'll be clear to try and go for the execute. And with more control, they should hopefully be able to do it in a much more straightforward fashion, not necessarily needing to use the Capitao utility, which was so quintessential to their success in the last round. Houghton's going to resist that push, however, with an immediate shutdown of Rampy as he tries to move himself in through that garage breach.
That's a huge pick here. Canadian has to stick the plant, though. We'll have to see if the utility falls in the proper area. He's going to be able to stick it through unless Houghton's able to stop him. He eventually does. We'll have to see if he jumps immediately onto the diffuser, and he will. Taking damage from the smoke, but still lasting out. Somebody needs to check the diffuser right now. Houghton, can you get it? Oh, Bosco checks it just in time and steals that round out from under him.
Houghton, though, a valiant attempt, nearly sneaks the ninja defuse in there, but it is heard by Bosco, and thankfully he is able to stop it for SSG's sake. So they'll take the 2nd round. Things going very swimmingly at the moment for SSG on their attack, although a great attempt from DZ to resist it. Firstly, just not enough impact coming in the early round there, so you still had the full force pushing in, and even after the initial pick was found by their Mira, not enough to stem the tide and prevent the plants. Those gas grenade charges were a little off, it seemed, at least on the initial one there, so Troy was still able to find the plant through that.
Yeah, very smart once again, just shifting where you're putting that diffuser down so that they have to pick and choose exactly where you're going to be using that. And the smoke was just a touch late, as you were saying. The Toxic Babe just a touch off its mark. But SSG overall having a very good round there with the map control, not forcing sight too early, and then using their utility as well as the angles they created to shut down those rotates in order to bring DarkZero out of their setups downstairs, forcing them forward to try and stop that plant while getting all of those kills in the process. It was a very quick action there as well. It seemed that Houghton left all of his friends there to die while he went to try and stop a diffuser from going down, and he was the only man left alive when he arrived.
Yeah, like I said, Valiant attempt had an opportunity, right? So might as well try and take it there if the opportunity presents itself. Just not necessarily going to work out in his favor that time due to the post-plant hold that SSG had already established for themselves up into Piano. Speaking of Piano, that'll be one of the sites we'll move into now for DarkZero as they will finally attempt a different one. Basement, unfortunately, just not working out too well for them on those two initial attempts, so they will start moving to different sites to try and find success on their defensive side. Now, once again, this is going to be a bit of an interesting site in the way that it is played out. One of the two sites is very difficult to directly play to the inside. That's lobby. That's why you'll see a lot of the defenses for DarkZero be set up slightly to the west side of that, with a lot of emphasis both on the central bathroom hold there for Skies and slightly on the inside of Pan. Also a bit of upstairs action to be found more than likely throughout this round too, as that'll be very important for post plants and the capability for SSG to potentially get on site and start their plant too.
Well, for SSG, it's actually a pretty standard take when it comes to Consulate. Be clearing from east to west here, getting the default cams along the way in the process. Cameras out already for SSG as they're clearing out this top floor, and they are definitely going to need to drone out these DarkZero members. They have quite the setup up here, have a reinforcement towards CEO, as well as some presence inside of Projector. So it looks like these two DarkZero members are going to be working in tandem to try and assist each other. They also have Hyper on the Maestro at the top of Yellow Stairs.
I'm continuing to dwindle here. And SSG still a lot of drone work being done as they try to fish out the roaming presence from DarkZero that's currently on the second floor. Most notably the ones in Projector here that we can already see. Eclipse gonna get challenged in a moment if he's not careful. He uses one of the toxic gas grenades to throw that out onto the balcony and deny the upside down repel for looking for a quick pick on either him or Mint. He will get scared though after throwing that out and decides it's a better option right now to fall back and play deeper into the sights, noting both the time and the pressure coming in along with the fact that Mint is also, well, at least until that moment, holding on the inside of Connector. Bolts will execute him. First kill of the round goes over to SSG. Doesn't stay that way for long, though. Hyper finds a nice exchange on the Canadian from the inside of Yellow Stairs and brings us back down into a 4v4.
Well, sub-minute now for SSG. They have map control, but diffusers left on roof, as well as their hard destruction gone, all except for Thinking Nade. Hot and Cold with a nice pick onto Rampy as well means that man advantage currently in DarkZero's favor. Now they have to lean on that timer and try and slow down SSG as much as possible. For SSG, they need these picks, and they might have just been gifted one as Hot and Cold walks down Spiral and gets deleted by Bosco. Bye-bye your ankles, Houghton. Very unfortunate for him.
Also, that's going to set up an angle to punish anyone pushing outside of the bathrooms in the middle. Skies, that means he'll be the only one holding on the site itself, but without an active watch onto that breach, as you can see, their sledge still moving around looking for more opportunities. It's going to leave the way open here for more freedom for the DarkZero players to move. Eclipse, most notably, they're coming out of Spiral. He's going to be able to punish member of SSG down to the last 10 seconds here. Now it's a desperate push here. Fultz just throwing out the Zofia charges every which way. A 1-for-1 exchange on site, but there is no time left for Bosco. So DarkZero will end it out, I think, with a kill there at the final second as Hyper claims it. And with that, they'll finally get their first round onto the board.
Even with those early picks, SSG still making their presence known inside of this round and at least bringing it down to the wire. 1v2 situation, nice pickup of kills there by the SSG members, but it just was not enough. Really good utility usage there from Fultz as well, expending all of that before he ended up dying. Moving into the next round, though, looks like we're going to be headed towards Split. We'll have to see if DarkZero is able to slow down SSG like they did in this previous round. Did a very good job with the top presence, able to slow down that push. They got poked quite a bit early on, but were still able to keep man advantage up, mainly because of the rotations off of that top hold, specifically from the smoke.
Yeah, credit to DarkZero on that round specifically. Not necessarily a whole lot of playing into the top-down angles that SSG were opening up, and that saved quite a few of their players, kept them in play until later on in the round. Interesting pick coming into this round, of course. I'm sure you guys have already noticed it, but for those who have not, got an Oryx coming out right now on Hyper. So this will be very interesting to see how it plays. Obviously, Oryx has a great potential to work really well on the site just because the sites are on separate floors. Oryx is the only defender with the capability to jump through hatches, so that kind of speaks for itself with regards to how he can be useful. Now, specifically where they're going to apply him, that is yet to be seen, as there's quite a few different positions where Hyper can play into here.
Yeah, the man has a 6-foot vertical leap. Can you believe that? He's like, I believe he's, if I remember correctly, 6'4", 250. With like a 5-foot vertical leap, 6-foot vertical leap. Extremely impressive physique there from Oryx, but amazing operator. We don't get to see him used too often. Obviously, he is more of a ranked S kind of operator with his soft destructibility taking a little bit of damage when you use it, as well as that dash being able to get you out of some fights, and that passive ability that you were just talking about. We haven't seen him have an overly impactful round inside of pro play yet, but this could be the game changer that we've needed. Obviously, with him in play, a lot of hatches are going to be open. He's going to be able to transition floors and get these flanks that SSG could not be expecting.
Yeah, Oryx very much in an experimental phase right now when it comes to seeing him at pro play, so there's not necessarily an established meta for where he's going to be used, which means it's always interesting when he comes into the picture, since he is the newest operator to be added to the competitive pool as of late. So, seeing how this is going to play out now. SSG once again focusing very heavily on the top tier to start things out, at least with their initial entry players. That's Fultz and Bosco moving in order to clear that out for themselves. Oh, this could be great from Skies though. Fultz catching it at the last second, but not quick enough. Does not move fast enough. So Skies is going to find that initial kill from the C4, as is so often the case with these split holds.
Yeah, especially on console, you have to watch your feet, and as you said, the split side is definitely known for its nitro cell play. Sky's still rocking that cardiac sensor, getting all this intel for his team. The early pick works off, especially with how impactful Fultz has been on the game so far. Need to see some of the other members step up inside of the fragging department, specifically Ramping off to a cold start early on here, but that doesn't exactly mean that he's out of the game just yet. Still plenty of map left here, and Rampy definitely can have an impact in these rounds. Bosco popping off though, 5-1-1, but as the timer continues to dwindle, SSG trying to find some space to work with. They have the top floor, but they still have to worry about these DarkZero members downstairs with those explosives.
Sky's going hunting, of course, with that heartbeat sensor, looking to see if he can detect anyone from SSG. Not getting a lot right now, though. SSG just not playing into his play path at the moment where he's trying to position that. And at the same time, we are going to see members of the attacking force get in, getting some good control. Very close to the upstairs side, as you can see. Great surrounding control over this one. But they're not going to be safe to planet, because if they try to go for it, there is still that nitro cell alive on Mint that they'd have to worry about. Or there is a safe position to plan in that regard, but there's also a few other factors that they're going to have to worry about too. So this is why there's a delay, despite the fact that SSG seem to have full site control right now on the first floor.
Yeah, there's so much soft destruction down here from DarkZero as well, as we can see a pretty cheeky angle being held by one of the DZ members downstairs. SSG is going to have to play into that, sadly, and that's exactly what you get. Canadian peeks in, gets his head removed from Mint. Eclipse capitalizes as well. Bosco working his way down Spiral, but gets caught off guard by Sky's laying prone inside of the security hallway double. It's all down to Rampy as he runs inside of Kitchen. Only 6 seconds remain as he twists and turns inside of the Kitchen, but he's not even able to find himself a participation trophy, or at least a what? Okay, never mind. I take it all back. I take it all back. Very nice shot there from Rampy, but it's exactly that. It's a nice shot, participation trophy for the round, but it's DZ's victory instead.
Rampy might want to pick up some lottery tickets if he's hitting headshots like those, man. That one just lining up through the wall right there for him. Obviously not having much of an impact on the actual round at that point, so we still see DZ coming out on top, but still fun nonetheless to take a peek at that. At the end of the day, though, once again, just not enough pressure from SSG coming onto the basement hold, at least not enough until very late in the round when we saw that kill from, I think it was Skies on the pulse, crouching right at the bottom of Spiral. Once that kill was made, that's pretty much the end of it right there, as SSG just does not have enough firing power to force the basement defenders out of position and then open up room for their planter on the first floor to get that onto the ground. That's why, again, that I mentioned there was so much hesitation with the plant, because there's still so much counterplay coming from the basement, even with 0 players being on that floor.
Yeah, it's basically like moonwalking on a field full of landmines. You don't exactly want to do that,
Yeah.
so not going to work out for you in quite a few different fashions, especially if you like your limbs attached to your body. So reinforcements now for DarkZero downstairs. Looking to be a very similar setup here. They've dropped the Mira though, hot and cold now on the Kaid instead. not switching over to the Bandit for Eclipse this time, so we should see some roam presence here from Skies in Eclipse. I don't see SSG getting away with handling this outside of the building at all, unless this Electro Claws, for some reason, miscalculated on the triple, but for DarkZero, I definitely don't see that one happening. More than likely going to be a full clear here for SSG, but as we saw the last time that they went to this site, they're quite successful in doing so.
Yeah, even with the expanded presence across the map here, SSG was still able to take this. Both the attacks they've won so far have been against the basement hold here, so if we're going to be going back into more of that, that's room for SSG to potentially pick up more rounds. If there hasn't been good adjustments for DarkZero. Now, note, quite a bit of an upstairs hold the last time DarkZero went to this site. It's not as heavy this time. It's mainly, all the roam presence is going to come down to their vigil play at the moment on Eclipse right there. Away from that, they haven't really put a whole lot extra out. Actually, I'm just noticing Skies has moved up here as well, so it is pretty equal to what we had on previous rounds, and in fact, even pushed forward so never mind, just completely ignore me here. We've got Hyper on yellow stairs too, so they've actually doubled down on the roam game a little bit when it comes to their upstairs play. I'm curious to see how quickly or how slowly this is going to be peeled back to the actual site. As SSG dealt with this pretty handily, but that was mainly because one of the players that was on the roam game fell back, leaving the player in connector to fend for himself, and he was very quickly isolated at that point. So if, adding the 2 extra players to it is going to add that extra element of danger for the member of SSG that is tasked with hunting this down.
Yeah, but that's the thing about SSG though, right? Is they're so good at capitalizing, or clearing out these roam games without making a large margin of error. And that's something that we've already seen inside of this matchup. Well, specifically the last time that they cleared top floor. They were able to get quite a few picks early on and really didn't lose anybody very early. Oh, but it is going to be an immediate trade here between 2. Hyper ends up getting traded out, but he takes down Fultz. That's a very big kill here, especially with Fultz's impact on the game so far and what we're expecting to have him do for the rest of the day. But that actually leaves us on pretty equal footing here. Quite an equal trade, all except for Fultz losing a little bit of quite impactful utility. Eclipse waiting until the very last second, but oh no!
Oh no!
Without accounting for Rampy inside of lobby.
Didn't expect that to be an assisted drone with the player right behind it. More importantly, they didn't expect the Capital to be right next to it. So, unfortunate play there leads to the loss of another player. And that is going to put SSG into a good position to continue finding impact. Nades go down. That'll open up the breach potential. Houghton does have himself under Electric Claw, though, so he can deny this when Canadian initially goes for the breach. We're going to see Rampy in the meanwhile pick up another kill, though. That eliminates Skies. That was the last bit of the roaming presence, so it's all coming down to the anchors on site now. Mitten, hot and cold, holding against 4 players still alive from SSG. Didn't even see resistance come out there on the Electric Claw from Houghton. Actually, it looks like he did throw it, but it was destroyed more than likely by the player in yellow. Good swing from Houghton. Catches on to the sound intel very quickly. Goes for the Nitro Cell kill. He's completely surrounded. Nothing he can do here, so he'll go down. Mitt, thankfully, will be able to take out at least one with him, bringing this into a 1v2. And the good news for Mitt is that this is going down to a very low time situation, and he still has 2 gas grenade charges. If he gets this off in the right spot, he can potentially deny the plant, but I don't know if that's happening right now. Rampy still going for it, and I believe it'll be successful. It's on the ground. He's made it out, and now this post plant is going to be so difficult for Mint to overcome.
Almost impossible here with 2 members still alive from SSG, especially Bosco upstairs, but Mint knows that he wants to peek these holes. Safely playing this, but he has to choose right on where he goes. Can he win it out with the SMG-11? He cannot. Rampy shuts it down. That's a triple for him on the round. Most impactful round he's had so far on Consulate. SSG's offense is absolutely vicious.
Especially when it comes to these basement attacks, especially so far. 3 for 3 on that one. But the other site's not necessarily so much. That's where DZ has been having a lot more success. And thankfully for them, they've just unlocked one of those for play. So it's back to Lobby and Piano for the final round of their defensive half. The final round, final chance for them to try and tie this up at 3-3. Otherwise, we're going to be looking at a dominant SSG lead coming off their attacking side at 4-2 in their favor.
Walking back at Rampy.
Hello? No, is
don't bait me.
that, though? He's like
that's why I'm waiting.
picks.
I'm just waiting. Let's just wait. Hold on. 1.
No, he's
Mint.
committed.
Okay. All right.
He's not
all
changing
right. Okay.
All right.
They took away all of my talking points. They really did. I was going to talk about the bandit setup from the last time inside of the bathroom and how I thought that was pretty cool because of the bands and what they did with that. But that doesn't even matter anymore because they're going for the Jaeger while Mike combo. Going to try and burn through all of this utility on the offense. But the most notable thing that we need to talk about is Rampy, because he is on Nook. Nook is an operator that's quite unique to this game. She kind of plays like you're playing, you know, Splinter Cell or Metal Gear Solid. She's a very sneaky character. She's actually able to hide herself from cameras with her little wristwatch thing, and when she clicks that, she is hidden unless she sprints. Then you see a glitch on your screen, or if she moves through barbed wire or next to a mute jammer. She also has the FMG9 and some frag grenades, so she falls into the line of those throwable utilities that they're going to be looking to burn. But the question that I have is, why is SSG bringing her? I want to see what their application is with her on this round and see exactly what they wanted to do with her, or, you know, how they want to use her here on console. Is it going to be more for that roam clear, or is it going to be pure sight presence?
Yeah, pay very close attention to Rampy here. He's going to be more than likely on the front lines of this attack, trying to find impact if he's brought the knock into play for this round. Drones are already working their way through to the inside of admin, and I believe through Visa as well, as we had one going up the hot in there before it got shot. The moment here, they're going to see the setup once again. They'll see the hold from Eclipse, primarily in Projector. He more than likely won't be holding here alone. We'll have to pay attention to if Houghton or if other players are going to be in position to try and support him as this round goes further and further. Eclipse is a very important position, especially if SSG are opting to try and execute through the front door into the consulate itself, as he can throw those grenades, the gas charges rather, he can throw those right through the floorboards of the room he's currently occupying and deny access to the plant from the front door.
Oh, it's like a match made in heaven upstairs for Rampy. Really no barbed wire to worry about. Cameras, though, to definitely worry about, but it does seem as though Hyper wants to face check long, which could mean demise for Rampy if he chooses incorrectly on where his pathing is. But just remember, he can hide from those cameras once again, so you could see some cheeky play come out here. Thinking Nade now going to launch some X-Kairos onto the projector wall, and it seems like some of them are going to go off, which is going to push Eclipse to leave Projector. Does not want to get caught off guard in there with multiple angles to worry about.
The pressure force off. Rampy more than likely not necessarily needed on that operator for the rest of the round now, so we've kind of passed that moment. Still a few players he could clear out, though, if he's able to sneak up. But as you said, there's not much that the ability from Nook is going to play into here. So moving away from that, though, Fultz has found some success. Houghton looked like he went for a window peek or a peek somewhere else, and we were going to be able to see that punished by SSG as they finally net themselves the first kill of the round. It's going to continue as Rampy does finally get some success here, catching out Mint, potentially on a retreat. Hyper is still in the area, but further down yellow stairs now, so Rampy will be clear to push this and get closer and closer to Piano. SSG do need to speed this up potentially a little bit, though. They have the 5v3, but they need to inch closer to the plant, as they're only with 45 seconds left on the round here, and they haven't really even touched the sites yet.
That's the thing about SSG, though. With all that vertical play, they're usually able to lock down the rotation paths through the sites in order to get these picks early on. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Skies tries to rotate through the bathroom door, but Bosco's already set up on it. Gets him yet another kill. Knocks it down into a 2 versus 5 for the defense. But with 20 seconds remaining, this is still winnable. They just need to be able to stop this plant. But where's SSG going to go for it? That's the big question. Diffuser still on Canadian's person. Frag grenade in. Hyper lined up with the Alda. 81 rounds in the chamber. He gets the first kill, but the plant's already going down in a very peculiar spot from Canadian. He's tight left. Hyper not even paying attention, but finally finds him, ends up getting the kill, goes prone, and locks out the round for DZ. What a play from Hyper.
Fortunately, SSG forcing themselves into unfamiliar territory, at least for that round, within the very last 15 to 20 seconds as they try to force out the plant. Trying to establish alternate positions leaves their planter exposed, as the one who was originally supposed to support him goes down just on the initial pick there that we saw from the Maestro. As a result of that, no time left to get a second player on that counter defuse or just outright kill the Maestro, and the defenders pick up the final round. So it's going to be 3-3 at halftime. Switching sides now, DZ is going to jump onto the attack, and this game is neck and neck right now.
It is indeed. And looking through that last round there, let's talk about the Nook a little bit. I don't think that the Nook had that much of an impact. It did end up getting the kill onto, I believe, Mint, who was playing the Wamai. But either way, it was indeed Wamai inside of Connector upstairs. But that was really the only impact that Rampy had over that round. But even with that, it seemed as though they could still have handled it with really any other operator, mainly because Hyper wasn't at the top of yellow to be able to assist them with front desk at all. It was truly a one-man show with Wamai sitting inside of the Connector for at least that time frame. So for that, yeah, you 6-picked it, you played the operator, but it really didn't have as much of an impact as anything else could have possibly have had. Just overall from SSG, little bit too slow on the execution when it eventually came down to lobby. But Very, very nice by DarkZero, specifically Hyper, to capitalize on that situation, especially with that kill over the circled desk to be able to lock that one out.
I think that the Maestro that we had on the upstairs toilets in the previous round did a lot to limit the potential impact from the Nook in that one as well. Just considering, you mentioned at one point, like that was a really rough angle for the Nook to potentially be going up against. That along with the reinforcements just didn't really leave a whole lot that player could do upstairs, and I think limited the operator's potential by quite a bit. Because, you know, even if he's using the ability and whatnot, it's still, he's going to be dealing with the player pretty much any way he peeks. That's just not necessarily the way you want to play that operator with a bunch of heads-up fights.
Exactly, and I think the biggest thing there is that if they didn't have Hyper there that was face-checking long pretty often, they more than likely would have been able to capitalize on that, right? But with him there and his presence, you know, obviously moving back and forth between there, you don't want to risk that by pushing up Rampy by himself. You'd much rather have him play the round out, assist your team, and that's exactly what they did. He was still able to get that early kill, but really it didn't bag them much when it came to the round. But jumping into round 7 now, we've switched sides, folks. DarkZero and SSG both switching over. SSG now on defense. We're gonna have an early kill here as Canadian gets taken out. Not having the greatest day.
Fortunately not. The Valk, though, is still going to have some useful utility after death. Just was hoping he could stay alive for a little bit longer there. That is going to set DarkZero up for an initial 5v4 advantage here, along with full upstairs control already going into their core. You still have Rampy holding on the first floor here on the inside of bathrooms to secure himself pretty well as well with the reinforcements there. So it's going to be some time before he is flushed out down the hatch and into the site. And that's an area where I'm assuming SSG is looking to try and waste quite a bit of time if they can. Now you can see Skies with the top-down angle trying his best to isolate out Rampy, if at all possible, but not going to be able to find that so easily. The drone will, of course, confirm his position, and he'll just decide to fall back. He's going to, you know, not really feel like taking the fight, especially when you consider that they're already down a player. He can find much more success, hopefully, later on in the round with a good position, potentially a free kill against a member of DarkZero who's not looking at him. So much better to take that potential risk instead of just taking the outright fight from a player on the inside of the bathroom, and then more than likely going down to a trade a couple seconds later with their opponents still having the man advantage.
Well, sub-minute now for DarkZero with this very interesting operator lineup, bringing two ops we don't see too often, specifically the Blitz that we definitely don't see a lot of, but Dope coming in as well. Don't see her presence too often inside of North America, but we see her in quite a few other regions, but Eclipse is already out of those phone calls, so he's just another woman with another gun. So we'll have to see how impactful he can possibly be here with those 3 stuns. Getting all of the vertical play set up now for this execute. That early pick onto Canadian could help them, or it could leave them worse for wear as Canadians now on cam duty. This could be what they need in order to stop this plant from going down. Hot and Cold trying to destroy as much intel as possible as Mint does what he does best, sprints in as Blitz, but Hot and Cold planting in a very peculiar spot. The Nitro Cell goes out, but it actually ends up downing him. Bosco and the rest of the SSG squad run right through DarkZero. The plant stuck by the metal box, and SSG lock out round 7.
I appreciate the creativity from DarkZero, but unfortunately it just comes to a screeching halt with pretty much a single Nitro Cell that takes out both the planter and the Blitz that was looking to defend said planter. Doesn't leave any additional time as well, since they executed with about 15 seconds left to try and get another player on that diffuser and get it onto the ground. So another loss is taken there by DarkZero. SSG soar ahead once again, now with the lead in their control. Start off the defensive half at 4-3. Definitely had us going for a minute there, though. It was looking like the beginning of a successful take. Unfortunately, just did not account for the defender utility, it seemed.
No, definitely not. This is SSG just choosing right in that situation. And it's very hard to tell if they had the actual intel on where the plant was going down there, just because there was so much utility being used all at the same time. They did get rid of the Evil Eye, though, but don't exactly know if they ended up seeing him from somewhere else or if it was just possibly a lucky choice on that Nitro Cell. Operator lineup now for DarkZero looking a lot more kosher. Don't have anything too unorthodox here. We are going to have the Buck play, though. That's somebody that we don't see too often anymore since he lost his frag grenades, but still just as impactful with that skeleton key.
Yep, can still assist in the utility dump as well. As you're going to see, there's like 12 flashes right now on the attackers, so quite a bit of emphasis being put on that, and probably quite a bit of usefulness going to come out of those flashes in this round, actually, when you consider there is not going to be any denial on that, either in the form of a Jaeger or a Lamai, which is usually why you see so many flashes brought onto an attacker-sided team. This could mean DarkZero had the potential to overwhelm, just with flashbangs, the vision of some of the members of SSG if they need to take over a specific angle.
Well, now as we jump into the round, SSG still setting up the site. Ended up bringing the Kaid as well to lock down the hatches to restrict access to the basement for DarkZero. See exactly what their clear is going to be. SSG bringing the Mira downstairs as well. Both Miras being set up downstairs, one inside of electrical room, which I haven't seen actually ever since playing on Consulate for the split site. So we'll see if that works out. It seems like a very good spot for that Mira, is that actually will be able to see all the way down the lockers hallway to the bottom of the admin stairs, which could definitely assist them in quite a few different instances.
All 3 X-Kairos used there by Hot in the meantime in order to get that basement angle opened up and a little bit more play potential for DarkZero. But as you might expect, no one from SSG is really going to challenge that. They're much more going to look for fights at the choke points that happen at the central hall here in the basement, or in probably a couple other areas too. That on top of the fact that there is pretty much no pressure from DarkZero on those breaches at this point in time, so not really anything to worry about anyway. It's going to start to change soon here though. Skies is moving in and is getting himself swift control over the yellow stairs. Not alone in that either. There's another player just outside of the yellow stair entryway that I believe is going to be assisting with him in that push if they do decide to go that way. Still 2 minutes left in the round, of course, so DarkZero have plenty of time for figuring out how exactly they would like to approach this attack.
Absolutely loving this setup from SSG here. You can see their secondary utility on the right-hand side of your screen. 4 nitro cells for the SSG lineup. Only 1 shield being brought by Bosco, but he doesn't exactly need it. 10-1 and 2 right now. Extremely impactful overall on this map. But for SSG, it's lying in wait until DarkZero can attempt to put a plant down and try and blow them sky high. Mick going to get quite a bit of intel downstairs as to the setup of SSG, as all of them are currently corralled inside of server.
See a little bit more of that top-down play potential coming in, along with the smokes, which work perfectly for SSG and around in the last half. Is it going to work out for DZ? That Nitro Cell somehow doesn't kill Houghton. Doesn't even do a single point of damage to him as far as I can tell either. That's going to be a very unfortunate turn of events for SSG, but it'll play very heavily into the hands of DarkZero. Diffuser on the ground. We can see DarkZero picking up kills left and right as well. Canadian gets a team kill in there as well. The day just continues to get worse for him. Mint now with a double there. It's all on to Thinking Nate at this point in a 1v5 scenario. Gonna try to do his best, but it just won't work. And we will see DarkZero come out on top for round number 8.
I don't even know what to really analyze about that round besides the Nitro still not killing a Habana. That was that was something else right there. I don't even really know what to say about that. It seemed as though the explosive was placed on the opposite side of the flooring, like near the hallway where obviously the flooring's concrete and not soft destruction, and maybe like the radius just didn't catch him properly there. But to not get a single hit point of damage off of that Habana there, very, very lucky there. Hot and Cold is actually the one that needs to go buy a lottery ticket.
Couple players on a DZ potentially dealing with that. Seems one from SSG as well. Couple lucky breaks to get away with here, but hey, that'll play into DZ's favor, as it'll bring them back into the fold. It'll make this match closer, bring us into a 4-4 scoreline, getting us into the next round here. SSG is going to have to try and make up for that now.
Impressive round for DarkZero overall, but for SSG, you have to commiserate their patience in that basement to just sit there, not try and get overly aggressive, allow DarkZero to take that map control, and then just try and deal with it based off of that utility usage that they had. But, you know, that's what happens sometimes with that utility usage. It just goes sideways in a very unexpected manner. So you kind of watch that one and just go, okay, you know, things happened. Luckily enough, though, Canadian got his first kill of the game. It just so happened to be on his teammate. So very unfortunate. But now he's on dock, so he's been promoted. We'll have to see if it works out for him. I just want to see Canadian get a kill. That's truly what I want to see right now, just so he has more impact than comms and obviously everything else he does for this team. This game is a hell of a lot more than it is kills, but you still want to see somebody get on the scoreboard.
Yeah, that 0 should really be a -1 right now, if we're being real about it. But I don't know if we're tracking it that way. So.
Pulse was just doing too good. He had to, you know, move his KD down a little bit.
had to bring him down.
Humble his teammate real quick, you know.
All right, folks, going into this round here, already 30 seconds deep, and DarkZero focusing a lot of their presence on the droning over here towards admin. Thankfully for them, they are going to find it to be completely empty, as SSG, as you might expect in this type of site hold, is going to be focusing that hold on the other side of the second floor and closer to the inside of the projector site. where we so often see teams hold on the second floor. Not alone in that, though. Like I said, there are players holding on the other side of the building, too, and that's going to come in the form of Canadian on that rock, holding currently between the bathroom and the yellow stairs.
But a cheeky angle there from Canadian from the bathroom, but that people aren't usually ready for. Well, at least presence there, but being prone with a punch hole is a whole different story. Definitely going to want a drone to help him in that. But now DarkZero getting plenty of intel upstairs. They know that Thinking Nade's playing the smoke inside of Projector. Still plenty of time to be able to deal with him as well. Lots of utility still on the board, but has utility inside to get rid of these projectiles. Oh, first one in, but oh, a shot from Bosco through connector to suicide balcony, takes down Skies, and Rampy's going to get one of his own as well.
Bosco potentially still looking for another pick as well. We're going to see the discs eat up quite a few of the flashbangs that are being thrown in. Has himself the ADS as well to support in the event that more utility is going to be chucked to the inside behind his shield. So remain safe despite that fact. Though we're going to see a few more players from SSG start to rotate as they feel they have greater control over the round at the moment. And they're correct to assume that. All the way being down to a 5 versus 3. Thinking Nade is getting into position there for a quick heal up. He took a fight before. Houghton now going to get dropped by Canadian. Unfortunately for Canadian, he's going to be trapped outside for a second. Looks like he gets back in safely, but no, not the case. He'll be taken out by Eclipse. Thankfully for him, there's a pretty much instant trade from Bosco. And the final kill of the round may not be too far away here as Eclipse has already been put into the hot seat at the yellow stairs entry and is under 25 HP.
Twisting and turning on yellow, as you said. I don't see this going any way but down, and that's exactly what's going to happen. Bolts ends up getting the last kill, and SSG power forward once again, currently at 5-4. Great round there from SSG, and Canadian finally making some impact in the kill department. It just took him hopping out of a window to do so. But in that situation, that's exactly what you're looking for. When you're up that many men, taking down another member and getting traded out is not the worst thing in the entire world. So looks like we're going to be headed back downstairs here after that round. Good utility clear there from DarkZero, but the early picks really hurt them there, especially with Eclipse trying to deal with the men inside of Projector as well as Connector upstairs. Burned through all of his utility trying to get rid of that shield for Connector, and they already had all of those Wamai discs and those ADSs prepped. Was not able to have an impact on that, so ended up having to shift his gears over to the other side of the map, and that's exactly where he ended up finding his casket on yellow stairs. So for DarkZero, it might just be slowing down earlier on in trying to get those crossfires to get those kills onto SSG. It seems that SSG keeps being allowed to get these early picks. Don't exactly know how DarkZero's going to fix that, I'll be completely honest with you, mainly because a lot of these things have been happening off screen, but we'll have to see going into these next few rounds if they're able to make an adjustment.
So usual setups being done at the moment by SSG. Nothing crazy when it comes to this basement hold at the moment. Pretty much your standard hold when it comes to being able to hold onto this one. The bathroom right there being set up with four reinforcements, excuse me, in order to make it capable for Rampy, I believe, to be holding in here. If not him, then Bosco or another member will do it as well. Just setting up these shields and whatnot so that the player who's going to hold it, which I believe will be Rampy, can sit right behind the hatch or right in front of the hatch, and if trouble comes, can back right up. The only thing he'd really have to worry about is hard breach from any of those four walls, which were just reinforced against him.
4 reinforcements dedicated up here, but obviously it requires a lot more than that to lock down the bathroom fully, so they're still going to have access to it from Z as well as the main door. Rest of the reinforcements dedicated downstairs to assist in the mirror game as well as keeping the garage locked, but that's not going to stick around for too long as Houghton's already torching down the wall and the right panel's already been made soft. Now working on the left as well. Houghton making very quick work of these. And it looks like he's also just going to make a hop hole here on the left. I like how a lot of people have been thinking out of the box when it comes to their torching recently. It used to be we only saw people just create the soft wall. There was really no, hops or anything like that created, but people have really been getting creative with this.
When you first get to like the Macy J breach era of
Maverick usage. Oh, that was, I completely forgot about that.
And you combine Maverick and Havana to make like giant holes.
I completely forgot that was even a thing. I'm going to be really honest with you. That's from like 8 months ago now. Oh,
yeah, that was a while back that he put that video. I thought that was really creative.
Can COVID-19 be done? These last 6 months have just been flying by. It's like the shortest and longest 6 months of my entire life.
Well, hopefully we can speed that up for you. And in the meantime, this round's going to start to speed up a little bit as there is a bit of pressure coming from DarkZero in from that yellow stairs doorway. No sign of a committed push anywhere, though. Still a minute and 15 seconds left, so DarkZero not necessarily forced to do this either. A lot of droning, as you can see, quite a few people outside on their phones right now. About 3 of them, in fact. It's going to open up some dangerous possibilities here. Canadian positions this Nitro Cell correctly. It's going to be a bit off the mark, though, just a bit too far away from players like Mint and Hot. And now, with that gone, 3 men are going to start pushing their way to the inside of the site, pushing primarily from the side of White Van. Toxic Gas Grenade that will move in should deny the plant on top of executing another player. Hotten's going to get dropped right here. And just like that, it's all on Disguise in a 1v4 scenario. Not much hope once again for a DarkZero victory and a stronghold for SSG to potentially take this. Skies is all alone with 35 seconds left.
Canadian also adding insult to injury inside of that round. Very weird adjustment there from Houghton. Obviously, Hyper getting taken out, so was a touch scared that he didn't have any more cover, so ended up getting off of that diffuser plants. But that's going to be all she wrote for the round as Canadian gets a triple. Shows up on that scoreboard inside of round 10. But just a very awkward attempt to plant there from DarkZero that got dealt with pretty quickly by SSG.
And it seemed like they were very prepared for it too. Like there was a good 30-40 seconds before that where not much was happening. And as far as I could tell, we had like 3 if not 4 players on drone trying to get intel. So they should have had everything they needed to make that work, and they seemed very convinced of their strategy when they went in. Unfortunately, seemed like it was not the case as SSG shuts it down without too much of an issue, and that's going to put them up on map point here for the very first map.
Well, now we're headed to the split site to see if SSG can lock things out. Last time, Nitro Cell did not end up working out for them to get that kill, but now SSG also going to be adopting Oryx into the lineup. We'll see if they go about things in a similar fashion to what DarkZero did, but you guys also saw that 6 pick off of the Lion over to the Ying. So Mint going to be adopting that into the lineup, bringing this Candelas and Smokes, which can have a large impact on the round. Specifically in the execute department, she assists quite well in that.
Got the Oryx also being brought in here by Fultz. A similar flare being brought in that we also saw from DarkZero on the previous half here. That's going to be used for the split site as well. Something that I think we might end up start seeing, because I mean, you know, I've obviously never thought of it previously. I'm not a pro player. What do you think about Oryx in this situation? It actually makes, you know, pretty perfect sense when you consider the capability that would come from him and his ability to rotate, especially if you leave a lot of the basement to first floor hatches unreinforced. That's a lot of play potential for whoever's on Oryx in that.
Wait,
round.
hold on. You're a commentator and you're not a professional player? That's blasphemous.
Yeah, no, unfortunately, I'm like hard stuck gold, so it's rough out here.
Maybe you should just play Oryx. That could help you. You know?
Yeah, on consulate split site.
Listen, you just watch Fultz and then you just, you know, mimic what Fultz does. That's what everyone says when you know, they start improving at Siege. Like, oh yeah, I just watched this one guy and, you know, I started playing like them. I can't, you know, argue with that. I did the exact same thing. I literally just watched Ness play Ash over and over again. I was like, oh, so that's how you play the game. Okay, cool. So that was really it. But yeah, some very interesting picks in between these two teams, but we expected that walking into this matchup, that they were going to show quite a few tricks up their sleeve that we hadn't seen inside of the regular season. I'm glad that it's starting so early on, though. SSG still locked up downstairs for the most part, trying to see if all of their presence is here. Bosco going to be playing Spiral this time instead of playing near the butt end of server. Quite a large presence here, all except for Fultz, who's on an extended roam and trying to be the thorn in the side of DarkZero.
This guy's, of course, looking to try and counter out positions of some of the SSG players that are also rotating around. Houghton, in the meantime, already going for a plant. Okay, he cancels that one as it is caught by someone from SSG. Nearly gets killed on the top-down angle, but good attempt there. Tries to sneak it off. Canadian still here, though. He sees it going off. Is the Nitro Cell going to be thrown? Yes, it is. There's the first denial that's going to go on to the ground. We're also going to see a flash or a Candela going down to hopefully trying to blind the players. Does it work? It looks like it may have done the case. A lot of trades happening here as DarkZero is also trying to take downstairs control at the same time. Diffuser goes onto the ground. Trades go all over the place still, and eventually it's rounded down into a 2 versus 2. SSG's got a pretty heavy HP advantage on this one, though, but Mint is also at full HP, which gives him an easy capability to clutch this out at 1v2 should Skies fail. Otherwise, Skies, in the meantime, is actually going to save Mint's life right there as he quickly takes out Bosco with the upstairs angle, and now everything is going to fall to Canadian in the 1v2.
Canadian coming up admin, but he's already been caught off guard by the camera, or at least caught inside of vision. Only 10 seconds remaining now, and he needs 7 in order to defuse. Sticks it once, flicks around to see if he can possibly find an angle, but not even able to get the one shot on his Skies required to kill him. DarkZero went out round 11 on some very intelligent Candela usage that was almost botched at first.
Very, very well played there by DarkZero. Very chaotic round as well. That's one that people are going to have to look back on, I think, to get a full picture as to what exactly happened there, as both the plant upstairs and pressure downstairs was being applied simultaneously. It's not something that's easy to do. So once again, props to DarkZero. That is one area that we talked about in the pregame, the strategical area. That's where DZ often excels. It's just the individual part where sometimes it falls down a little bit, but that was not the case in the previous round. They came out very successfully, net themselves another round, and put it within 1 round's reach of taking this to OT on the first map.
That's the strangest thing about DarkZero. I messed up this stat so often inside of the regular season because we never see anything like this, but DarkZero's worst half was actually their defensive side. They are impressive on offense. 56.6% success rate on their offensive rounds with only a 46.8% defensive win rate. So again, it's just a very weird thing when it comes down to it, but inside of this map alone, they've definitely shown that they can go toe-to-toe with the champions of the entire world.
Certainly showing a general improvement as well from the previous weeks of play. DarkZero are looking good, but it's going to be the question we'll answer over the next 3 days here. Is it a championship good or not? Or is SSG and one of the other teams as well still potentially in that position as they were just a few months ago back in Montreal? A few more seconds left here before we are going to let the attackers out of the gates. The hold itself looks pretty straightforward for the piano and lobby hold that I believe we are working with right now. It's got a lot of emphasis on that upstairs hold for Thinking Nate to hold on to, along with more than likely a few other players that are also going to be here supporting him, like Bosco.
Feels good to be back commentating a major, seeing all of the siege action once again. We're not starting the day off slow, and that's exactly what I was worried about. Everyone, you know, gamer hours, all that such thing, trying to wake up early on. You know, folks yawning earlier as well, and some of us being tired, making sure you're grabbing that extra cup of coffee, but everyone seems to be on their game today. 30 seconds off of the clock already. See exactly how DarkZero are going to have an impact here. What were you going to say, my friend? I'm sorry.
No, you can go ahead. It wasn't anything important. So.
It's always important to me, John.
I was going to make a bad joke.
It's always important to me. Make your bad joke, John.
I was going to say, like, oh, it's like 10:30 now, so everyone's used to waking up at this point. Everybody's probably getting their energy now.
Probably. I don't know about you, but I've been waking up at like 2 p.m. I'm on real summer hours here, so...
It's the earliest I've been up in a while, that's for certain. But it's for a good cause here in some action at the Rainbow Six Major. Starting off this round a little bit slowly, as you might expect on a site like this. Quite a bit of work to be done from DarkZero all over the map, both on the second and first floor. So the focus right now is, as usual, clearing out the player on the inside of Meeting and Projector. Already talked about this in the beginning of the round. Thinking Nate holding it right now. He's going to throw out the first of those toxic gas grenades to deny vision, first of all, and more importantly, a peek from the player that is on repel for that window. This should also leverage the capability, or rather, stop the players that are pushing from admin. We're pushing him out here as well. We are going to see one of the Capital Firebolts thrown directly in front of him. It's not going to force him out of position, though, but eventually he does swing over to the hatch and safely make it back downstairs. That's still going to leave Bosco in position, though, by Connector, and he's going to be even more dangerous now that he does not have the support of his teammate anymore.
This is such a beautiful setup upstairs to delay so much time from SSG. We've seen it before already inside of this game, but we didn't really notate the importance of the Wamai inside of this Connector. Obviously, since Wamai gets those discs over time, he continuously throws out the Wamai disc to be able to counter Capital bolts, frag grenades, or whatever gets thrown their way in order to stop the man from playing Bosco's spot at the back of Projector. But obviously, he's already left. Canadian as well as Bosco still upstairs. But Bosco, what a nice shot onto Hyper. Canadian actually ends up getting down. Will he be able to dock himself up? He will. Oh no, but gets taken down by Hot and Cold from the skylight. Very low on time now as they still need to get this diffuser down.
Coming down to the wire here with 20 seconds remaining. SSG simply need to fend off the inevitable here and stop Houghton or whoever's going to end up with the diffuser from putting that onto the ground. Skies is right at the front door trying to support for his teammate here. Now as Houghton is going to go for the quarter plant. In they go. 10 seconds left. Where's the denial at? They don't have control over Projector anymore. No! Scratch that. Fultz is going to get in a position to stop it. No one else can hop onto the diffuser in time. They will pick it up, but are they going to be able to start the plant? No! It's not quick enough, and the player goes down to the gas anyway. SSG clutch out. Round number 12. Finishing it in the final round of regulation play. They take control of Consulate in the very first map of the series with the final scoreline of 7-5.
Great first map by both of these teams, but SSG just edging them out. Some great play there, especially on the utility front for SSG. Exactly what we expected from them. But Bosco having the biggest impact out of all of these players. 15, 4, and 5 on that specific map, and we're not even done with this best of 3 yet.
Much more even affair in the meantime over on the DarkZero side, with the best performing player being, I believe it was Skies, or potentially Hot in there. I just missed it because I lost the scoreboard as I was about to say it, so apologies for that. We'll get you guys updated stats, of course, as the series goes on. But that is going to do it for map number 1. A very intense series indeed. Do stick with us, as when we return, map number 2 should be right around the corner. But before we do that, we're going to take a trip back over to the analysis desk to break down the first and second maps, or first map. Stick with us, folks. We'll be right back in just a second.
Welcome back. I'm Jackie Jing with Jesse and Veli in Consulate Map 1 going to SSG 7-5. And that actually ended up being quite the battle there, gentlemen. I do want to start off with DarkZero. DarkZero lost 3 times, 3 different ways defending Garage. It was a little bit painful. Veli, we've talked about this time and time again. Defense is just not DZ's strong point, and this map really proved that to be true again.
Yeah, you know what, DarkZero, they did phenomenally well on defense, especially on the qualifier to get here. So I thought, okay, you know what, there has to be some type of improvement. Yes, they went 3-3, but those 3 times guarding that garage site was just pretty interesting to me. So the very first round, I was excited personally. We saw Eclipse, we saw Skies, and we saw Hyper all on a roam together. That's a fragger's dream for DarkZero, right? The sad thing is, that roam didn't work out. Jesse and I was talking about it. Jesse was like, yeah, you know, they're far away. They had no potential to refrag. They were taken out quite easily by Spacestation Gaming. And specifically on that first round, the fact that Canadian was able to get that plant right by White Van with nobody stopping him. The only thing DarkZero depended on to stop him were Toxic Babes, and they were way off their mark. DarkZero, they have to really cover all those corners if they want to be Space Station in rounds like that.
Jesse, you know, we just came down on DarkZero's defense here, but you did actually like how they stayed aggressive.
Yeah, I mean, like, I don't think this was a fair map to say they had bad defensive half. You got to keep in mind, they won every bomb site that wasn't the garage.
Yeah,
right?
Sure.
So I think that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
You know, they sharpen up their garage defenses, and that's a 6-0 half, right? If they keep on that the same record on all the other bomb sites. So, I mean, that could have very easily gone much farther in the favor of DarkZero, and then you go to the second half, maybe they can win it outright or at least force overtime. I don't know, that's all speculation. But I thought, like, they, as you mentioned, they did keep it aggressive, particularly on those lobby defenses. You know, they weren't afraid to push against Space Station when they were up inside of the bomb site, when they were all around that top floor of the map. They were going for aggressive peeks. They were doing some cheeky stuff, going for a couple of runouts, and I thought that was good. I think you can't be scared when you're going against Space Station Gaming, and it wasn't just Hyper getting aggressive too. It was like Eclipse and Skies as well, trying to get aggressive and trying to, you know, push forward against those players of Space Station. So, you know, the garage defense, sure, work on it, you know, put that to the analysts and to the coach and get them to refine that a bit more. But those other defenses looked pretty fine. There was one that relied on a clutch, but otherwise, like, they looked pretty solid for Consulate offsite defenses.
All right, so
to be fair, with that 3-headed roam, it could have turned out really good for DarkZero as well. So, you know, I do agree with Jesse on a bit there. You know, if those players got those kills, dang, that would have been beautiful for DZ.
Yeah, definitely. I do want to talk to you, Veli, about Mint and his op selection. I know that really stuck out to you, particularly using Ying.
Yes, and not just Ying, Jackie. I also saw Mint go on Blitz. Now, you guys know me. I'm a guy that loves shields. I love to see the world burn, right? But Mint picking Blitz earlier on in the second half when they were on attack, it wasn't too successful towards the end. Yes, there was a C4 thrown at him, and he wasn't Monty. If he was Monty, that play could have been better. He could have protected his teammate in front of him that was planning the objective. But you know what? Hindsight is always 20/20. I really love that attempt. But also when he picked Ying, I was questioning. I was like, okay, what are we gonna expect? What are we gonna see right here?
Right.
It was really smart because that was an Archives and Teller defense site by Spacestation Gaming. Now the floor in Archives is usually, Tellers is usually just all messed up, right? From Sledge, Buck, whatever, C4s. But he used a Candela to put down there and blind Canadian who's on post and everyone else with C4s to help get that plant down. That was big brain, smart plays by DarkZero.
Yeah.
That's probably one of the smartest teams in the game, right?
Yeah, and I want to say, like, that blitz push with, they had as well a Dokkaebi going with that push. That was an interesting one because I thought that, like, it seemed like a rush strat. You looked at that upper left, they got a blitz, they got a Dokkaebi, they've got, the wall's not got any, like, bandit batteries or mute jammers on it. They've got a Maverick that can just open the wall and rush in, but that's not at all what happened. And so I'm wondering if maybe they saw something in the defense that made them change their mind on that. I know they used all 3 logic bombs before they even went for that site push, so that had me scratching my head a little bit too. There was clearly like a prepared plants. They wanted to go in yellow and they wanted to get that plant down where they had it and they had the blitz to cover. But I do wonder if maybe there was some sort of like adaptation. They caught something that they weren't expecting and they had to change something, and maybe that's why the push wasn't exactly what they wanted it to be.
Okay, and sticking with op selection here, Jesse, Bosco played great, and I know you really liked his play with Wamai in that last round.
Yeah, the winning round for this matchup had Bosco on Wamai, denied like 2.5 minutes almost up above, using those magnets so perfectly, throwing them out one by one, making sure they're staggered. To some extent you have to stagger them, but I still think he did a really good job of timing when he threw those magnets out. Not only kept himself alive up on that top floor, but also like provided a ton of cover for his smoke. There were a lot of opportunities where you could tell like DarkZero wanted to get him out of there. They tried to throw like a bunch of explosives at him. They tried to throw a bunch of like Capital bolts, but still Bosco would not move. And it's because of those magnets he was allowed to do so. That Bosco play is even ignoring his stats, right? He had an amazing score line. I'm pretty sure he went like 15 and 5 by the end of it. That's ridiculous for him. Yeah. And to come up as one of those players that doesn't often like get the scoreboard that much, maybe. We know him as like the clutch master. But it wasn't even clutching today. It was just really hitting every single shot and playing perfectly again that last round on the Wamai.
Yeah, really great play from Bosco. And talking about awesome players, let's talk about players to watch. We selected Rampy and Hyper earlier. Do y'all want to pivot? You sticking with your boys? What are you thinking?
I mean,
that sigh that Jesse did is my thoughts exactly.
Yeah, Hyper did not have a good game. I mean, he went 5 and 8, 42% cost. That's pretty bad. Which is odd because Hyper's like consistently been that like big player. And I talk about how the team has to step up around him. And we talked about this with Disrupt Gaming like a couple weeks ago. The rest of the team needs to step up. That doesn't mean the star player can step down. He's still got to keep performing if they want to win this. And yeah, 5-8's not where you want Hyper to be.
All right.
Yeah, and on the side of Spacestation Gaming, I mean, Rampy and everyone, like, you can pick anybody and they will look like does it even matter at this point?
Yeah, no, seriously, just throw up anyone on SSG over on the left there. But let's talk about our community vote. And the results are in. The question was, which team will have more clutches, DZ or SSG? SSG got 74%. DZ got 26%. Those SSG fans, they are 100% behind their boys, so there you go. All right, so let's talk about the next map predictions. Clubhouse, SSG starting on offense. So Jesse, how are you feeling about that?
Again, I think it'll be a really fun map. We know that this is a map that Spacestation Gaming have historically been the kings of. They were undefeated on it for a really long time. They lost it just this season to Disrupt of all teams. Now they're here against DarkZero, and I talked in the pregame about how DarkZero's attacks on this map are really, really impressive. I went and got the stats. League-wide, attacking teams on this map have a 41% win rate, which is like, relatively low. That's kind of average for Siege maps. DarkZero, when they've attacked on this map this season, the regular season of the NAL, 83% success rate. They have been very proficient attacking on Clubhouse. So I want to see that continue. We won't get it till the second half, so it's going to rely on their defenses as well to hold out. But most teams can defend on Clubhouse relatively well too. So if DarkZero can really show up in that second half, this could be another upset, but you can't, it's really hard to bet against Space Station when they go to Clubhouse.
I know, right?
83%?
83.
Is that right?
83.
Holy.
10 out of 12 if you want to be specific. 10 out of 12 successive rounds.
Let that marinate, Veli. Veli, you're
filthy.
smiling. What are you thinking for predictions?
For predictions, I don't know. It's kind of scary for the fact that Space Station played so well. Even though Canadian, okay, I thought at a point in time Canadian was going to join the agency. He almost went 007, was 0-7, all that. But he finally got kills late in the game. And now that everyone on Space Station is shooting straight, DarkZero, from what we saw, I have no hope. I want this game to go to the third map, but I'm going to SSG for Clubhouse.
All right, gentlemen. Well, SSG versus DarkZero. We are going to Clubhouse for map 2. Let's see. Maybe DarkZero will take it. Maybe SSG. We will see. We'll be right back in a little bit.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about ready to get started with our second map here between SSG and DarkZero. Clubhouse is teed up and ready to go, and things, at the moment at least, really couldn't look better for SSG. Is that right,
I
Stokes?
completely agree with you, especially walking into Clubhouse, their house, the place where the turning point of the SI Grand Finals were. We'll have to see how well DarkZero can do walking into this. But SSG is going to be on the offensive side. But as we've seen with SSG in the past on this map, I don't think it's going to be any different.
Shouldn't be a huge issue, especially again with something else that you had talked about in the midst of that map, is that DarkZero, oftentimes we see them find their stride on the attacking side. I'm not sure if that's going to be true for Clubhouse, obviously, as Clubhouse often plays to the extreme of defender-sided matchups, but that is yet to be seen. Another area, again, where SSG has been excelling is on that individual performance area. We've been seeing their star players outshine the star players on DarkZero to a pretty big degree, so that's another potential area where DarkZero could falter again. Let's find out if that's all going to be the case, though, folks, as we're getting started with the second map. I've already said it once, I've got to say it again. It's Clubhouse, so let's get into it. It's already a potential match point here for SSG. If they win it, they're going through to the upper bracket final, and their opponent will be knocked down to the lower bracket.
I'm excited. You're excited. We're all excited. It's SSG on Clubhouse. This is one of the best maps to watch in the entire world when the boys from space are playing. Capital is going to be our first ban. Monty going to follow it up. Thatcher and Maverick both available, something we don't see, if ever.
It's been a while, to be honest, since I've seen a Montaigne ban come out on Clubhouse. It used to be something that we'd see pretty often due to the capability of his ability to push in some of the pretty hefty choke points like the garage catwalk, other areas, especially on basement attacks too. He'd be pretty useful. So getting him out is potentially going to take away from one of these team strategies if they were specifically building towards it. Valkyrie banned out once again as well. And we are also, or Valkyrie banned out for the first time, I should say, excuse me, and Maestro as well is going to be our final ban there for the defenders.
Very interesting bans coming through here, as you said. Lots of things to digest. I think the biggest thing is no wall denial. banned away, as well as nothing banned away on the offense for the entry. So we're going to be seeing Thatcher this entire time. This is somebody that we don't see ever. And for the new viewers here that are wondering why Thatcher has the highest ban rate on offense, well, let me tell you, it's exactly because of the EMP grenades that he carries. He's able to get rid of any electronic equipment, either disabling it or destroying it, depending on what it is, through walls. And it's very, very impactful, especially when you're trying to get hard destruction done on the map. Specifically for Clubhouse, the big one that we talk about is the CCTV wall. We're not going to be seeing it just yet, though, as we're headed downstairs.
Basement will be the site of choice here. Sneaky little 6-pick there from Hot and Cold, as well as they're going to bring the Echo into play over the Mira for this site. So quite a bit of utility going to be gained from that. And until they notice it, of course, it's going to be hard for the attackers to pick up. But more than likely, they will spot Hotten pretty quickly here and be very well aware of the fact that the Echo and, more importantly, the Yokai drones that come with him will be in play for this round. Still having the extended defense being placed out from the basement and in a very extended position, too. DarkZero will be holding not just the basement site, as you so often see teams very much turtling down here, but it seems that there's going to be plans to hold upstairs to some extent as well, based on the reinforcements that were going out onto the balcony wall just a few seconds ago.
Well, extended roam here from DarkZero. This is something that we've become accustomed to on Clubhouse. You don't see it every single time, but it can definitely make a round quite easy if you're able to get these early kills. Mint as well as Hyper all the way upstairs. The clipped near Billiards. Using that Vigil, an ERC-7 backpack, able to show his presence through the floor. Could help them extend this roam game upstairs, but as we know, SSG very prolific on this map. See how fast they can possibly handle this.
The DarkZero's players looking to see if they can catch anyone from SSG, looking to get early control by areas like the gym and master balcony outside here, the windows that we're currently looking at on screen, along with a few other areas. But it's not going to be there. It's going to be the jacuzzi balcony, where Thinking Nade at least will start out the entry presence for SSG. I think he'll be alone for the time being, but there are other players from his team nearby. Thinking Nade specifically is going to have to be careful rounding around the main stairs here, as if DarkZero are going to continue to play aggressively. There was a player potentially peeking from the basement on main stairs just a second ago. However, it looks like it's going to be some time before we see any of that collide.
Slow and steady for SSG as they work their way across the map. Echo making his presence known now as one of the Yokai shoots a sonic blast into one of the offensive members. SSG with a nice top clear here as we're already halfway through the round, but there is no longer any presence from DZ. It seems that all of them have escaped back to the basement safely, except for possibly one member. Nope, actually we end up having all of them down here, so DarkZero now set up for SSG's execution.
Team like DarkZero, for the most part, just wanting to waste time with that one, and because of the fact they never necessarily got themselves in an advantageous position due to the good clear from SSG, took the safer choice, as you had mentioned, out of that one, and just fell back to the site. They're going to play the usual turtle setup now, happy with the 2 minutes that they've wasted off the clock.
Yeah, very good on time there as well, picking and choosing properly as when to rotate back to site. One miss rotation right there could mean that SSG gets an early kill, but instead they were able to scamper off their garage and get down through Oil Pit instead of having to come face to face with the man inside of stock. With only 40 seconds remaining now, SSG needs to get these hatches open, but there's still plenty of soft destruction to be had. The Buck doing a lot of work. That's Rampy, one of his most known operators. He's Skeleton Keying the side of Armory.
And away from that, see another Yokai drone being used here by Hot, and it's going to get dropped back down through the hatch very quickly. Hyper's going to try to get aggressive on that, but he'll get punished instead by Rampy. Attempts to open up the church wall now being made, despite there being the rotate there. The 3x Kyra is going to be used for a crawl. Oh, free kill as well here for Fulch. Just walks right in and takes it. Trades are coming out very quickly, though, for DarkZero, and this may be the end of it for SSG. Just didn't have enough pressure on site itself. Bosco and Thinking are all that's left here. Bosco knifes out Skies, but the time is over. DarkZero will win it out by waiting for zero timer, and they'll take a successful defense on basement.
Successful time waste there from DarkZero, able to get them out of dodge later on into the round as well, which led to the success of DZ on that round. SSG trying to capitalize a little too late. Were able to get the early entry kills that they needed to actually work their way into church, but at the end of the day, did not work out for them. The trades favored DarkZero. They set up very well inside of Armory to slow down that execution.
Six pick going to work its way out this time from Hutton. So I think for Rampy here, we're going to see a sledge brought in over a buck, which is a very similar change up. And the Bandit instead of an Echo, interestingly enough, so they're going to six pick in the Walden.
Not a bad choice at all. Apologies, my friends.
Oh, yeah. I was going to say, it's just not something you always see necessarily, so could work out this time for Hutton. But they've already got the Thatcher on Thinking Aid there, so pretty much the instant counter to it, as long as, I'm assuming, of course, they know how to do the timings, which there's no reason why they shouldn't know that, so.
Well, moving along from that, looks to be a rudimentary setup here for DarkZero, setting up Cash as well. Clips making some holes, I assume, on the opposite side of that. We'll have to see once we get over there exactly what it's set up for. But for now, hatch is popped and everything else set up for DZ, holding down logistics with rotate as well as a couple of other things. SSG now open and onto the field. We'll have to see how they handle this. Standard way is clearing from that Cash side, trying to make those players rotate back to site while holding down construction for that cross. See if it's successful or not.
Still a few little last second steps that were needed for the DarkZero hold here. Just putting the finishing touches on the bathroom reinforcement. And over the next couple seconds, we are going to see the members of SSG start to approach their first targets. Rampy will knock out the hatch, leading into Logi real quick, and potentially start that pseudo duel versus Mint, but it looks like he's going to run away from that. So we'll wait on that one until later on in the round when it's more relevant to the actual play, as SSG still have a lot more work to do before they're ready to deal with the Logi hold. They still have to work their way in over here at CCTV and Cash, deal with the hold from the Vigil, along with a few other players that may be hanging out for DarkZero nearby.
Well, plenty of soft destruction to be had for SSG with that sledge in the hands of Rampy, switching back and forth off of those two soft destructors. Have one soft panel inside of Cash that Eclipse can possibly rotate out of. That's what he has those impacts for, as well as some impact tricking if he's able to make it happen. Hard destruction now for Canadian as he's waiting for the other SSG members. See exactly how well this goes. Impact through. Can he get it? He doesn't. Oh no, this is a very bad situation for Eclipse now. Multiple angles to worry about. Pops the backpack again, but that's not going to save him if somebody ends up peeking the door.
Bolt's also on a committed hold at the moment, but Eclipse will be able to swing out towards the door. Find himself the pick. Now let's make that two, in fact, as he plays the breach too, catches Bosco. Beautiful work being played out right now by Eclipse. Still alive, still at nearly full HP here as well when you consider how much he can fight. He's been taken down by about 2 shots, so finally, Foltz will be able to isolate him and more importantly, trade him out, but the damage is already done. He's wasted 2 minutes as well in the process here. So Eclipse very much has earned his take for this round.
Huge impact on this round, as you just said, taking down Bosco and Rampy. Both very impactful operators, especially for this site in regards to the Habana. Definitely need that hard destruction, which can consist in a lot of different ways. They still have Canadian, though, which can help them with Jacuzzi Balcony. That's more than likely the next step. Is yes, we do see Troy standing outside, getting the double panel right now. There is no denial here from Hot and Cold, so that will get blown to smithereens. 35 seconds remain as SSG needs to find a place to put this diffuser, but exactly where is it going to be? Still plenty of presence here from DZ as they remove yet another member from the offensive lineup. It's only down to Canadian and Thinking Nade now, and somebody's going to have to force that diffuser. So that means 1 man against a possibility of 4, but not before Hyper kills Thinking Nade. It's all down to Canadian with only 15 seconds remaining. Hops off of Jacuzzi Balcony. Seems like they're just going to take a makeshift timeout here, talk about the round, and try and figure out these offenses.
A very short timeout, obviously, as there's not much time left on the clock to begin with here, but it's those last 15 seconds that they can utilize instead of Canadian just throwing his life away in order to get into the third round more quickly. DarkZero with some very solid holds. That's 2 rounds in a row now. They have brought the man count so low that SSG just didn't really have the capability to try anything at the end of the round and had to let it run to timer. Obviously, the first round, it wasn't really their choice, but in the second round, it very much is, as you can see by Canadians in action there in the last 15 seconds.
Very unfortunate initial touches there from SSG, specifically on Cash. They handled the situation well, used the hard destruction to try and make Eclipse move out from Cash or peek them, but the peaks worked. That was the biggest thing, and he was able to utilize the utility of the offense against them as well. When that new line of sight was established by the Habana, actually ended up peeking through there for his second kill before rotating to the top of red, but the damage is already done. He was able to get the early kill, just wide swinging the door for Cash into CCTV before getting that second frag. So as long as that's allowed to happen, I don't see that going well for SSG, but again, that's just simply Eclipse having that good game sense offense and capitalizing on the situation that he's put into. SSG just not accounting for him trying to get aggressive there.
Great stuff from Eclipse, and definitely a huge portion of why that round went so well for DarkZero. It's once again a question of whether they'll be able to carry it forward, as so far this defense has been nearly flawless for them. Perfect play in the first 2 rounds. Very much a contested site that they're going to now, as they're going to go into cache and CCTV, which is where a lot of the play happens. Most of the play on this map generally happens between here and the basement, so we can expect a lot of prep from SSG on this one. And potentially a winning strategy finally coming out if they can get past what's so far been these very solid setups from DarkZero, especially when it comes to the early round hold and their capability to, if not get kills against SSG, at a minimum, waste a good amount of time.
And we'll see if DarkZero will be able to take advantage again of SSG here in these offensive rounds. Not the best showing so far, but again, this is one of SSG's best maps. DarkZero, though, obviously having quite a bit of tape on this team since SSG plays it quite often, specifically in major events or LAN events, depending on if, we're there or not. Plenty of roof presence here for SSG, but a lot of time left here. So DarkZero should just be lying in wait to see exactly what the move is going to be for this offensive squad.
Lots of time left here, of course, and DarkZero, just like the previous rounds, not going to be wanting to take the first aggressive stance here. They're leaving that all in SSG's court of play to decide how exactly they want to approach the attacking side. It's very much letting them make the choices here, which is a bit dangerous depending on your overall playstyle, but so far it's been working out pretty well for DarkZero, so I don't want to critique it too much at this point in time. Balcony's going to be opened up relatively quickly at just under the 2-minute mark here. Canadian and Fultz will take up Mantle just by it here, with Canadian potentially rotating into a different position to assist with the breach elsewhere too. He's going to do a lot of the hard breach work now. Also has support from Bosco if needed as well, since he is on the Habana. So that's the first, step of the setup here for SSG. Now it's time to see what else they're going to work towards, if anything at all, before they start committing to an execute.
The possibilities are endless here for SSG and what they can possibly accomplish, especially with Thinking Nade with that extra EMP in his pocket. Could possibly get rid of some ADSs or one my discs that could instead be stealing some of their secondary utility. Only a minute and 10 seconds remaining now. Still need to try and find one of these entry kills that they so desperately need. Still a good presence from DarkZero all across this site, especially with the smoke playing towards construction.
Let's see at least one of the lifeline stun charges come out there from Fultz a second ago, but elsewhere we're going to find actual impact made by Rampy. In the meantime, he's pushing Logi. We're going to go in and isolate out Skies, which is a pretty nice find, as he would have more than likely been using these gas grenades over the next couple of seconds now that we've approached the 40-second mark. So that's another thing that, at least, on the execute here, SSG won't necessarily have to worry about getting in their way, but they still have to worry about timing, as is often the case in Siege here. SSG has often been a fan of late round executes, but this is going to start to push it when you consider how much control they actually have over the map right now and how much they still need to push for with the remaining 20 seconds.
Won't last EMP used on the wall. Impact goes out, but doesn't prevent the hard destruction. This all of a sudden gets very difficult for DarkZero, but Mint. This is so huge with the ERC-7 backpack. He's not able to be seen. Finally, he turns it back on, but they know where he is. Quick jiggle peek there from Rampy as he rips off the head of Mint, but trades go back and forth. SSG trying to find some space here. Rampy finally locking in that diffuser, but it's a 2v2 situation. Eclipse very low on HP, but it's a flank by Hyper, not accounted for by SSG, and DarkZero completes their rotation triangle.
Hyper rolling up from the back after a very long rotate and finishes things off. DarkZero continuing to shut this down due to, again, SSG just first of all, not being given a lot of fights in the early round, and when they are, it's usually a pretty safe bet for DZ. Either that or they're given an option to fall back so they can disengage and get out of there if things get too hairy. That on top of the fact that SSG are still pushing this down to a very, very low time, like 15-20 seconds before they're even thinking about trying to start the execute, is leaving them with just not enough time, it seems, to get into the site and get these kills going. You could see that there. They were trying to wait for someone on DZ to get aggressive or to make a mistake, it seemed like, but that's, you really shouldn't expect that to be happening here. So SSG's inaction is costing them pretty heavily in those last 15 to 20 seconds, specifically right back then on that third round.
It's a very weird thing, though, because there is a roam game from DarkZero. We saw Hyper and Eclipse both off of the actual site and running around the map, but it just seems that the timing's on their side. Actually, it was actually Mint, excuse me, that was on the Vigil the last time, but in Mint's exact situation, he just sprinted through a swamp, or excuse me, the bottom of Red Stairs, and he just checked the double door for bar connector, and there's no one standing there. You know, it's these little like instances where if there's was someone there, they would be able to get that early kill. But again, that's being very nitpicky about that. It really does come down to timing in certain areas, and DarkZero is just on the proper side.
Well, DarkZero will thrive under those conditions, and as a result of it, complete a perfect rotation of their sites. 3 in a row for them on defense. Now going to try to make it 4 as they round back into the basement for the first repeat of sites since they started out the map. This is the first time they've had a site unlocked for play since they've started to lock them up with their victories. Obviously, SSG is out on the board here, bringing a similar flair to what we've seen in pretty much these previous rounds prior to it. It's time to see if they're going to have the winning strategy to take this one. Did a good job with dealing with the roam presence this time, just took a little bit too long to do it. And ultimately, the same issue that's plagued them the last 3 rounds stopped them once again from getting access to the site. They can speed that up a little bit this time. They can potentially leave themselves with more time on the clock to focus on the actual basement.
Well, hard destruction already done. Mince with a very aggressive play here with the SMG-11. He's going to sprint across and test his speed up against the reaction time of thinking named. Usually doesn't miss those, as we're used to him being that concrete wall that no one can get through. But it seems that, well, at least for that play, he is going to miss. SSG now, though, plenty of upstairs presence as both ends of the top floor have been destroyed and sightlines established for the staircases. The only safe possible avenue for Mint now is that construction hatch that he's standing next to.
See, it's not just going to be some players getting aggressive here. Hyper also in a position to do so. But with support from Eclipse, Eclipse will now be safe to pull back to the site. Same could be said for Hyper, too. Already under 2 minutes here. Not feeling the need to waste a whole lot more time. It's more than likely DarkZero believes what they have on site might be able to do that for them. Mint, in the meanwhile, stays upstairs, does get himself 1, catching Rampy, but Bosco, thankfully, is in a great position by pool table to quickly trade that out when he falls back through the second floor hatch onto stage.
This is a huge impact on the round for Mint. Hell of a kill, and to pick off anyone on this team, it definitely needed to be Rampy. Getting rid of that skeleton key means that you can play Armory a hell of a lot safer because he won't be able to destroy the wall through the kitchen floor. Not nearly as much soft destruction available for SSG now. But that means that they're going to have to deal with this in a different way. Is it going to be a church execute now? What exactly are they going to adjust? This is where Canadian is known for having these bright ideas. Moto hatch now destroyed, but not too much kitchen presence besides some soft destruction.
See the members of DarkZero looking for counterplay to this one. They hear the X-Cairo is going off. We are going to see the impact thrown out. Unfortunately, he's not going to get a lot of feedback on that since they weren't actually being executed at that point, so he doesn't hear the stoppage of the noise. But thankfully, that is used a second later, and he's going to get that audio cue this time. Can't stop the third one, though, as he is now out of impact, so the hatch will eventually get breached.
With the hatch open now, they need to find their way through Armory, as that seems to be the execute here, as we have one of the SSG members poised at the bottom of main stairs to cut off the rotate from Church into Armory. It's going to be up to Eclipse as well as Hot and Cold to lock this down. Nitro Cell out. Bosco actually gets a very big plant, or a kill here, excuse me, as Canadian starts planting inside of Dark Spot. The cross being held so damn well by Thinking It. Oh my, what an impact there, as it's all left up to the last remaining member being Skies, but not even he can get through this SSG lineup. What an adjustment from them, and a nice plant attempt as well.
Or at least some success picked up from SSG, and this is what they wanted to accomplish in the previous 3 rounds. Yes, it's very close to the wire. Yes, it runs the timer down low, but if they have the positioning to, first of all, guarantee that plant, along with punish any of the rotates that come off of the info, which they had spent the previous 2 to 3 minutes gaining, then they're still in a good position to close that one out. It was just they never got into that position over the previous 3 rounds before that one. So it's only just now worked, and they're finally on the board at a 3-1 scoreline. Which might cause some worry here for DZ, though. They're not going to reattempt the same site. Instead, they're going to shift directly over to Gym Bedroom. Just keep their rotation going as they enter the last 2 rounds of their own defense.
That last round coming down to the absolute wire, and really it was just a slight misstep from DarkZero that snowballed out of control. They just tried to get rid of the members of SSG dropping from the hatch too early, and it ended up costing Eclipse his life as well as burning a nitro cell that didn't need to be used yet. They waited for all of that utility and that entry kill to happen before going for that plant. Very smart play there from SSG to just lean on the timer. Even on an offensive front, sometimes it's not bad, especially in that kind of situation where you're going to get those kills off of the defensive members moving just a touch too quickly.
Yeah, if it was the nitro cell from Eclipse that we saw going off there,
It was I think it's
Houghton
Houghton that played Mira. Yeah.
Houghton, yeah, sorry. So Houghton's nitro, which went out. If that was thrown like 2 seconds later, it's very possible DZ win the round because that might have killed Canadian, and then they don't have an easy player to get back down there and try to go for the plant, nor do they really have the time for it either. So that could have been a very different turn of events had that nitro cell gone out just a second or two later.
Yeah, it's just very poor for them when it comes down to that, doing it all off of audio cues, no visual there to tell you when somebody drops, and just got called a touch too early. So we'll see if they're able to pick up the pieces here in round 5. They've already had quite a few successful rounds, especially with Eclipse playing in cash on the previous GM defense.
And he's going to be able to find that capability to do it yet again here. Also taking out some of the floorboards, just in case somebody tries to sneak something out from beneath him. He can hopefully get the better edge of that one before they try to send it on to him here.
Okay, I'm going to be really honest. I know quite a bit about Siege. I have no idea why he's doing this.
Actually, yeah, there's no. I just realized there is no soft.
No, he's shooting it through. I don't know if it's
for
for his backpack to make it seem like he's on a separate floor, because like even that little, centimeters.
Maybe it lets him hear below him easier or something like that. Like
apparently that allows you to impact the other side of the wall. Okay. All right. Well, learn something new every day. There you go.
Thanks to our observer for that info.
Thank you, Cyan. Much appreciated. You're also kicking some butt in the Spectation department, especially as you got that kill onto Fultz. So, early presence here from Hyper begs them one. Still have to worry about this cache setup, though, and this is something that was very troublesome the last time, but this time they're going to go about it in a much different way. They have Rampy set up here as well to sledge his way through the back end, and there's the impact, so that's exactly how that one works. X-Kairos go off on the back end near the top of red stairs as well, so Eclipse going to be stuck on the cache table here for the time being. But that's going to be quickly dealt with as Rampy sends a grenade through the wall, cleans up Eclipse.
Good way to trick indeed, but not going to work out well except the 1-for-1 exchange. Brings us into a 4 versus 4 scenario with SSG having full control over the construction side of the building, along with Cash and CCTV, of course. Thinking Nate now going to rotate to the gym window, get himself in position here. At the moment, just putting out a Claymore is more than likely going to pop out the window here too, just to invite anyone that wants to go for a peek and maybe a hop, which would obviously play out into his favor pretty well. And he nearly got it too. Hyper contemplating it for a moment, but if he was smart, he more than likely heard the Claymore go down and is not going to directly challenge that.
Alt cross set up to hold down Jacuzzi walls, so that will be confirmed as we hear that explosion. Still a lot of DarkZero members here. Hyper on the forefront, though, as he's now been droned out. Decides to drop the hatch down to bar, so only the last three remaining members of DarkZero on site. Still have Skies inside of the bathroom, playing well with his toxic babes, but now the back end of the bathroom is going to be open. Nice move from him as he's getting very aggressive. He's going to try to hop outside. No, he's not even going to get the chance. Is this going to be a trade back and forth between these two? On every front, there's a war, but DarkZero wins it on all fronts. Oh my God, round 5 falls right into their open hands.
A crazy way for the round to end. There 3 separate 1v1s going off at once, it looked like there, but ultimately DarkZero wins all 3 of them, taking a very big victory and still with massive control over the lead right now on Clubhouse at 4-1, which is a huge change of events from what we had back on the first map over on Consulate.
Well, if we end up splitting 4-2 here, I don't think that that's the worst thing in the world. The harsh thing right now for SSG is that they have access to all of the utility that you need to get walls open and such, and they're still not finding these rounds very easily. Granted, DarkZero has some very nice setups, and it's been a very difficult path for SSG to try and work themselves through this. We are going to have a 6 pick here as well from DarkZero, shifting away from the dock and picking up Legion.
Yeah, the 4-2 is definitely going to be workable at a minimum for SSG once they jump onto defense. But, you know, when you consider the utility benefit, along with just the general dominance that it looked like we were having from SSG coming off the previous map, that it was going to carry forward here, but did not end up being the case. DarkZero, again, credit to them. They've done a fantastic job of turning this back around and making sure that, you know, despite what still could be a workable half here for SSG, making sure that they maintain a great position going into that second half.
Well, we're back downstairs into the basement. This is the only round that SSG won, and that was inside of round 4, where they got that plant off after a very early chance to deny the execute there. I was trying to exactly think of how to set that one up there, because it's not an execute from the defense, so it's more of denial of entry, denial of, you know, it's just, they just DDoS the offense. It's denial of service. You're not allowed inside, and you can't do anything that you really want. So that, you know, but overall, good round from them. For SSG, now that we're jumping on to the last round here on offense, going back into this one, they have to worry about that roam game from DZ and try and handle it in a quicker manner. But that's a difficult thing, as DarkZero's been so good at working this timer.
So good and so unfortunate for SSG, as it's been frustrating for them to have to constantly be playing against the clock, and more than likely constantly being behind on their kind of schedule of events for the round itself, due to the fact that the roam presence from DarkZero has been so successful. We're going to see different shades of it this time, though. We do have the usual players out and about, but we've also got some additional additions to it as well. Not to use the same word twice in the same sentence, but Mint going to be coming in here with the Legion. Not an operator we see too often anymore due to a recent nerf that he suffered a few months back. He unfortunately is not anywhere near the usefulness, at least when it comes to a utility perspective, that he was back then, so he's a much rarer pick. Still useful in specific situations, though, and it seems for DarkZero this is chosen to be one of them.
He is one of those operators that is the epitome of a minor inconvenience. He gets quite a few goo mines. They're actually invisible, and if you step on them, they prevent you from sprinting. You take damage over time, and you also have to go through an animation to get back all of, you know, your utility as well. Well, at least your sprinting ability also, and such. What's up?
Another important note, too, for late round stuff is if you have one of those in your leg and you have the diffuser, you can't plant.
That is the biggest thing. And we've also seen it catch quite a few people off guard in those late round executions where you end up getting a goo mine stuck in your leg at 5 seconds. You have to go through that animation, and you're not able to get the diffuser body on the ground in time before that timer hits 0.
And that may be one of the big reasons they're using it, because SSG is entering into sites so late. If they catch the guy with the diffuser with one of those at like 5 seconds, it's pretty much impossible for him to even plant the diffuser at that point. So in certain situations, the Legion mines can turn into an instant win if you position them correctly.
The terrible thing is you can't even drop the diffuser there. You have to take the prick out of your foot, and that's it. You have to. If you don't take the needle out, then you're not going to be able to do literally anything. And we'll see how well that'll possibly work out as we're getting down into the last 35 seconds here. Still a lot of drone game here from SSG. Quite a bit of ways from the actual site, but you can transition quite quickly throughout Clubhouse. It's quite a congested match. Or map, excuse me, but Sky is now getting caught off guard from Thinking Nade on main stairs. Some nice shots here as DarkZero continues to swing around this entire basement as trades go back and forth. 3v3 situation now as the diffuser's in Bosco's hand. He wants to try and plant this inside of Church, but a nice pre-fire from Hyper and Eclipse with the crossfire, as well as Hot and Cold, able to pull off round 6, and that's a 5-1 split in favor of DZ.
Some really chaotic rounds happening throughout this series, with that last one definitely being included amongst them. Map control, especially in the site in those last few seconds during that engagement, was all over the place. We had multiple teams in multiple different rooms trying to outwit each other, but ultimately DarkZero ended up with the far superior angles to try and play that out, and more importantly, shut down the final attack from SSG. That's going to give them an incredible lead at 5-1 coming off their defensive half. The big thing, though, is can they carry it forward onto the attack and claim these final 2 rounds that are needed to send this to a map 3 on Cafe?
Is there going to be a 6 pick? I'm just waiting. Nope. We're not going to have one. So it is going to be the SSG roam, folks. That's what we're going to be seeing. Well, at least from the defensive side, right? You know, we are going to have the Thermite come out instead of the Maverick, which is Probably smart. Obviously, Thatcher's on the board. It makes it a lot easier to be able to get access to these things, especially when you're attacking the basement. There's not going to be too much that's going to stop you from getting the hatches when you do have access to those EMPs. Mainly because really the only denier you're going to have is either Impacts or Kaid, and Kaid is really easy to get around. When it comes to the Impact game, that's a whole different story, as it's very difficult to prevent that besides just killing the person that's trying to toss them at you.
Castle also coming into the fold here for Fultz as well, which can try to force rotations in certain directions and more importantly leave certain areas of the map, like you're going to see bar to a certain extent here. That'll leave them secured for the defenders if roamers or whatever need to fall back using those hatches. So I don't know if they're setting up for upstairs holds or not, and if they're going to do the extended roam. Looks like they are, so that's an area where you'll see those barricades helping out if they're not going to be dealt with very early on in the round by a Hyper or another member who has access to soft destruction utility that can deal with that.
Well, this strat has existed for a long time and has been adopted by quite a few teams, so this is definitely something that DarkZero has seen before, but that doesn't mean that it can't be as effective. Let's see how well DarkZero can possibly handle this when they know what they're walking into.
Thinking, of course, still a few little shots to make, just to make sure he has intel coming in from all directions, and more importantly, that maneuverability is going to be a top notch at all times. Like that, he has already lost the Logi hatch, so a lot of attention is going to need to be given to that. We'll very quickly take out the Jacuzzi balcony wall as well to immediately put some of the pressure onto Thinking Nade. In fact, it's too much for him to try and hold over in Master and Logi area. He has to fall back all the way over to Cash now, it seems, and it's retreating even further back to the inside of CCTV since they don't have the Cash room set up for a hold like this. They have to be very careful with how they play it, playing it from the inside of both security and it looks like the red top area as well. Eclipse will still be able to strike first here as he catches Rampy out, eliminating him and taking out the Mozzie for the rest of the round.
You have two options playing into this. It's either clear out the roamers or try and get control of dirt and blue while trying to stop them from rotating to catch you. It seems that they want to go for the clear here as Canadian as well as the mute of Thinking Nade skimper on down Secret and into blue. They're both safe in sight now and can play out the rest of the round, but they did lose one compadre. Rampy's dead and he doesn't seem to be coming back anytime soon.
Oh, good attempt to play there from Fultz. Trying to make it look like he went for the inside rush, but not going to work out. Skies reads into that, gets the better exchange of it. Second kill now going into the hands of DarkZero. They bring it down to a 5v3 on top of that little bit of damage they also did to Canadian here too. Canadian still going to try and play his best throughout the round though. But beside that, DarkZero has got pretty much full map control of the top two floors. Just needs to move this into the basement now and start working towards the execute. But that could oftentimes be the hardest part. So you don't want to count SSG out of this round just yet. The DarkZero are certainly in a great position to follow this through and take it.
This is going to be so very difficult for them. DarkZero now running into the same problems that SSG faced. Might have a nice kill here from the Legion, but Bosco not able to thread the needle. Finally, a kill happens on site. Bosco taken down as he tries to rotate towards dummies. 20 seconds remain here for DarkZero as they really need to get this plant down. Canadian rotating towards main, trying to make sure that the cross can't be held. Thinking Nade having some success, but oh no! Caught off guard with an impact in his hand, and the diffuser will be secured from DarkZero into the post plant now as Thinking Nade is forced to try and retake. But it's not even going to matter. Skies with yet another kill inside of round 7 pushes DarkZero to map point.
Thinking Nade, unfortunately, is getting the short end of the stick throughout that entire round. Fails to do anything on his aggressive roam upstairs due to the fact that he is laser focused on the clear so quickly and chooses safety over trying to take a fight. Falls back, tries to play into blue, and unfortunately, he becomes the last man standing in blue as his opponents clear out everything else in the basement except his position, leaving him in that very unfortunate 1vx scenario. DZ, man, a really convincing performance here on map number 2 when compared to map number 1. Great defensive half, obviously we talked about that, but the rate at which they both cleared out the roam game from SSG and consecutively took basement control over the next minute or so was really, really nice, and it's looking almost like a different level of performance compared to what we saw from the first map. This is potentially going to be dangerous for SSG if this does end up going to a third map, which is pretty much all but inevitable at this point.
Yeah, just too many early kills, or excuse me, early deaths there from SSG that played into that round, and even then it still seemed quite winnable for SSG, but only if Troy was able to get that kill at the bottom of main. Unluckily enough, he had his impact in his hand and was not able to have his gun up to take that gunfight. So DarkZero wins it out after a lot of those very impactful kills once again. But now rounding into CCTV. Let's see how SSG can handle this. We are going to have Rampy on the Vigil. We saw him 6-pick away from Legion. Not the worst thing in the world, especially since, well, usually we see that clear downstairs inside of the lounge area. Rampy could possibly assist with that, or maybe possibly a late rotation. We'll have to see how they want to handle this.
All right, guys. Well, SSG ready to defend upstairs here, and DarkZero very much ready to attack, and more importantly, potentially end this map, since they have themselves up on match point right now. It is only map point for the series. We should note as SSG has the overall series advantage at 1-0 coming off the Consulate win. But the reversed map wins is very much still a possibility, along with the weakening win ratio that it would be for SSG. This would be the second time that they've lost this map so far this season in what previously was an untarnished record for something like 11, like 8 and 11
It was 11
months,
I believe.
Yeah, 11 months.
I'm sure we can get Big Brain on it. Don't worry about it.
I don't know why. I can never remember the exact number. And I've asked this question like 3 different times on broadcast now.
It happens, it happens. But impact now as the soft destruction's done for CCTV. DarkZero already set up early on here, but that's not the only thing that you need to check off the list in order to attack CCTV. There's also Garage and a bunch of other stuff to worry about, specifically the utility of this defense. They need to know exactly where this Vigil is. Rampy playing bikes in the bottom of Garage right now. Has to be worried about exactly what's going on with this Maverick, but he also could get a free kill here. This is an area where the Maverick is very susceptible to death when he's torching the bottom of that wall. He either has to go prone or stand near it, and if you prone at the proper angle, you're able to kill him. Usually you have to play somebody in tandem to prevent that from happening, or at least get the trade.
Rampy trying so hard to fight to stay in Garage here. He knows the pressure is against him too from both the doorway and the breach. Can't directly contest, but he does see someone's foot here, so he's going to sneak off some shots onto Eclipse, bringing him down to a little under 50.
Very nice shots from him to be able to see the feetsies underneath the white van. Still existing on yellow stairs, though. This Bosco's still upstairs inside of rafters. Great hold here from SSG. Rampy having a large impact downstairs. Continues to hold things. What a round from him so far. He'll rotate through the basement to try and find greener pasture on the other side of the map.
Still a decent amount of utility that DarkZero are going to have to deal with if they go for the Garage. There's still a Yokai drone in the middle. 2, in fact, placed there. One's going to get dropped. It looks like, though, as that one's actually on the inside of CCTV, but thankfully for DarkZero, they noticed that Yokai drone sitting on the pipes in the middle of Garage, so they have lost that utility. Thankfully, the Wamai disc will eat up that frag grenade. You can see the Wamai was contemplating moving out of position. That would have nearly killed him if he had done it, but he's going to keep himself in a good spot. And actually, DC give up on this. They're pulling pretty much all their players out of here, and instead are going to focus the push on the breach. Canadian with the most recent pick takes out Eclipse, and they're just going to fall down like dominoes at this point. DZ, unfortunately, unable to get that Garage access, and that seems like it's going to be the end of the round for them, as Hyper is the last to fall to Bosco.
This looks a lot more like SSG on Clubhouse than that offense did. It seems that they might have woken up, but I don't want to call it too early here. Overall, a really good round from them on CCTV. Not too much presence there from DarkZero. It just seems that they were not really allowed to do what they wanted to do, specifically inside of Garage, where Rampy truly put a wrench inside of everything they were trying to do with that machine, then rotating over to Lounge and able to get that very impactful kill, continuing his presence on that side of the map as he held things down inside of Secret. But we're going to transition back downstairs now to see if DarkZero can possibly win this out. SSG has to continue to string these perfect rounds together, otherwise we're headed to a map 3.
Yep, we are going to see the roam game more than likely be a pretty heavy component going into this round as well, since SSG once again brings the setup in order to play into that. And thankfully for the DarkZero fans out there, we've already seen them deal with this setup, or this type of setup, at least once. So as long as they can repeat those steps and fulfill it the exact same way, and more importantly, SSG also plays into it the same, we could still be looking at a quick 7-2 victory here for DarkZero on SSG's map pick. It's all up to how SSG is going to choose to play this, though. And they are the ones deciding if they're going to try and follow through the same way, or if things are going to be a little bit different this time. And it looks like things will vary slightly. Got a bit more of a reinforcement emphasis coming out onto the balconies. That also follows through from the previous attempt here, though. No additional reinforcements going to the inside of Cash Room, so they're not going to be able to bunker down there. That was where they got forced out last time and had to play that kind of awkward angles on the inside of Security and Red Room. but they were able to try and delay a little bit from there. Ultimately, though, DarkZero cleared it out very quickly.
Agreed. And I think walking into this round that could possibly be our last once again is DarkZero utilizes their cutoffs so very well on this map. They establish them early on Jacuzzi as well as CCTV to try and stop any of the SSG members from leaving the upstairs area. We'll see if they are as successful as they were the last time. Thinking they'd abandon Logi and Master quite early on and tried to rotate back towards Cash, where DarkZero was able to take map control and finally barrel down onto site. Will they stick around longer this time? That's the big question. You can already see they've adjusted one of their reinforcements to the single panel inside of construction, as the last time the Buck was able to rip that to pieces and establish early presence.
A little bit of bullet hole work being done in advance this time here by SSG, where they only had the rotate set up the last attempt to hold this. Kind of expecting the same general approach to the attack here from DarkZero. And they're more than likely going to be right about that, judging for the silhouettes right now. It looks like DarkZero is taking pretty much the exact same clear path, so this could play out for SSG, assuming that they are lined up appropriately to stop it on their own. Hyper is finished with clearing out the first floor, though. He has opened up the angle to punish players if they fall back through the hatch, but is not going to stick around to do exactly that. Mint is also going to rotate away, and I think SSG are aware of this fact. They're pulling back their roamers as well. They know that they've wasted a lot of time, and more than likely DarkZero are going to move away from trying to deal with this and start to focus more on the actual site take.
It feels like the more things that are different, the more they stay the same. It seems like a mirror from what we've been seeing this entire time for all of the Roan games. Spend some time upstairs, get it down to about a minute 15, minute 20, and then drop down oil pit. And that's exactly what SSG is going to do, is they're able to rotate all of their members this time safely downstairs. Remember the last time that we were here, they ended up losing 3 members on the top and mid floors.
SSG still setting up to put what would normally be thinking Nade behind the big blue box on the inside of the namesake of that room itself. He's going to rotate out, though, after these flashbangs are thrown in by Houghton. Expecting something to follow that up, but it's not going to be the case, at least not right now. Mint does need some support here in order to group up with the rest of his team on the outside of blue, so hopefully they're going to be able to get him access to that and prevent a very awkward rotate, which will eat up more time. Looks like hopefully that's not going to have to happen. And now DarkZero are facing the same issue which plagued SSG on the previous half, is trying to execute with minimal intel, minimal time to figure out the exact nature of the setup, and even more unfortunately without a man advantage to play into. A whiff shot here, though, is going to open up a capability for play for Houghton initially, but he's going to get quickly traded out. A 2-for-2 exchange to start things out, but it quickly goes into the favor of SSG as Rampy knifes out Mint to finish him off. Skies and Hyper are all that's left. They're trying to pinch from blue and dirt, but it's just not going to work. SSG closes out. They are not giving this map up that easily. They're going to fight back.
Very hotly contested there, all down to the wire, but SSG comes out on top. Still at map point for DarkZero on this offensive front, and as you guys heard during the analyst desk, this is a map that they are very prolific at on offense. 83% success rate on those offenses, at least prior to this matchup. Seems that SSG is definitely putting a dentage, or at least a dent in that percentage now. Same lineup for the most part that we saw from the last time. We'll see if Houghton clicks off of this Maverick once again with a 6th pick as we're headed towards Gym Bedroom. We're going to have very similar operator lineup to what we were seeing from DarkZero, but knowing SSG, they're probably going to have something just a little different.
Attackers need to locate and defuse as many bombs.
SSG is trying to run the gauntlet to get themselves back into this matchup. 3 more rounds are still needed in order to accomplish that, so I doubt that DZ are sweating about this comeback potential just as of yet. They win 1 to 2 more rounds, though. We'll come back to that topic, and it might be a different story, but at the moment, DarkZero not too worried, especially now that we are going over to a gym and master defense. This is where SSG has a lot of potential to falter. There's a lot more holes that the attack can potentially poke through, finding those early picks, as well as the capability to clear things out a lot more quickly and focus on that main execute, which became a problem for SSG in the previous round.
Well, moving away from that, it seems as though we are going to have a mirror brought by SSG. This is something that we never saw DarkZero bring, so we'll see exactly where they're going to be using those mirrors. Mirrors are one way and give you a lot of intel, and that's something that we don't see happen too often, as Mira is one of those operators that is banned out a lot because of how much of an impact she can have at holding down those defensive sites. Looks like the first one is going to go down inside of the bathroom. We could see the other one placed later on, possibly if they need to reinforce the rotate once Jacuzzi's open, but we'll have to see exactly what they want to utilize it for.
Time begins to tick in the favor of SSG, and DarkZero start to approach the attack to start working things the other way. Hyper actually almost with some good timing there against Fultz, but I think he misses it by just a second or two. He got those shots off at the right time. We could have been a dead Fultz and a very happy DarkZero to work with an opening play here. Interesting mirror reinforcement, or mirror window, excuse me, going to go down here. Gives Thinking Nade some swing potential, though, if he wants to try and play out from that mirror.
Very interesting indeed, playing inside of the secret stash of cash over there in the corner of logistics. Still plenty of time on the board for DarkZero to get something done here. Houghton already almost out of his torch utility. He only has one tank left. Already have the wall soft, just waiting on some soft destruction. That's exactly what Eclipse is for with this skeleton key. Rips it to pieces with that, and now they're in business. Need to get drones inside and see exactly where these SSG members are hiding. Bolt's Thinking Nade and Bosco assigned towards these two sites as Canadian and Rampy only extended hold towards the east, but Canadian slowly working himself back. Rampy going to stick around downstairs for possibly a late flank.
Let's see, Bosco just waiting for the opportunity to try and pick something up here too. There's no pressure is really coming in as of yet here. DarkZero keeping it very quiet except for the skeleton key that's trying to hunt out pieces of utility along with that mirror window right there too. Nicely found, nicely spotted, as that's going to hopefully eliminate that and open up a bit more play potential to work into DarkZero's favor as they finally commit to this push with a little under 1 minute left. Most importantly, it opens up the wayside for that nade to get chucked in, hopefully forcing out anyone that would have been on the inside deeper into the site, and overall clustering the SSG players closer together where DarkZero could try to cleave them down as we get closer and closer to the zero timer here. A swing attempt initially looked good for DZ, but he didn't commit to it with an ADS. As a result of that, on the repeat, the trade comes in. Houghton's going to be able to strike back in the favor of DZ, even shoots the nitro cell out of midair as he's going to continue to push to the inside of the bathroom. Mint's going to join him in a moment here. Now they're stalled. Now they don't have the capability to get on site and find that plant just yet, and the members of SSG still have the capability to deny if they try to go for a close plant on the corner here. You're going to see this over the next moment. There's the spam coming in. It's going to drop the player, drop the diffuser, and drop the round, more importantly, over to SSG as they continue to round this comeback.
Oh no, DarkZero starting to spiral. Either that or SSG waking up in a serious fashion. Something that we said after round 8, where we saw them pick up their first defensive win, getting that second round that they desperately needed to stoke a fire underneath all of these members. Now SSG headed towards CCTV to try and continue this win streak. They still need to find 2 rounds to force us into overtime. DarkZero doing a bang-up job of utilizing their utility and getting these walls open, but when it comes to the actual execute, that's where things are getting botched. SSG just playing so damn well right now, able to shut down every front from DarkZero's offense.
Still need to see those 2 more rounds though, and that's just to get it to OT. So this would be a gargantuan comeback from SSG if they go the full distance with it. DarkZero still a single round away from ending this map, and they have 2 more opportunities to do so between this one and the next one before SSG potentially triggers OT and those extra 3 rounds that come with it. Going to be upstairs hold this time once again as SSG start to round back over towards that. And this means that we're going to see that very heavy emphasis on the garage hold. The operator setup is the same. Now, if DarkZero are smart, they'll look for other ways to get control and get to the site besides garages. That was just too much to deal with in the previous round. But I also think they should have a lot of intel about what that setup looks like exactly. So on the rerun, I think there's also a good possibility they could potentially deal with it a lot quicker, because that was the problem, is they used so much utility and so much time trying to knock it out, they just didn't have the play potential coming into the late round. So now they're aware at least of what SSG are going to bring to the table for this defense and can hopefully deal with it a lot more quickly, if not just outright avoid it.
Yeah, and you can already see they've made some nice adjustments here. They're not bringing the Mav anymore to try and finagle with garages. That did not go very well the last time. They're on one hard destructor right now, and that's going to be the Thermite. That's the standard that we see, is he's got the fastest fuse time in the game, since obviously Ace isn't in just yet. So as for DarkZero now, Looks like they want to handle plat first, get that CCTV wall open, and then transition into other parts of the map. But where are they going to go this time? Is it going to be a transition over to construction, or are they going to try and attack garage once again? As previously stated by Blue, it was not very successful, but mainly because of that wall. They could probably try to handle it straight up, but you have to worry about that man inside of rafters and the amount of utility that is placed up there.
All 3 of the EMP grenades going to be utilized here. And oh my goodness, it's a rush from DarkZero. They just want to end it right here, right now. And they may very well get their wish. 2, 3, 4. It's a team kill as well. Everything's down to Canadian now in the 1v4 scenario. Sneaks off one. Bring it down to a 1v3. He's going to try to look for another. He's got to be careful of his back here, too. Another player could quickly run down red and end his life if they time it right. The plant only just now going down, so he has plenty of time to try it, but it's not going to matter as DarkZero take it on round number 11, finally shutting down the map 7-4 and sending us to Cafe to decide the series.
They say rushes never work, but apparently they do, as DarkZero ends up winning out on that one. What a round from them, not able to find it through traditional means and instead just flood the site and overwhelm SSG. Hell of a shot into garage as well for them to win out that round. Extremely successful showing from DarkZero on Clubhouse. You can definitely tell that they did their homework on this SSG squad, and that's going to lead us right into Cafe.
Great timing as well on the usage of that strategy. It had been incredibly slow, drawn-out play for pretty much the entire map up until that point. So, hey, let's try pretty much the direct opposite of that, and it works swimmingly. Great change-up from DarkZero. Quickly closes out the map where they were having issues doing so. Stick with us, guys. Map number 3, along with the analysis desk, is going to be coming right around the corner, and more importantly, right after this break.
Welcome back. I'm Jackie Jing with our analysts Jesse and Veli. And wow, DarkZero popping off on map 2. What a start. They were on defense. I was a little bit nervous for them, but they did quite well. SSG coming back a little bit, but DarkZero sealing the deal there. But Veli, you know, we don't see SSG struggling like that so much. I mean, they did come back a little bit, but DarkZero definitely came out strong and impressive. All right, apparently Veli cannot hear us. So Jesse, yeah, I mean, DarkZero just did a lot of good things there. Let's chat about that. I don't think Jesse can hear me either.
And we've got some highlights coming up here. There might be some technical issues on our end, so hopefully we can get those figured out. But here we are. And I thought that, like, if we talk about this round, or this map as a whole, it obviously will look really good for DarkZero in the first half. I thought that it was a really defensive-sided map, and we talked about how, like, DarkZero are good at attacking on this map. A lot of this came down to, like, the chaotic gunfights and the end of things, and the defensive teams were, like, winning those out more often than not. We saw it in the first half towards the end, like round 5 and 6, they really did just come down to DarkZero winning separate 1v1s, you know, going into those engagements and managing to come out on top. All at like the split second, one at a time. You know, it was good pushing from SSG to come in like coordinated all at the same time. But when you lose every single one of those 1v1s, that's obviously not going to work out for you. I thought that in the second half, they started to swap that around, and we saw a little bit more play happening from Space Station winning those chaotic gunfights. But overall, it did seem like, you know, DarkZero are winning in those chaotic environments, don't you think? Belly?
Yes, definitely. I'm sorry, man.
No, it's all good.
For some
It's all
reason, I
good.
can't hear
Yeah,
Jack.
I don't
I'm
think
trying to
y'all
fix it,
can
but
hear me.
Yeah, the one thing I like from DarkZero a lot that I'm seeing, the aggression. Jesse, it's beautiful, it's sexy, it's pretty, I want to kiss it. Whoever implemented this play style into their strategic playbook that they're using against Space Station right now deserves a raise. Because it's working. And not just the team, but as an individual, I'm loving what I see from Eclipse. Eclipse has been an X factor. And, you know, he's really the silent assassin on this team. Yes, a lot of praise goes to Hyper. Yes, a lot of praise goes to Skies. But a lot of people forget how great Eclipse really is.
Yeah.
Eclipse really is. And the fact that he started off the first half by getting the 2Ks in cash and just fragging out against Space Station's best. Man, this is the best DarkZero I've been seeing in a while.
And that's what we're talking about, right? Like, all the players coming together. It's not just Hyper. Hyper did have a bit of a better game this time on Clubhouse as well. So it's really nice to see everybody starting to step up. I think when we got to that second half, like, for Space Station Gaming, there is a play I want to focus on, particularly when they went for that big flank from Faults in round number 7. I just feel like that was, like, it was kind of a small thing, but it's so, like, drastic for the overall game, because you just come out of your first half 5-1 down. You're on defense now. You really need to get every single round that you can. And particularly for round 7, you can go to any bomb site, you can pull out any strat, they're not going to expect it, they're not going to know. You lose one early, so okay, that's not great, but you don't need to go for a flank like that. And Faults, he rotated up, it was a basement defense, he rotated up those main stairs, and he tried to make it into kitchen, but it was barricaded by a soft barricade, so he couldn't get in very quickly. So he was just a fish out of water, had no real hope of, like, surviving. And it gets peeked from outside the building, and it's just like, well, that's, now you're in a 5-on-3, now this is a lot more unwinnable. And that felt like a really big, like, all right, Space Station Gaming are making mistakes we don't usually see from them. And that was a big thing for me.
But Jesse, that's the thing, right? Folks, Rampy, and the rest of these players, they're used to running out and making plays like that. Like, that's a usual thing you see when you watch Space Station Gaming. So the fact that Folks got slapped in the face by Hyper in that play that you were specifically talking about when he ran into stock, and plus everything else that happened, Space Station couldn't put their guns in front of them whenever DZ were in their faces, and that's not the playstyle I expected DZ to use in order to beat Space Station. So keep it up, please.
Can you guys hear me now?
Jack,
Yeah.
I thought it was me, Jack.
I don't
You had me
know
messed
what
up.
happened. I was trying to talk to Veli, and then nothing happened. And then I tried talking to Jesse, and then nothing happened. And then y'all did just fine. Y'all are fantastic. But y'all went over a lot of the analyst points that we already discussed. I wanted to see if there was anything that we wanted to talk about with DarkZero specifically. I mean, I just thought that they popped off and looked fantastic at the beginning of that map. Like, all of us were kind of just like, wow.
Right.
It's just incredibly strong. I guess at this point, we just talked about Fultz as well, and just what happened with round 7. I guess, was there anything really big with DarkZero that you really hope to see on map 3 that, like, they really need to do to potentially pull off this win? Veli, I'll start with you.
So I halfway criticized them for, you know, the 3-player roam and the aggression that they used with that roam. But now that we're really starting to see what those players look like when they're warmed up, I want to see more of it. Let Eclipse off the leash. Let Skies off the hook. Let Hyper do Hyper things. And DarkZero, they're going to return back to greatness if they continue this type of play style. And also, there's no better time than now, because, like, this Canadian is not having a good day, especially as a roamer. So DarkZero, they're getting by with some crazy things on attack, especially that last rush during the final round.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to say, like, DarkZero, I think in the past have had problems where games start to slip away, and, like, when momentum builds against DarkZero, sometimes that can just be, like, the end of the rope. And we've talked about how this team is maybe more, like, mental based than they'd want to admit and than they'd like to be. But it was really smart. They said, okay, you know, the second half of this map, we're losing control, we're starting to spiral, let's change it up, let's go for a rush. And that was such a smart play because, you know, it didn't have a 100% chance of working. Obviously, it was a gamble, but it's like you kind of need that, because if they kept doing the same old thing, it just wasn't going to work.
Yeah, Jesse, we were chatting earlier, and you were just talking about how DarkZero was thriving in chaos, and that's something that we typically do not see with this team. Like, we've repeatedly talked about how they struggle to adapt, but it looked like a very strong DarkZero on map 2 here. Really quickly, we want to talk about players to watch. We've been monitoring Rampy and Hyper, so let's see if we can get those updated statistics up here for both of them. But, you know, jokingly, we were like, you can really throw up any player on the left right now for SSG, and they're doing fantastic. But yeah, is there anything that y'all want to update with players to watch?
Hyper's positive. That's good. That's really nice to see.
I mean, this is pretty much still the tell of the tape. These two players are really important. I mean, Rampy, you could swap out with, you know, a Foltz, or even I'm not going to say Canadian at all, because their success doesn't depend on his kills. But, you know, Rampy, Foltz, those are the two players that I really have my eye on. Bosco is pretty much, you know, all reliable as well.
Yeah, and I think it's important to highlight Rampy had a really good round on Vigil. You can see his defensive operator there. When he was downstairs in the bottom garage, the casters touched on this a lot, you know, buying so much time for his team, and it seemed like DarkZero were really scared to go up against him. That was, I believe, the first round that Spacestation won on defense, so it really did start that trend of SSG starting to pull the match back. So that was a really impactful play from Rampy. Shows why he's the player to watch.
Okay, and we have a new segment, gentlemen. It is called Veli Step Up. So, Veli, I'm going to give you the floor, and we're going to have you step up, and you're going to talk about who you think needs to step up, right?
All right, so during my segment Step Up, I'm going to be sitting down in my chair. But if you all saw what happened during the qualifier, I did this as well, and it brought a lot of momentum into the game, and I loved it. But the topic of my Step Up, the reason why I'm having this right now, this is for DarkZero and why they need to shut the haters up, including me. I didn't think DarkZero had a chance walking into this game, and a lot of other people didn't. And by the way, speaking about that as well, Smoothie AK, the top Reddit analyst, said, I bet they still managed to lose 7-5 or 8-7 somehow when Space Station started to win rounds again to come back on Clubhouse. That's the type of disrespect we all have towards DarkZero, whether you want to admit it or not. But you know what? It's for a great reason. DarkZero, they were at the top of the mountain, the tippity top. They've managed to fall just a little bit lower. But by winning this first game against Spacestation Gaming, they're going to prove to not just you, but the world that they belong. They're still the best in NA. And in order to do that, they're going to have to shut Canadian up. And by the way, there's no better chance than now. Because like I said before, Space Station, they don't rely on Canadian to get a lot of kills to win. But the fact that Canadian is struggling, like just struggling in general, this is their best time to strike in order to win and be on top.
Also, I just want to say, like, I think that DarkZero are going to need to do a lot to shut the haters up, as Veli's been saying. Like, they got to come out and really either smash in this third map and destroy Spacestation Gaming, or they're going to have to, like, win the whole tournament. Because if they, you know, come out here and win, the game against Space Station, a lot of people are going to say, well, that's just a fluke. You know, Space Station Gaming, they had an off day. They'll lose in the upper bracket finals, then they'll lose in the lower bracket, and it's whatever. Because they have had, you know, a history of inconsistencies. And we've seen DarkZero play really well in the past. But that doesn't like mean their next game is going to be just as good, right? So DarkZero, I think, in order to really shut people up, they're going to have to go the entire tournament without really, or without too many slip-ups.
Okay, and that was Jesse's segment called Jesse Jump Up. Just kidding. But, okay, so we have Veli Step Up, we got Jesse Jump Up, but we got something special for all of you at home. Another cool thing here. So a 15-second video was released of Shadow Legacy. It was dope. It was super awesome, showing Sam Fisher. So we wanted to do something special for all of you at home, and we're going to show you a little bit more footage. Roll the tape.
They're not ready.
Oh, it's just a still.
Ooh.
They told me it was a video.
Oh! I thought it was a video too. Okay.
Sam Fisher has thumbs.
Our producer said no, not that lucky, but we'll take it. Look at that thumbnail.
No. So for those of you at home, you said it's got to be what?
It's got to be like a gadget of some sort, right?
Sure.
I don't know if it's like a unique thing. That's interesting.
It's got 2 screws on the right corner.
You're right. I wonder if he can disassemble it with his screwdriver.
Ooh.
That is a perfect fingernail. He keeps them cut.
I mean, it is well groomed. I don't see any hangnails, and there is nothing below that nail bed, not even a speck of dirt. So everybody, that is our very special surprise for all of you. Okay, so on that interesting note there, predictions, gentlemen. What are we thinking for map 3? You both said SSG at the top of the show. Are you sticking to your guns? You switching things up? Veli, oh, I just saw a little eyebrow go up.
No. So whoever's under the Rainbow Six Esports account, they asked me if I'm going to switch up my prediction once I saw DarkZero winning. Hell no. I'm rocking with the world champs. We're going to the end. I still believe they have what it takes to win. Yes, they lost Clubhouse, teams lose maps, whatever. I predicted this was going to a third map anyway, so this is what I expected. But Spacestation Gaming, I think they're going to win this, and it's going to be extremely close. Probably overtime.
Okay, Jesse?
Yeah, okay, again, we're going to Cafe. This one, both teams have only played it once this season. It was against each other. It was 7-5 Space Station. The first map was really close, but DarkZero's win just looked a lot more dominant. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna pull trig. I'm gonna swap, and we'll go DarkZero for map number 3. Maybe it'll bite me like my swapping usually does. But
I agree with
we'll
Jesse.
See, we'll see.
They got the momentum behind them, and they looked fire on map 2. Veli's just shaking
Space Station, I would never do you like that, Space Station. So if you in the chat, just know I love you, all right?
Okay. By the way, I knew Jesse was gonna switch up because his left eyebrow went up like that. I was like, oh, he's gonna do the switch.
I was deciding until the last second, though. I was just waiting. I wasn't sure what I was gonna do until I said it. I still might change.
The pancake wasn't burnt on both sides.
Oh my gosh,
Exactly.
the pancake. All right, well, let's move on. We got map 3 ahead of us. Cafe, DarkZero, SSG. Who's taking it? All right, I'm super excited for this map 3 here. We'll be right back in a little bit.
Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the major. It is time to move on to map number 3, potentially a surprising map number 3 that we even ended up here when you consider how dominant SSG looked coming off of map number 1. DarkZero had an impressive turnaround on the second map and have now placed themselves in the pole position going into the third map on Cafe to try and close things down. As Jesse's already mentioned over on the analysis desk, these teams already played each other once as of a few weeks ago on this map, and it was an incredibly close game going the full distance in regulation, ultimately ending 7-5 in the favor of SSG, if memory serves me correctly. DarkZero have a great chance to get some revenge here, but Stokes, I'll throw it to you. Are they going to get it? Do you think that they'll be able to make the comeback happen here and close out the third map?
It's very, very hard to say because as we know, when it comes to majors, it's a completely different play style for a lot of teams. They dig deeper into that bag, try and pull out some strats that no one has seen before. And we've seen it on almost every single one of these maps where something's brought out that's fresh, that's new, and that the other team needs to try and get figured out. I don't see Cafe being any different, but both of these teams are neck and neck in skill today. I think Cafe could go either way, but I've got to say DarkZero looks like fire coming in this last one.
All right, guys, let's find out which team will come out of the flames victorious as it is time for the third and final map to get started. DarkZero versus SSG. If you are just joining us, and it's our very final map on Cafe.
Very fun map indeed, but it requires a lot of work on the offensive side to make it happen. Team has to be firing in all cylinders. Those comms have to be clean, and you got to make sure that you put that defense in its place. Otherwise, one misstep could lead to the ultimate demise, as this map is definitely not fun to handle man down. As we jump into the offensive bans, though, we're going to have the last one roll in here, so we'll see how hindered the offense is. Double hard destruction ban, DarkZero doubling down.
It's going to make trying to access certain areas of the map relatively difficult, as it'll be limited to basically just Maverick getting it done. Just as a note, folks, if you're watching comp for the first time or it's been a while, Ace is not in play right now and will be restricted for at least a few more weeks. Mira is going to be the first of our defender bans coming out, so following a much more usual trend there. And I think I would expect the same of our final defender ban to come out here as well. Let's see and just make sure. It's actually going to be a Clash ban as the final one. So that'll be an interesting turn of events. But again, makes sense for the play styles that we often see here on Cafe.
Completely agree, especially with Mint in the lineup on DarkZero. Obviously, one of our resident shield mains inside of North America. Already playing a shield earlier today on Consulate with that Blitz pick. So going to try and limit his operator pool as much as possible, but obviously Mint can be effective with other operators as well. DarkZero going to be in the offense, SSG starting on defense here on Cafe. A little different from the prior two maps that we've seen, and we are going to be headed towards Fireplace Mining first.
So an interesting start. We've been seeing more and more teams do this, where they oftentimes will go to their secondary or tertiary site choice to start off with instead of going directly to the primary one in hopes of sneaking off a quick round win at the beginning before reverting back to it. Another blitz pick as well on the 6th pick there, just locked in at the last second for DZ. That's the second time now we've seen a blitz pick come in for them so far in this series, counting the one back from the first map as well.
It could help them out quite a bit when it comes to trying to move people off of certain positions on Cafe, mainly because blitz can basically just walk at them, and unless somebody has an explosive, it's pretty difficult to deal with him. Obviously, with no smoke in play either, he is actually going to be quite potent, but that can always fall to the wayside if Mint ends up getting taken out early on. This is an operator that's hitbox actually extends past his shield, so you're actually able to shoot him in the shoulders and such, especially when he's leaning. But when it comes to Mint's play with this operator, he's quite the veteran of it, so I don't expect anything to go sideways.
Other than the obvious reinforcements downstairs, we are going to see the extended hold setup upstairs as well, as you might expect, including reinforcements on hatches and a few other walls, just to make sure that SSG can try to play an extended roam here for as long as possible. And hey, you guys might be seeing it on your screen right now. We've got some new Pro League sets in game. Make sure to hop in and check those out. They're on sale right now, and more importantly, for a limited time, the Pro League teams will be receiving, or the Pro teams will be receiving a share of the proceeds. So make sure you guys are hopping on that opportunity to support your favorite teams while the offers last.
Yeah, very cool of them to put Zeronic in the game with that bandit skin as well. You know, I think that's a beautiful, you know, little Easter egg there.
What, full beard on that
and
one,
the
right?
mohawk. He's got it all. He's got the full thing.
Yeah.
I actually think we would have to have a competition between those two.
It's a great cosplay setup for him at a future event. Right?
Absolutely, we have to see it happen. Maybe SI next year. Who knows?
Yeah, we already got one for Milos. Now we gotta expand the roster of it. Fluke as well has done some cosplay, I believe.
Yeah, dude, Fluke goes all out. I love that guy. He's such an amazing commentator, great human being overall. So, anyways, jumping into the round now, though, as we're about halfway through, some soft destruction done from DarkZero from below to set up some nitro cells in case anyone wants to swing into stage upstairs inside of Christmas. DarkZero doing a bang-up job of droning through. No damage dealt to either side, but there's going to have to be some contact at some point, and it seems that Mint is going to be the linchpin needed for that.
Time continuing to tick down here, but for DarkZero, already with some good control upstairs to work with and start to leverage down into mining. Whether they'll be able to successfully do that or not, of course, it's still a matter of the next minute and 15 seconds, although they're moving very, very quickly, following off from the end of the previous map, going right into the site, still with over a minute on the clock. Bosco denies the extra push going deep into the site, and Canadian will also trade out a few other players in the midst of the site. The plan is down, yes, but are they holding? That's the big issue that they're now going to have to deal with. Sky's also on the outside. He's gonna have no choice but to swing in and take control of Fireplace, start wrapping back around, seeing if he can deny Bosco's counter defuse. Already presses against him. He'll be taken out by Canadian. It's a different play style from DarkZero. We always love to see that, but this time around, unfortunately, it is not going to pan out, and SSG quickly get the retake and counter defuse to take the opening round.
Looks like Cafe, smells like Cafe. It's probably Cafe. That's just how it plays. That right there, hard execute, try to get that diffuser down, works out for them, but the trades are so quick. Nice adjustments from SSG, specifically inside of the pillars area, to shut down that very aggressive front. They were able to take out the blitz, and that's the biggest thing there. If Mint was allowed to stay alive, that post plant is going to be damn near impossible unless you're able to overwhelm him. But with those post plant positions that DarkZero had, that probably would have been all she wrote. But instead, SSG able to win it out. We are going to have the 6th pick yet again. DarkZero trusting their gut here with these shields.
Yeah, once again, committing very heavily to the blitz, which, for those of you who may not watch Siege so often, is an operator we rarely see get picked. I think just from this game alone, his pick rate is probably skyrocketed a few positions just from the 3 times he's been picked so far this series.
Let's see here. I'll be able to get you the pick percentage here momentarily, my friend. It seems as that
he's got to be like 2 or 3%, somewhere around there.
Fun fact, I don't even see him on the operator list on offense. Yeah. So it's
they
that
didn't even
low.
consider him.
He doesn't even exist.
He's not even worth considering.
Exactly. He's fallen into the matrix.
Well, he's certainly being considered for DarkZero at a minimum so far in this matchup, and he's been having some mixed results, that's for certain. But like you said, DarkZero seemed convinced of his usefulness here, so he's going to be picked up for a 3rd time. Coming into the 2nd round now, as SSG is going to look to defend the kitchen sites. Bit of an extended hold from them, specifically on the 1st floor, as Rampy's going to be holding the inside of the Christmas 1st floor room. Canadian also still opening up some rotates for himself and the rest of his teammates to play off of, as well as that extra barricade to support their Jaeger in the inside of Christmas tree.
Well, doing a little bit of extra digging here as we are in the early stages of round 2. Blitz has only been brought 1 time prior to this from DarkZero in a sanctioned matchup, at least within the last 6 months, as I believe that's how far back these stats go comparative to the other ones. So that's quite a long time there for the Shieldman.
Quite a long time indeed. King Nate here looking to deny some drone presence coming in from the main cafe doorway. Also chucking out another disc real quick here. Staggering those as best he can to eat up the impending flashbang dump that's going to come out from DarkZero at any moment. Unfortunately, it looks like he eats one right there at the last second. That'll also lead to the elimination of his shield. He'll still be swung out from Prep Kitchen, taking an incredibly aggressive angle. Whether he'll stay there or not, that was yet to be seen. And it does look like he did eventually retreat to the depths of Prep Kitchen, where he's now going to wait for the push. But it's not just him here. Fultz is also playing from behind the bar, and we are going to see him pick up one before going down. A 1-for-1 exchange brings us into a 4v4. They still have to play against the Wamai and Prep Kitchen, so it's not such an easy breach, but Thinking Nade falters quickly when pushed. Hyper takes him out, and that's going to be DarkZero taking not only control of Cafe, but the man advantage in the round as well.
Thinking Nade just not ready for that swing from Hyper, and what a time to make it happen. Still have the shield up for DarkZero and Mint, and he's been so successful so far. He only has 1 kill, but that's not really the bulk of the work for the Blitz. He's able to get so much intel off of just his presence being there. Granted, Monty is available, but we haven't seen him used yet. I think the Blitz is a lot better for Mint simply because he's able to sprint out of some bad situations because of who he's playing. We do have some interesting positions here from SSG, specifically Bosco with a shield on top of Sync. It's a very nice position, but this is a very long distance gunfight with this SMG-11, so if there's anyone that's going to do it, it's definitely going to be Bosco himself.
Canadian also trying to take some angles against players downstairs. Had a slight glimmer of one, I believe, for a moment, but not really anything that he would be able to react to, unless we're assuming he's a god of reaction time or something of that nature. You can never expect that from players at all times. Another fight going to be taken here by Ramp. He gets a bit of damage off, I believe, onto Eclipse over there. Not going to be able to take him out just yet, though. More attempts to push in are being made. Diffuser going to go down onto the ground. Bosco with a nice angle to hold against Mid. Houghton is also going to get taken out. Everything falls to Eclipse now. Finishes off the fight from earlier by taking out Rampy, and now leaves just Canadian and Bosco in the exchange here, both of which are going to be in position to try and pinch out Eclipse, though. But the player on his flank's already revealed. Oh, so unfortunate timing, but Eclipse gets away from it anyway. He's now going to try to force the issue against the smoke, but it won't work out. Bosco is going to be able to win out that fight, and we'll have plenty of time for the counter defuse. A 2-0 lead is now established for SSG.
That one's gonna hurt for DarkZero. That's 2 plants in a row that they were not able to secure. SSG continually win these post plants. Some great play there from Bosco to keep himself alive. Great peaks and amazing utility usage there, especially with that Toxic Babe clipping through the wall into Flower. Some very nice showing there. Might have a 6 pick off of the Blitz, though, as Mint's going to be showing it straight up this time. That's usually a telltale sign that something's going to be adjusted, but obviously we'll have to see exactly what their idea is of it. We're just making some predictions here. We are going to see that Maverick brought, as we're more than likely going to be seeing him this whole time, as previously discussed, Hibana and Thermite off of the board.
Getting into the midst of the round here, we'll see if there's going to be any more 6 picks, but a common usage actually in this series, and it's had quite a bit of usefulness to the 6 picks compared to what we normally see from them, which is either just like, 6 picks that don't actually matter in the grand scheme of things, or that where they're like very predictable for their opponents. But we've actually had quite a bit of variety on them so far in this game, and they've been quite useful as far as I can tell to bring the Legion in this round with it.
Well, we're headed upstairs for SSG. Bar defense, the most known site on this entire map, is not too much has changed with it since the map update. There has obviously been a few things added with some balconies and such, but it's still relatively the same positioning-wise. We see a lot of pixel play, we see a lot of shields played up here from the defensive side. We'll see how SSG utilizes that, especially with the Goyo in play here. They're going to actually be setting up bathroom as what seems to be a standoff area. They're going to soft destruct one of the panels towards Christmas and put a shield inside of it. Not a Goyo, though. They're actually going to put that... Oh, no, they are. They're going to switch it out here and play one of the explosive shields instead. And that's actually a very big deal. They are only bringing the Jaeger as they 6-picked off of the Wamai, more than likely because there was no Capitao in the lineup for DarkZero. Didn't really need it, as well as Wamai has some trouble here playing certain positions. So... for SSG now, see if they can continue this reign of terror that they've had on the defense of locking out these post plants.
Things are continuing to look good at the moment here for SSG, and just now only having to retreat to the upstairs site as well. So this is normally the site we'll see teams go to right off the bat, but because of how much has been played out, that oftentimes means the attackers are very well prepared for an attack on this site too. Blitz, once again, as I'm sure you guys have noticed, still in the picture here for DarkZero. Seems to be a very hefty part of today's cafe strategy. Definitely not in trend with any sort of meta that we would expect, but like I said, I appreciate the innovation, especially at a major level.
I appreciate it as well, and that also means that we're going to be seeing a lot more Legion. That's exactly why that ob was designed in the first place. Shields and rushing operators in general are very, very annoying. He's supposed to be that thorn in their side, not making it to where they cannot sprint, taking away that ability. But oh my god, what a shot there from Skies. Reads Canadian perfectly as he's trying to get rid of a drone, but instead all of his life is pulled from his body. Halfway through this round now, though, is Mint's halfway up White Stairs. They do have the diffuser still on this mid-level, as that's where most of the DarkZero bodies are for the time being.
Hyper backing out after the initial success being found against Canadian. Don't necessarily feel like it's the best route to push, and they're probably correct about that. They don't really have a lot of skylight pressure, and even if they did, it's not in the correct angle right now to pressure Rampy out of position, so he's still going to be free to swing around this U-shaped balcony and try to punish Hyper or anyone else from DZ that may try to push in from the library door.
Beautiful setup here from SSG that's delaying so much time, but now Hyper on the Eastern Rappel here trying to play the cocktail windows. Does have to worry about one inside of C2. That's going to be Fultz with the Evil Eye Man himself, Maestro. Ping gets sent out now, though. They need to be able to deal with it. And that's going to be Rampy now gone. 5 versus 3, but low on time. They need to find their way through this neck of the woods as they try to force their way up White. Smoke grenades out as Toxic Babes continue to pour down, stunting the growth of this offensive push here. Bosco now out completely, though, of the Toxic Babe. Shotgun in hand, gets fully blinded as they try to chase him down. Oh no, Mint's actually going to end up downing one of his teammates and also gets a goo mine stuck in his leg. He's not going to be able to sprint. Checks close, not able to melee either. It's back and forth. This is a war of melees, but Mint finally gets it. Oh my, I thought Bosco was actually going to be able to stick it out, but he was fully blinded. As you can see, Mint used his utility at the last second.
Bosco just panic spamming V, unfortunately, as he can't see a darned thing and still nearly ends up running it to timer there, but doesn't end up being a success. Finally, the play there on the Blitz, the consecutive play on the Blitz for 3 rounds straight, works out into their favor on the White Stairs push, and they are able to take full control on top of other successful executes in order to get control of a round for themselves. 2-1 is going to be the scoreline. The first failing, of course, from SSG, but they will begin to unlock the sites that they have already won just after that loss. That's going to take them right back to Fireplace Mining.
Quite an interesting one there from DarkZero. Did not even touch Christmas, which is usually the standard that we see for that site, but instead clearing out the mid floor and then attacking via the windows for Cocktail as well as White Stairs. Utilizing that shield so dang well, the only way that they could possibly slow them down was those Toxic Babes, but once the Toxic Babes were expended, it was all up to the heads-up gunfight. And as you guys know, that's not the most fun, especially when you're going up against someone that can blind you with the shield.
see if there's going to be anything different this time. We've obviously noted the fact that the blitz has finally been 6 picked away from as they went for the direct pick this time. Mint now retreating over towards a Thatcher instead. We should expect much more traditional play on the attack for this site here. SSG pretty much bringing the same flair as before. They've even picked away from that Legion, so they might even have started to expect that, all right, maybe the blitz is not going to come into the picture here for this defense, as it didn't work out too well for them on the first time they tried it.
Well, the good news is that they've won a round now with blitz, so that's good. That's a good thing.
that was the whole goal. They just wanted that one victory.
They just wanted to prove that it works at a competitive level.
Yeah. Just carry the blitz through one round and get the win, and then that's enough to prove it. Like,
oh man, I really wish that we would get another clip of like what he did on Clubhouse a while back, where he just ran into sight and cleared the entire area all by his lonesome. Is very, very impressive, but probably not going to see that, especially on Cafe, with how this plays out in the space in between teammates and that such. But we're going to have SSG back on this mid-level hold, playing mining right now. Nice setup upstairs, castle barricades and such to make sure that they can keep cocktail windows locked down a little bit longer than previously. Gonna need some soft destruction over there to be able to get rid of those, or at least some frag grenades, and that seems to be the expense of that right now. But Fultz capitalizes on that, takes down Skies, and that's an early pick that was much needed. That's quite a bit of soft destruction off the floor.
Some potential unfortunate timing here. Fultz is going to commit to the top out. I'm not sure if he heard the repel from Houghton or not. I would assume yes. But here we go. There's the leap. Yeah, and Houghton reads it like a book. Quickly takes out Fultz and eliminates him for attempting to make that play.
Very unfortunate for him.
Yeah, nice little attempt to change it up at least with a separate window, but just not going to pan out that well, unfortunately. So that evens things out, puts us back down into a 4v4 now. Big risk being taken, and unfortunately, to not much success, puts SSG back into an even position for the rest of this round here. You can see Canadian, of course, roaming around. Has a good idea about those two players pushing from top red, but needs to figure out where the other two are as well. At the moment, there might be a lapse of intel on SSG, which could cost them over the next 30-40 seconds as we'll begin to see DarkZero move into positions to execute.
Well, that's a troublesome thing for DarkZero as well, is that drone utility could be sparse right now, but checking in on that, it doesn't seem like the economy is too hindered. So we have quite a few drones still active and some still inside of pockets. And with no mute on the board, those are more than likely set up in positions to watch for rotates and those crossfires. 50 seconds remain for DarkZero to get a plant here. Last time they were heroes, that quick rush plant into mining, but this time it's a lot slower on the windup. Breaching charge is still going down to create some vertical angles as they're trying to get this SSG member out of train.
Bosco still hoping for someone else to swing into that window position where he would be able to punish it. He makes it a little bit cleaner there so we can toss the gas grenade through it. He's got pressure coming up from top as well. You'll see a nitro thrown below. Is it going to be on position? Yes, it will. Sends Eclipse flying and to his death this time around. Two more players also getting dropped back to back. That's Mint and Houghton going down just within about a half second of each other. And now everything once again falls to a single member of DZ. It's Hyper versus the world here with less than 10 seconds to start the defusal process. And unfortunately, he doesn't even have possession of the device needed to do that. So SSG will shut it down. They'll take quick control of round number 4. And after a bit of a bump in the road upstairs, things go very much back into their court here at a 3-1 scoreline.
That shows you exactly why Cafe is so dang difficult. Yes, they were able to trade out equally and make it 4-4, but when you're on the offense, there's just so many rotations to worry about, so many crossfires as well, and a lot of utility to burn through. And there's quite a few positions where the defenders are quite safe, just like Bosco playing inside of Train. He was there for the most part of the round, and they were not able to get him out of there, even with the vertical play being utilized. So for DarkZero, it really is just trying to get these early picks and not get traded, but that's the difficult thing here.
All right, guys, let's see if we're going to end up with any more. Hey, and the Blitz is back.
Hey-o.
I was about to say, big surprise on that one. That'll bring DZ back into their usual fold for this. And once again, this is a site where I think we saw, if I remember correctly, we saw the Blitz get knocked out pretty quickly against this defense, so we didn't really get to fully see how it would be utilized here. So get a better picture of that. I would imagine it's going to be a pretty big piece of the execute working its way in through prep once again, but also SSG had a pretty good setup to try and stop that type of a push as well. There was some great angular play that they can work off of both from the inside of the A site along with by playing into the inside of Prep Kitchen. It was just that thinking nade in that last round kind of got wrapped on pretty quickly at Prep Kitchen and like was not ready for it, so he got eliminated. If he was able to keep himself in position to play against the actual push from DZ there, either him or his teammate playing on the other side would have been able to shut that down. Especially the case if they're going to continue to leave this wall soft. They've already got the rotate through it, so I don't believe they would be reinforcing it.
I really want to see Fultz have more of an impact inside of Bakery here. Yes, SSG was able to win the round last time, but obviously it was off the back of some very good play there down to the last second between the last two remaining SSG members. Hopefully this time their Bakery hold goes off without a hitch. Obviously last time reinstating Thinking Nade, not having the best time inside of Prep, assuming that he thought Mint was more than likely going to be the front man for that, but he definitely was not. It was Hyper swinging that door, and with Fultz picked off early on as he swung very aggressively towards the kitchen or the Bakery double, did not work out for him. But he does still have two ADSs as DarkZero is setting up outside of Small Bake.
And I like the change up to the overall opener here from DarkZero. If they can pinch from both the primary door along with the side hole and the small by the window there, then that is going to make it a lot easier to deal with this setup they have both behind the main Bakery desk and behind this reinforcement that Thinking Nade's playing right now. DarkZero thinking quick on their feet, quick to adjust, just a follow through where sometimes things go poor for them. Elsewhere on the map, away from all the action that's happening by Bakery, Skies is going to get eliminated, trying to get, I believe, control upstairs. Actually, no, shot out through an upstairs window. Thank you very much, Sino, for observing that for me. Going to be caught by Rampy, who was holding upstairs and had an opportunity to peek out through a window for free.
Hey, he got his frags, and that's all he needs to do. You saw him scampering up upstairs, and Canadian's going to make it even more difficult for DarkZero now, as Mint and the shield have been deleted. No longer can you just walk in there and allow bullets to hit the front of your body, not take any damage. Hyper now trying to help Eclipse as they're dealing with the man inside of Restaurant. Eclipse swings wide, takes down Rampy. Still a minute and 20 seconds left on the board, so this is definitely still doable. But as we continue to try and push this envelope home for you guys, remember how difficult this can be for the offensive unit here on Cafe, especially with how much time they're wasting. Canadian dipping and dashing inside of White, but finally able to get cleaned up by Hot and Cold. He was down by Eclipse, but now we're on equal man count. They need to find their way into sight, though.
Even man count, as you said, but DarkZero have lost a lot of health on Hyper and Eclipse. That's going to limit their capability to try and take some of these fights. Might need Hotten to lead the charge here in some of these, or at minimum be ready to trade to keep his HP at max here to have a better chance of closing down this round. 40 seconds left here, so actually plenty of time for DarkZero to try and formulate how exactly they want to push for this. Oh, near disaster for DarkZero, but Hyper saves it with the great hold, keeping his teammate alive and preventing disaster as Thinking Nade tried to creep out and killed the Maverick. Tried to kill the Maverick, I should say.
Well, this is where things can get very desperate, especially with a Maestro still alive, but he's quickly dealt with. It's all down to Bosco now, and Boss Goat does not appear. The shotgun's removed from the map, and DarkZero with 3-man up win their offense. Finally getting a little bit closer here. We're more than likely going to see this 2-4 split, but that depends on where we're going. SSG has been so good on this defensive side so far. That really, truly was the only misstep they've had.
Excellent turnaround there from DZ, and as you mentioned, the first big mistake that we see from SSG in the midst of that round. Costing them heavily, though, as it's going to bring the scoreline incredibly close, 3-2, potentially a 3-3 if we see more success picked up by DZ against this attack. It is going to be a rerun of the same site. SSG lost their only other reasonable site choice, which was back up on the 3rd floor, and it seems they do not fancy going for the fireplace and library site, which is the alternate option for the 2nd floor.
Okay, well, we are going to 6-pick off of the Buck, which isn't the best thing in the world, really, mainly because of the site that we're going to. We're headed towards Kitchen, and without Buck being there, they're going to be leaning on breaching charges to do a lot of the heavy lifting inside of that vertical play. Granted, they are going to have quite a bit of that with the Ash and Hyper playing that Zofia. Obviously, 2 impacts on her and 2 breaching rounds on Skies with that Ash. Means they can get quite a few angles opened up, but still begs the question, how are they going to deal with Bunker, as Buck is usually a little bit better at handling that angle. Obviously, you have to worry about your utility getting eaten up from those OMI discs and ADSs when it comes to breaking things inside of sight.
5 seconds remaining.
There you go, folks. DarkZero going to be let out once again. You could expect the similar approach to come in their overall strategy, with a lot of the emphasis being on getting control of Bakery and Small and moving their way into Prep. eventually taking site control from there. This is due to the fact that SSG are leaving that wall soft, trying to actively play against it, and for the most part, DarkZero has been handling playing against this aggressive hold fairly well, either by forcing the SSG members back into site or by outright eliminating them, as we've already seen from the previous 2 attempts. So SSG have brought the castle into the pick for this time here. Almost forgot castle's name for some reason. And are going to be able to reinforce some extra utility here to hopefully prevent the crossfire that DarkZero was able to get against the Bakery Hold last time.
I mean, you can always just lean on, wave check castle skin. That's how you remember. That's how I remember it.
yeah. I don't know why, it's like I'm trying to remember.
Veli wave check skin when? That's all I want to know.
I was really scared for a second. I was gaffing on his name for 5 seconds. I was like, oh my god.
Very unfortunate there, but DarkZero now picking up Thatcher as well, as we didn't see the 6 pick over to the Blitz, which could definitely assist them in that department that we were discussing earlier on, dealing with those my discs and ADSs. This is something that Thatcher specializes in, getting rid of these electronic pieces of utility, and when it comes to those, he doesn't disable them. Oh, no. He destroys them. So that's going to be quite a bit of utility burnt there, and he can also assist inside of those evil eyes as well. There's so many applications for the EMPs. I could go on, but obviously there's a game to be played here. Soft destruction now for the DarkZero side. Got quite a bit broken up here on the mid-level, and good drone work here. Don't face check that hole, must rather use that drone to check it for you, using that as an extended life, at least for a vision. Don't need to capitalize on it just yet. But for the most part, SSG playing on this bottom floor and trying to lock down any of the entry points that DC could possibly use.
Rampy holding on the inside of Kochek as well, waiting to see if DarkZero are going to try and swing his angle here. SSG very much trying to prevent access for DZ at this point, since they're not necessarily able to use the usual angles that they've been using in previous rounds. Still success from DarkZero, though, because the SSG members are so out and about. DarkZero are able to isolate one of them and lock them down. That's going to be Canadian getting knocked out there just by the main bar.
That's the terrible thing about that is, once the pinches happen, you seldom get out. There's way too many angles to worry about, and trying to move around usually ends up getting you killed. A swing here from Rampy, but he misfires, and Eclipse ends up winning it instead. That's a double for him on the round, as they're finally getting down onto site. But they do have to still worry about some roam presence that we see here. As actually, no, that's a member of DZ working his way down the staircase. Apologies for that, but Plant could possibly be going off now, though. 5-man up is DZ as we go into the last 15 seconds. Hot and Cold locking into that diffuser. He's halfway through. Waiting now as the evil eyes have been picked up. Oh, it's actually going to be confirmed as well, as there's still members of SSG on the field inside of sight. Has been planted at the back of bunker, as Bosco is the last remaining member.
There's nothing connecting here, unfortunately, in this round for SSG. The aggressive attempts getting locked down by DarkZero and eventually killed off, and the players in sight just not able to defend much here. Bosco with a great shot on Houghton to take him out, but it's only beginning of a very long road to recovery. He's already used most of the defusal time, and he's barely gotten started with this clutch. He's locked in a corner, as you can very much see from the bullets that spray out the second he tries to move from said corner. Even with that, tries to get a second kill, but is not going to be able to accomplish that. Skies takes him out, and DarkZero do indeed round the comeback to make it 3-3 at halftime.
Well, it seems as though the kitchen has a rat infestation, as it's all of the DarkZero members are literally everywhere. Not a single safe area for Bosco to rotate, and that's actually going to be their only successful post plant and their entire offense. But they still tie it up 3-3. I'm really starting to feel as though Veli's prediction was right. It really does feel like overtime.
Could be the case. Hopefully get a better picture. And once we get past this first round or two on defense for DarkZero, and get to see what exactly both of these teams are going to be bringing to the table for their second half as well. Could still end up with a very dominating, one-sided nature to this if one team gets off to a good start. But at the same time, we've also seen teams get off to that hot start with a consecutive 3 rounds going in their favor. And then the second go-around is pretty much the exact opposite. So it leads us into the current situation we have before us now. Time to see if it's going to remain just as competitive now that the teams have switched.
Well, we're going to be headed downstairs for the very first round here for DarkZero. Similar operator lineup, but we'll see if they have the same idea while setting things up. For Skies, he is going to be on that smoke, and this has been something that's been notable for Skies throughout his career now, is that he's transitioned away from these more aggressive type operators, playing a more passive front for his operator lineup. And it's actually been working out quite well for him. He's found quite a bit of success with DarkZero in this position, We'll have to see if he's able to lock things down here on Cafe. Currently 4-1-4, but as you guys can see, looking over to the other side of the fence, Bosco playing the same position, currently 8-1-3. So that smoke can definitely make the difference.
All right, guys, so let's see how SSG's attack, is going to fare for them here on the very first round of the second half. You can immediately see off spawn, you've got a couple players potentially working their way over to the inside of Bakery. Bit of drone work to be done on the inside there first, of course, before they commit themselves to it. That's not going to be the only area where we'll see some attacking presence established. Fultz is also messing around with the front door, leading over by Kochek into the main bar too. It seems that DZ might be aware of this, just not necessarily aware of where exactly it's going to come from. But all that will be revealed over the next few seconds here as SSG is starting to open up the windows and again, that little bit of aggression here. They'll see that the setup is very similar to that they used just the 2 rounds ago.
Well, DarkZero, quite an aggressive showing here off rep, especially from Skies on this smoke. This is something that we definitely don't see every single day, as usually the smoke's utility is sacred to the defense to be able to slow things down when the offense is getting down and dirty, trying to force their way into the defensive site. But for now, he's playing actually out inside of the coat check hallway, but he does have some assistance here. Specifically, Mint playing in Whiskey with his shield setup. Almost halfway through the round now, though, but you can definitely bet your bottom dollar that SSG has gotten quite a bit of intel. As you can see, their drones are a little worse for wear than usual. Already 4 down, well, actually 5 down, as Rampy is also missing a drone, but there is no utility on the defensive side that can obviously shut them down. They're all going to get destroyed, whether it be from an evil eye or a bullet.
Trying to set up a pinpoint ping here for his teammates to use to be able to isolate out some of this utility. And in the meantime, Skies considering a run up to the second floor to try to punish some of that positioning, but it's not gonna be able to get it hot. In the meantime, confirms Fultz with the evil eye. Not something you see popping up on the kill feed too often. A bit of extra damage going on to Canadian from that as well, it looks like, before it's finally ending up being dealt with there. SSG still on the outside, still, unfortunately, with not a lot of site-bound control, and they're under a minute remaining here on the clock. Now, DarkZero has so far been doing a fantastic job of delaying, if not outright denying, the SSG pushes here at the beginning.
And here comes the hard part. Not very many drones left, as it seems that there's only 2 active drones, and those are more than likely for flank watch for the offense. Nice use of a Maverick torch hole here from Eclipse, bags him Canadian and makes the offensive situation even more difficult than it was already. Trying to work their way into Whiskey, but they have to worry about the castle. The ump doesn't work out for Mint. It's not in Canadian's hands, so doesn't exactly shoot straight, apparently. Still have Skies here on red stairs, and he could definitely have a good showing. Has one to worry about inside of Whiskey, but he's got one even closer. If he followed the bullet trails, oh no, doesn't even have to worry about it. Hyper there to assist, and it's going to be DZ all over the board here on their first defensive round.
Solid team play coming out from DZ, constantly in sync and communicating once again with the current positions of the SSG players to lock them down, as you saw at the end of the round, save teammates in more than one situation, preventing them from having to take fights that potentially could have led to their deaths. Great hold, and it's going to net them not only the first round of the second half, but since they're coming off of a 3-3 half, it's going to get them the lead too. 4-3 has now been established. We are 3 rounds away from DZ taking control of this series in a pretty upsetting fashion, given what everybody expected coming into today.
Yeah, I think that the biggest shocker so far, without obviously knowing the outcome of the series, was Clubhouse, a 7-4 finish in favor of DarkZero. I didn't expect that one to happen. Truly, I thought Consulate DarkZero was going to battle for it a little bit harder, maybe push it to OT and win it 8-7, then SSG would win Clubhouse, but things have kind of been flipped on its head today, at least from my perspective.
Definitely the case, and DarkZero, again, massive props to them for putting up this fight and bringing the overall improvements from the previous weeks. Definitely bringing it here where it matters the most at the major, and potentially could set SSG up for bad times if this continues to go into DZ's favor and potentially ends up with a win for them. SSG, as we already saw though at the end of Clubhouse, are not one to take the loss in a map without at least giving a good fight for it, so we should expect some more plans for them to try and counteract what DZ has been bringing to the table, put SSG back in a better position where they can hopefully take the lead back too.
Well, here's the very difficult thing for SSG right now. They're used to Rampy, Fultz, and Bosco all having very good games, but we're missing 2 key aspects of that sentence that I just said, John. Rampy and Fultz are completely dormant right now.
Unfortunately, just have not been there when it comes to the fragging departments. as they have often been met with quite a bit with regards to the early round fights that they've tried to take, and more often than not, it seems like they've bitten off more than they can chew, or it's just been pushed so far, later into the round that they don't really even have to act as entry anymore. They just end up being part of the main pushing force, and even there, it seems like success has been limited for them within this match. It's a good point, Stokes, and we'll now move on into the round itself to see any improvement in that regard. You can see Skies, of course, looking for things with the heartbeat sensor, trying to scout out if there's going to be any downstairs pressure to start off with from SSG, and will then swing up to the second floor, but not looking like it. For the most part, SSG are going to send their entire team in through the roof to do a top-down clear.
We'll see how well it fares this time, as DarkZero's poised for some gunfights, pre-firing quite often and early on here to see if they can slow down SSG, if at all. Sky's on the pulse here, using that cardiac sensor to good use, finding quite a bit of information early on. This is good, as long as they're able to recognize where this push is coming from. This means that they're going to have educated gunfights, meaning that they know when someone's going to be peeking them, or at least they're positioning, so they're prepared for it. That's what we see happen, quite often, where somebody gets caught off guard by that, and Pulse can definitely help you out with that, especially with his sight play.
Well, we can see here, Thinking Nade still looking for options in order to get better control here before he moves any closer to the site. He knows he's in a very dangerous area. These guys as well will be able to confirm the positions of a few other members of SSG still hunting out upstairs here. There was a nitro cell pre-placed somewhere that I heard out of the corner of my ear just a moment ago, but I'm not sure if it's lining up with any of that right now. And yes, it seems like it was. There we go, building right into that perfectly. Houghton with the perfect timing on the detonation, gets a double from it. Goodbye to most of SSG's pushing force, and goodbye to the round as well. It's a flawless hold from DZ as they were starting to dominate here on Cafe, inching themselves that much closer to a victory in the series versus SSG.
Oh, that's going to be a rough pill to swallow there, as practically a tactical nuke goes off inside a freezer and kills 2 inside a bathroom. That is the exact opposite end of the spectrum from what we saw in Consulate with that C4. So this one going off without a hitch and ends up claiming 2 lives. 5-3 now into the favor of the defense. Very slow moving there for SSG, and amazing intel gathering there from the defense that led to that very successful round for DarkZero.
6 pick to be utilized here to bring Capitao in instead of the IQ. Should play out pretty well, but the problem is SSG needs to get to that point in the round where they're ready to execute for that Capitao to have any use. And as far as the first 2 rounds are concerned, they haven't even been able to get it to that point. So this may be some hollow utility if they run into those same issues. The good news is they're now attacking the 3rd floor, so getting to that execution point is nowhere near of a massive task as it is on the other 2 sites. And more importantly, Bosco can still utilize this utility regardless from the skylight just above the B-bomb chassis.
Well, it seems, friends, as for this round, we're going to have a shield fiesta going on. We have Mint playing the Goyo. He provides 2 of those, as well as 2 in the secondary utility department for the remaining DarkZero members. Skies and Eclipse picking those up for the team, and only 1 roll of barbed wire to worry about for the offense, but quite a bit of utility to burn through otherwise. When it comes down to it, the offense is, as of late, with this utility burn meta that's been going on for quite a while now, usually leads to a very front and forward attack, trying to work their way through all of that defensive utility. They have quite a bit of it as well, though, and if they're able to capitalize early on, we could see Bosco having quite the effect with those Capitao bolts.
Let's see specifically how they're going to be utilized here as SSG is getting into position after the drone phase has ended. We're already going to see the large majority of their players head right up to the roof, as you would generally expect. Wouldn't be too surprised to see if we have 1 or 2 of them on rappel, or just kind of standing by on lower floors here too. That's pretty much exactly what we're going to get. Still, as usual, a bit of drone work to be done, though, so they're not going to commit themselves to anything just yet. Bosco opening quite a few of the windows here for some play potential. A drone will get spotted out of the corner of Hot and Cold's eye, but he as well is going to get spotted as a result of said drone, so he needs to reposition himself, play into a different spot of the map. It looks like he's going to fall back behind the defender-sided bar over here just by the B chassis.
Very nice setup here from DarkZero, going to make SSG fight for every single inch. Definitely like the shield inside of the white hallway as well to prevent anyone from rappelling to the white stairs window and killing Wamai inside of Pixel. Almost halfway through the round now, though, as SSG is beginning the burning process on these ADSs, but they've dedicated all 3 of them here. The other one is actually sitting in the corner next to the stage stairs up towards the piano. And obviously, since Wamai gets his discs over time, this is going to continue to be an area where he can stand upon this hill until he dies.
Let's see Houghton with a good start here. Only taking out Canadian, but Hyper's going to be able to follow that through to eliminate Fultz. Other 3 players now being restricted a little bit, including Bosco being way on the outside here on Rappel, still trying to play from my piano. It does throw in one of the fire bolts, it looks like here. Try and flush out a member of DarkZero's defense, whether it worked or not. I didn't get to catch that too much. We're going to see the second one utilized now to flush back the player holding the white door. There's another player, though, on the breach into bathroom, so I don't think he can safely swing in. He's going to have to take a risk if he wants to go for it, or he'll have to spend time repositioning, which is not necessarily something that SSG have a whole lot of right now. Only 40 seconds left, and they're working from a 3v5.
Well, one of the SSG members currently prone inside of Christmas with the buck shotgun, but he's got a shield. He rotates around. Do they know he's here? He's switching back and forth. Peekaboo, my friend. Stun grenade out. Forces himself inside. What a play from Rampy. Oh, my. Whips out the skeleton key. Able to take down one. Switches back to the primary weapon, but now Bosco's locked inside of a plant. Still 4 members up, but they know thinking nades here. Oh, my God. It's DarkZero all over the board. What a messy round there near the end, but all of the bloodshed falls on a DarkZero side.
So unfortunate for Rampy there, as we saw him trying to make a gorilla play with the buck, just crouching up to the soft wall, hoping he could find an easy skeleton key kill on the other side. Instead, he's met with 2 reinforced deployable shields there, which he just can't get anything past. Tries to wide swing into the white hole and is quickly taken out. And as you saw at that point, it was already a 5v2, so it's not too much additional trouble for DZ to shut the rest of that push down. They're on map point now and match point as well to potentially pull off the reverse sweep here after going down 0-1 in the first map. They're about to bring it back with 2 consecutive maps in a row, including the win on Clubhouse, which up until the start of the NAL was a very rare thing against SSG.
We'll make you guys aware just one more time. If you are a member of the SSG family, if that's your team that you root for every single time that you watch Rainbow Six Siege, do not fret if they end up losing this. They do have another life. They're not out of the tournament just yet, but obviously you don't want to see them lose. You'd much rather see them keep that life and continue on throughout this tournament. But for now, though, DarkZero on map and match point, as John just said, and they're headed downstairs to see if they can lock it out. This is the time where we need to see those entry frags step up. Rampy, Fultz, you guys are shells of yourself right now. Find that ghost inside, bring him to the forefront, and make him battle. You're desperately needed.
The good news, and somewhat for SSG, is that this is the similar scoreline where we really started to see SSG begin to bounce back on the previous map once DarkZero had pushed it all the way up to 6 rounds for themselves. SSG is now facing similar pressure and even greater pressure, seeing as it's the end of the series itself. A potential lower bracket run is in the future for SSG if they do not bring this back. So if there's ever going to be a rebound, now is the time. But DarkZero are looking incredibly strong on this defense after their turnaround back in map number 2. It's not really looking like they can be stopped right now. The play from them is far too potent to work against SSG.
Last little touch-ups on site for DarkZero, and now they're good to go. Drones out for the SSG squad as their main focus is going to be bakery once again, and they're going to be handling it through the small bakery window as well. Sky's no longer in the smoke as he's shifted gears over to the Legion. Probably a better pick for this position just because of the distance of those gunfights. Granted, again, these are professional players. We've seen a million shots with the SMG-11 at range, but oh no, it's deja vu. We saw Rampy get a pick earlier on Disguise from this exact same window, but instead it now happens to SSG, and that's a huge one as well. Thinking nade off the board, no more air jabs. This is going to be a jungle gym for DarkZero.
Revenge is indeed sweet as SSG tries to pursue the sweets on the inside of Bakery up until this point, really unsuccessfully. DarkZero looks like they're potentially going to throw a lot more aggression out at it. You can see Eclipse assisting here as they've also got Houghton on the corner hold. Houghton just spamming out with the remainder of the Alda magazine there. If you're not necessarily a Rainbow Six player, that is easily the most ammo-heavy gun that you're probably going to end up with access to on your normal setups for defenders anyway. So he's got quite a bit of ammo to utilize there, as you can see. Still isn't reloaded, by the way, and is going to pick up the kill onto Fultz to push the advantage for DZ even further into this round, now at a 5v3.
Point to realize that he pre-fired as well as killed someone, and now he just got the same amount of bullets as Habana has in her primary AR. That's how the Alda works. Stun grenades now over as Hot and Cold continues his reign of terror, but finally taken down. It's only left up to Bosco in this 1 versus 4. He's going to have to find the clutch. He has plenty of time, but no flame utility left with his arrows. He's trying to crouch walk his way in here, but the bad news is he's got to face check literally everything. No drones, but it seems that his presence is known. He downs one, now down to the 1 versus 3. Peeks out through the prep double. Not able to find too much just right now, as it seems the rotation's going around for DarkZero. Down to the 1 versus 2 now. They need to stop giving him these solo push kills. Otherwise, Bosco could definitely clutch up. Yeah, I know he's on low HP, but we are talking about the boss GOAT here. This is the most clutch player in all of the NAL. With 30 seconds remaining now, he needs this diffuser as he continues to fight through. Has to worry about Skies inside a coat check, but Skies is going to scamper off towards Whiskey, where his other remaining teammate is. It's going to be Mint. Now with only 15 seconds remaining, Bosco is more than likely going to have to stick the plant, and that seems what the plans are for DarkZero. He wants to try and break line of sight and plant in a very unknown area, but the Wamai disc catches it, starts to plant directly on 7 as they have to move in. Do they know exactly where he is? They do. Skies checks it from the red hallway, and DarkZero with the upset against SSG here in our first match of the day.
Beautifully played by DarkZero. A lot of creative things being brought to the table by them as well. Obviously with some mixed results back in the first map, but things started to come in and work a lot better as we got into maps number 2, and especially here in the 3rd and final map. Beautiful work indeed by DZ to take control of this series. They will remain in the upper bracket, running into those upper bracket finals. As for their opponents in SSG, the current world champions, well, they're taking a trip to the lower bracket, and they'll have to make the run down there if they still want a position in the grand finals. Really cool series, I think.
Yes, oh, absolutely. And I think that the most notable thing to talk about right now, specifically in that last map, was the bottom half of the SSG scoreboard. Fultz, Rampy, and Thinking Nade. None of them getting over 5 kills inside of Cafe. We're on the other side of the corn, or other side of the corn. What am I, from Iowa or something like that? Yeah, anyways, Coin. DarkZero showing up in many categories there. And the terrible thing about that is SSG doesn't have any downtime except for this next best of 3. They have to play later on today with this exact same mentality going into that. So it's going to have to be one of the fastest mental resets that you've seen in your entire life.
Definitely going to have to be the case, folks. That's going to do it for us for the time being. Do stick with us, though, as when we come back, we're going to have the analysts breaking down that series and getting us ready for the next one as well. Stick with it. We'll be right back with more from the Major right after this.
Welcome back. I'm Jackie Jing with Veli and Jesse. Gentlemen, what? What just happened? I called it.
Jackie.
I mean, this is the thing. We have talked about this repeatedly, the three of us, that DarkZero has the talent. It's there, but for some reason they just kept on falling short. Not the story today. Not the story today. Veli, talk to me, man. Like, what an upset here. This was awesome.
You know what? And it's weird to even think about that we're calling this an upset. Because DarkZero, they were the kings of NA. Like, they were the absolute best on top. Can nobody touch them? And then they started to get worse. They started to go down the rankings. But the fact that they beat Space Station to set the tone for this entire NA online major? What? This is what they needed, Jesse, man. Especially the dominant performance that we saw from Eclipse. I feel like from everybody on this roster, Eclipse was the one person I was really waiting for to wake up and just own the lobby.
Yeah,
dude. And I said it, like, they have a good chance of winning this if they're on. They're just not like playing at their peak very often. But this was it. This was DarkZero playing at their peak. And when they are, you know, performing as well as we know that they can, I think they are like a top team in the world. They absolutely contend with Space Station. They proved it here today.
And we've always said that, that the talent's there, that they can be a contender, but they just weren't doing it. And I think we've just had consistently seen them struggle on defense. But Jesse, today was a much different story. You know, we were chatting during the break and we were just like, they did well on D today.
Yeah, I don't want to hear anybody say that this is a bad defensive team ever again. They just went 4 rounds in a row. They went flawless on that Cafe defensive side. So
ever again?
Okay, maybe if they slip up more, we'll cause it. But for now, like, I don't think we can say that anymore. DarkZero really did have some good defenses, particularly in this last map. I thought their coordination was really, really impressive. It seemed like the intel was there. The comms looked like they were moving really smoothly. They were working as a unit. The most obvious example was probably the C4 pulse combination from down below when they were defending on reading, right? That one's a pretty classic textbook. They're working well together. Hyper got some good kills based off of some of that intel as well. So that's nice to see. But the other rounds as well, you know, even just simple things like peeking together, making sure their pushes are timed well and everybody's sort of in sync. DarkZero had all that stuff like pretty nailed down on cafes. So that was really awesome to see from DarkZero.
Oh my god, yo, I just want to put in this one thing. The last hold that they did up top where Rampy was running back and forth, yo, that just shows what happens when you have one of the best strategists in the game as your IGL, you coaching staff, whatever. This whole team is great at it, but they're also shooting out of control. They are literally untouchable.
Yeah.
Literally.
And Veli, you were talking about Eclipse for a hot second there. We have the statistics up here, and man, he really showed up today. And we were talking about how this team, they need to have all cylinders going. It just seemed like when we've seen them in the past, everything just wasn't in sync. Eclipse showed up, they were in sync today. I really want to give him some kudos because he is typically overshadowed on this team.
Yes, but not just Eclipse, give the rest
The
of
whole
the team
team
credit. My man, yo, Hot and Cold.
Yeah.
I said, so I did my first Pro League cast like, what, a year and a half ago, whatever? And I always said Hot and Cold lives up to his name. He's so cold at times, but when he's hot, he's untouchable. Him and Eclipse, give them all the credit in the world right now because they deserve it. Those boys played lights out. They haven't played this good all season long. And, yo, I can't help but stand for DarkZero at this point. they look way too good today.
Right? And, like, look at Hot and Cold, 100% cost. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Most of the other players on that team were 80% or 60% as well. It was 100% cost.
Wow.
There's 10 rounds. He did it every single round he contributed. A lot of that was, like, he was getting those plants down in a lot of rounds or he was just surviving. So, like, really, like, impactful plays from Hot and Cold. He played pretty much flawlessly.
All right, gentlemen, actually, Mint is on deck. He is, oh, excuse me, I'm so sorry. We actually have Skies on deck, so yes, we don't get to talk to him very often. I'm super excited about this. Skies, how are you feeling, man? This has to be such a great victory for y'all.
I'm feeling good. It felt really good, but we know the job's not done, so we're focused on our next match.
Yeah, talk to me about your mindset for this specific matchup, though. I spoke with Mint at the qualifier, and y'all had won, and he was despondent. Like, he was not in a good mood. He was sad. And he was like, we need to make some major improvements. So can you talk to me about the last 2 weeks, and what were y'all telling each other before this matchup? Like, I want to know what was going on in the minds of DarkZero before this.
So when we won the major qualifiers, we knew that we were not performing the way that we should have been. We were losing rounds and maps to teams that we probably shouldn't. So going into the actual major itself, we started to focus more on how we're going to play, like the DZ playstyle, and we all kind of committed and changed our playstyle individually to try to fit a team aspect. Kyle and I made a couple role changes. He plays smoke some sites. I'm playing smoke more on more aggressive sites rather than just because I like the op. Everyone's just stepped up and has really individually gotten better.
Talk to me about your team's evolution throughout this season. I mean, you've heard the analysts. We thought that y'all struggled on defense, but today it was a different story completely. It really seems that you guys have made some major improvements. What do you think have been the big improvements that you've seen your team made?
Well, I think one of the biggest changes for defense is we kind of tried to play more together, where we would have times where, like, you know, Paul's making a play and we're playing super passive, like we weren't in sync. And now anytime it comes to like making a play, we're always trying to do something together. If we're pulling back, we're doing it together. So instead of just trying to force things individually, we're doing it more as a team.
Yeah, chemistry was definitely strong today. I do want to ask you, who do you want to play next? Who would you prefer to see out of OXG and TSM?
We don't really have a preference. We'd rather play either or, honestly. I think that regardless, any of them could make it. So I don't think it's the end for SSG either.
Okay, so talk to me about what you're thinking now. How are you preparing for this next matchup?
Well, we got to see who wins, and then we'll start the prep from there. But Brandon, our coach, BC, has already been doing prep during our match against SSG. So we'll just add on to that once we know who wins.
Okay, and you know, stage one, definitely a little bit of a roller coaster ride for y'all. What do you want to say to your fans who have just been behind y'all 100% of the way?
We have some great fans. We really do appreciate and love you guys. We know we had a bad season, and we're going to get out of the funk. You know, just don't give up on us, because we're not going to give up.
Aw, Skies, congratulations. Thank you so much for speaking with us. Go enjoy that victory for a little bit.
Appreciate it. Have a good one, Jackie.
Bye, Skies. Thank you so much. Let's bring it back to our analyst desk. Oh, my goodness. I'm so excited for that. What is that? Oh,
listen,
somebody got some swag. I love that box.
You win games. You win games in a fashionable way. We have no choice but to say congratulations and a shout out to DarkZero. By the way, if you like the way DarkZero plays, you want to play like him, you want to look as good as handsome Skies on screen, make sure you buy their apparel. They sent me some stuff. And you know what? I think they meant to send this to Jesse because he a flip-flopper, but you got that too. So shout out to DZ and congrats to them.
Oh, no, you didn't.
Flip-flop to be correct.
He picked the right team at the end of the day, so I can't be
Yo,
too mad.
I want some flip-flops. I play sand volleyball all the time. Come on. By the way, that box is really cool. The last one I got was like all black, but yeah,
hot.
I'm loving it. Jesse, he's talking some smack here saying that you flip-flopped, but you made the right flip-flop, I would say. So,
Yeah, absolutely.
Did anything stand out to y'all about talking to Skies? First of all, it was so cool to be able to chat with him. You know, we typically chat with Mint, but he seemed in good spirits, and it seems like they're really confident moving forward. So,
yo, from that interview, he wasn't worried about anything. He wasn't it was more like we can't wait for the next game to show these guys like what the hell we gonna do to them, right? And there's one thing that he said. He says, you know, we all change our individual play styles to help the team more. And that definitely could speak volumes in regards to how loose he's been on maps. Eclipse's aggression is really beautiful to see. And I think this is a new DarkZero we're watching. And we'll find out tomorrow.
Yeah, I think the most important thing he said in that interview, job's not done. They've got a whole tournament, 2 more days worth of games, and we've seen them be an inconsistent team before, so they really need to keep up this momentum. A win against Spacestation Gaming is good. It's as good as you're going to get for day one. They got to keep it up if they want to prove everybody wrong.
And he gave, you know, the appropriate answer when I asked who would he prefer to play over TSM or OXG. I do want to just, you know, put your analyst brains to the test here. Who do you think that they would match up very well against out of those 2 teams? Ooh, Jesse's got his thinking cap on. I
don't
love
know.
y'all's.
I think, but you know, another way I took it though, Jackie. I've always had a belief to where even when I competed back in the day, it doesn't matter who you go against next because you're gonna beat them, and that's all that's gonna be on your mind. You don't worry about we hope we go against this team because it'll be easier. No. OXG, they're awesome. TSM, they're amazing. So either way, it's not going to be easy. You know, they know they're going to have to get the job done by the end of the day.
Sure. I mean, they might be thinking to themselves that, but I think like stats-wise and matchup-wise, you can still look at the teams and say, all right, I think one team's going to match it better. I think TSM would be a better game for them. I think that's the one they're going to want to go up against. I just think that Oxygen are better at like throwing that weird stuff into the game and making just like split-second changes and adaptations and like decisions that aren't part of the plan, but they're just sporadic and spontaneous. I think still that's where DarkZero have failed in the past, and so that's probably still something they're worried about. So I would say like TSM is the better matchup for them. But no, yeah, they're going to be preparing for whoever is next and thinking they're going to win.
Yeah, Jesse, I totally agree with you there, but we will see. Oh my goodness, I was very psyched about the DarkZero versus SSG matchup. What an upset, man. What a match that they brought us. But real talk, I'm really excited about TSM versus OXG. I really don't know who I would pick to win this one. So, y'all, that's going to be coming up next. We'll be back in a few. I can't wait to see who Veli and Jesse pick. Ooh, we'll be right back.
Okay.